sat through it and listened. I enjoyed it, going to the meeting.
They're fun. I love them.
So they adopted their operating budget, but I asked a couple of questions, good ones.
Good.
Yeah.
I never ask anything.
It was regarding planning. Their planning budget was severely cut, but it was because they had gotten some funding from somewhere else, so they didn't have to have it all in their original budget. I think I'm gonna have to defer. I should have been more prepared.
Oh, Lord. I think we have more retailers in here.
That's good. They finally got the report. I had to.
Finally, after
Yeah,
we're gonna
well,
make it final.
Well, they just did it today. I had to call them. Did it get done? No, it's getting done right now. And I could have done it myself if I'd known that. Remember?
Yep.
Shit. They said they were gonna do it, so I said they were gonna do it.
Okay, at this time we're going to resume the meeting of August 5th, 2019. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Lenore, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Richmond,
Present.
Mayor Velasquez,
Here.
Councilmember Spencer,
Here.
Councilmember Lenore,
Forgot about me already.
City Manager Avera,
Here.
City Attorney Epperson,
Here.
Chief of Police Westrick.
Here.
The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of August 5th, 2019 was posted on the bulletin board on July 31st, 2019 at 4:41 p.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, will you please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, a correction, I believe, regarding agenda item number 5 for closed session discussion. I identified it as a San Benito Superior Court case. The proper title of that is actually Lua versus City of Hollister, Los Angeles Superior Court, case number 19 STCV 01524. As for that and the other 4 items agendized for closed session discussion, the City Council discussed those items in closed session and direction was given to staff. The City Council adjourned from closed session at 6:28 p.m.
Thank you very much. We're going to move into a recognition of our second quarter 2019 employees.
So this is going to be quick. I got a total of 4 employees. We're going to start off with Wayne Thomas. He's been with the department for 20 years. And I'm going into Courtney Young. So Wayne Thomas is a second-generation firefighter. His father was a firefighter in Morgan Hill. Courtney Young is a second-generation firefighter also. His father is a firefighter currently with the City of Hollister. Adolfo Aguilar, he's a fire engineer, worked his way up through the ranks from reserve to his current position as an engineer. And Holden Renz has been working with the city also for 5 years and has been working in and out of class. I thank them for their service and for not being here and making this any longer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I'd like to take this opportunity to give Renee Perales her 20-year pin. Renee's been an instrumental part of our organization for a number of years. She started out at the yard, went to engineering for several years, ended up being in the redevelopment agency, the successor agency, and now she's also she's doing a new job for us with our capital improvement project. So you'll be seeing her at the podium much more. She loves being up here in front of everybody. So we wish her well, and thank you very much for your service.
All right, Renee. Congratulations.
Thank you,
I
Renee.
was pretty safe on that, Howard. Thank you. That's all this evening.
Okay, we're going to move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council like to pull?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, if I may, staff would like to pull item A13 and table that for a future meeting, not yet to be determined. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to pull item A12 and A14.
I'd like to pull item A5,
Okay.
8, 9, and 10 because they go together, and 11, and you did pull 12, right?
Yes.
Okay.
8, 9, 10, 11?
8, 9, 10, and 11. 8, 9, and 10 are on, basically go together.
And 5?
And 5.
Somebody said 5?
Okay. Are there any items from the public?
There is a 12, but you've already pulled that. And did anyone pull A5?
Yes.
Perfect. We had someone who, I'm not sure if he's here, but he had sent an email late saying that he wanted to,
Kevin's not here yet. He should be here any minute.
yeah, so he said he'd be here about 6:45 and was hoping to speak on this item. But I
Well,
I
let's
told him
just-
I can't hold it.
We can
but-
all wait. 8:45. Just kidding.
Well, Marty
Okay.
pulled it.
Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the consent calendar as presented without the items that were
Okay.
pulled.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll go to A5. Mr. Richmond, you had a question on this?
Yes, I did. We're going to get a staff person. The question I have was, I would like to ask the staff, I'm not going to hold this up, I'm going to support it, but I would like to ask the staff in support of this to give me an estimate of what we're going to use this year and what we used each of the last 3 contracts with with the new SV Media Incorporated, doing business as a Hollister freelance, for notifications. The reason is I had a discussion with some of the legislators at Sacramento concerning being able to move these kind of notices off to a more modern system like the internet. You guys have heard of the internet, right? So they asked me if I could give them a cost estimate. So I wonder if we could do that. I could wait a couple of days for it. Is that easy to do? It's a long walk for a short answer.
The city clerk said she can get an estimate really quickly.
Oh, I don't need it for this. I don't need it before this vote. I just
Okay.
need it within a week or two. A week or two would suit me fine. I don't want it right now. Thank you. That's it. That's all I have for that.
Thanks. With that little delay, I could actually tell you that we budget $7,000
A year?
a year, but I guarantee you, we went over that.
Okay.
The last ordinances that were passed, it cost over $6,000 to publish just those last 5.
Well,
So along.
okay, I will see you offline at some time, and we'll get a little report available that I can give to the legislative analyst, if you will, okay?
But
That's all
along-
I have on that.
Along with this, I would like to request that council, hopefully by consensus, According to Government Code 36933, within 15 days after the passage, we have to cause each ordinance to be published at least once. We can do a synopsis by title only, notifying the public that a complete copy of the ordinance is available in the city clerk's office. Sorry, I'm a little out of breath from running out there and back. But we have to do it 5 days prior to the proposed ordinance being introduced and adopted. So what that would mean would be if staff is going to be presenting an ordinance such as, let's say tonight, there's a flavored tobacco ordinance, that you would have to let the city clerk know. And because in the city of Hollister, we only publish newspapers on Fridays, so to get something in next Friday's paper, it's impossible to do it after this meeting because I would have to put it in, if I submit it to New SV Media, which is our only educated newspaper, so it's a sole source. Let's say on the 9th, it will not be published until the 16th. So in order for us to be able to save costs on printing, and I have to say that the quote that SV Media gave me, they've held that price for many years, so they're being very, very kind to us with that pricing. We would need to, staff would need to let me know prior to introduction at least 2 weeks in advance so that I could get it in the newspaper 5 days prior to the meeting. Then I would need to have a meeting in between for us to publish it again. So we would have to publish it twice, but we wouldn't have to publish the entire thing. In our publication, I have in front of the city attorney something that another city is using where it lets the public know, and this is part of what we advertise in the newspaper, where they can see the entire ordinance, when the public hearing is going to be held for them to come speak when it's being introduced, and when the adoption and enforcement of the ordinance after it's adopted. So I would be asking that, say for instance, tonight an ordinance is introduced, I would ask that we skip a meeting before it comes back for a second reading to allow us that time to publish it in the newspaper 5 days prior. Does that make sense?
I don't think, may I say, I don't think we can adopt that tonight because it's not on the agenda. I think it's very good of you, very sharp to bring that up. I wonder if the honorable mayor would consent to putting that on the agenda, that system on the agenda, work out a schedule and see if we can make it work and consider it on our August 19th meeting or thereafter.
Right, I believe that's what the city clerk was asking.
Oh, okay.
earlier.
Yes, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
We could do that as a consensus, but first, we
Sure.
can take care of this item and we can
Yeah.
come back to that issue
So,
later.
did you
Okay,
have
any
a
other-
member of the public for that?
Speakers?
I have one speaker for item A5, resolution number 2019-166, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing execution of an agreement with New SV Media, Inc., doing business as the Hollister Freelance for legal publication services. I have one speaker, Kevin Henderson.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name's Kevin Henderson, downtown Hollister resident. Unfortunately, state law has not caught up with the reality that print media is becoming less popular compared to online news services. My experience is the local online media is much faster to publish content compared to the Hollister Freelance online version. Timely publication of public notices is critical, as failure can cause significant delays to city business. There were reports in a 2016 County Board of Supervisors meeting of some repeated failures by the Hollister Freelance to publish public notices. Public notices must be published in a, quote, newspaper of general circulation. Hollister Freelance is the only newspaper that meets this requirement that I'm aware of. Just personal experience about the critical nature of announcing things. You know, I'm on the planning commission, and when I was considering applying for the position, I looked on the Hollister website, and I didn't see any announcement there on the Hollister website about the application. And then when I inquired with the city about it, then I was told, oh yeah, it's in the freelance. There was an article in the freelance. Well, I never get the freelance. I never buy the freelance. So unless you actually buy the freelance, there's no way to actually see the public notices that are going out. So some of the problems I see with the Hollister freelance and their public notices, there's a website called capublicnotice.com. It's a website by the California News Publishers Association, and what it does, it aggregates all the public notices in the state. And when I was doing some research, looking at, see if it was possible for me to see any Hollister public notices, they do not show up on this website. I looked at counties of similar population to San Benito, Lake County, Tehama County, Tuolumne County. They all have their public notices show up on this website. Even Modoc County, with a population of 9,000, has notices show up on this website. Public notices do not appear on the Hollister Freelance's website, sanbenito.com. I suggest City Council should not rubber stamp this deal today with Hollister Freelance. They should evaluate the Hollister Freelance performance in publishing public notices over the last 3 years. See if there are any alternative print newspapers that can qualify as a, quote, newspaper of general circulation with the Superior Court. Insist that the Hollister Freelance as the show up on that website that I mentioned. Thank you for your time.
Any other questions, comments?
I have one more speaker, Zavon Casada.
I get excited. You know, I want to talk before I even get here because I feel the energy of the room and all the champions in here and everybody like go-getting and want to see some innovation and some things talked about changing our community.
Mr. Casada, do you have a question on the side?
Oh yeah, I do actually. The freelance. I would love to speak about the freelance because you know what? We need some more newspapers here, some more like a competition. Because I went into the freelance one time too,
But did you have
and
a
said I
question about
I wanted to do something for like every week we talk about
Zavon,
fashion or
Zavon,
something.
Zavon,
They denied
sorry.
me.
Please, for a second, Vaughn.
Mr. Mayor, can I get my 3 minutes?
I really want to give you your.
I just want to get my
respect.
3 minutes.
Hang
I'm
on for a
talking
second.
about the
Let me
freelance,
explain
that
the
we
rules
need
real
some
quick.
competition in here. We need
Hang
some
on.
other writers to come in here and start making another newspaper
Zavon,
maybe.
We're going to start off this year,
This what,
new
this month?
This new month and further the next meetings.
Mr. Mayor,
Make sure we understand.
I just want to
something.
say one thing. I
Zavon.
appreciate this community. I just want to talk about the freelance. I didn't maybe get the whole story, but I'm saying that maybe this guy's not dealing with the freelance either. I went in there to go do a publication as well, and I was denied. I think having competition is nice to have. Maybe the freelance needs to get up on his A game, and maybe needs to see some other young writers, maybe from the high school even,
Zavon,
come up with a
again,
newspaper.
We're sidetracking
You know,
here.
we're not
Do you have a
sidetracking. It's called
question?
innovation. It's called thought. You know,
We
and
have
we're
a
bouncing
question
ideas
about-
off each other because you don't seem to be understanding. Because our
Zavon.
downtown is so dark. We're barely going to talk about the lighting, and we're going
Zavon.
to spend a gang of money
Okay.
on it when we could get the
Okay,
high school
thank
to do
you.
with their stage design, help the lighting, and maybe do a
Zavon.
contest or something where the winner gets something,
Thank you very
light up
much,
our
Zavon.
downtown area.
Thank you very much.
Come on, Mayor.
Hey, I'm trying to work with you, but you got to work with us, please. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have any speakers?
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
So, let me, let me, I do want to make a comment about the freelance and different publications. I think that the problem here is there are people that don't read the paper anymore, but there are quite a few that still do. And I'm always amazed when I walk through the neighborhoods how many people say, well, I don't know what's going on because all I get is the freelance. Then I get the other group saying, I don't know what's going on because I'm just on the internet. It's tough. I think you're right as far as the site maybe should be publicated there, or the publications to span to different sources. But I think it's still important in our community that we do have something going to the local paper. It's amazing how many people just read the freelance here locally.
The
Any other-
numbers don't reflect that though, because I was surprised to see that they didn't have that many subscriptions.
They don't, but they still deliver to a lot of the
Oh.
residents.
for
Do you have any
free.
other questions, comments? Councilmember Resendez?
I think a lot of the older population still does depend on it as well because they're not very tech friendly, I would say, and that's been my experience as well when I was walking. Is they really rely on the paper. So I think it'd be important to do that. If we want to look into the online subscription, I'm okay with that too. But I would oppose getting rid of the freelance or any written publication at this time.
That'd be awesome.
Mr. Richmond?
As of right now, the state, as mentioned by the speaker, the state law requires that you publish in the publicational record. We do not have a choice on it right now. However, as I said, I submitted a recommended change to legislation to the state government, and I've done an interview with the state government about that and said, look, maybe we ought to duplicate it at least. Not only say, okay, it's in the newspaper, but let's get some competition out there, because that way we're not sitting around going, okay, it's 2 weeks because they only publish once a week, and the lead time, they're all using the same printer now these days, because no one owns their own printer. It's not a big newspaper. Used to be a daily newspaper. Now it's a weekly newspaper. This is not about whether we like the freelance or not. This is about whether it works for the kind of work we need to do, which is quicker, faster, and wider. And it's especially important that we be able to index these items so you can look it up, as mentioned by the speaker. And if we're not getting that service, what good is the newspaper? Because you're never going to find it. Although an individual may be able to find it, if you want to do some research, what are you going to do? You can't find it online. You're going to have to go down, get microfiche copies of it and look it up. That's the way we used to do things in 1946. So we don't have any choice right now. I did not bring that up to try and kill this item. I'm going to support it. In fact, I'll move it if I'm the last speaker. But I want you to know we are looking at doing a better job and getting it to people electronically so that everybody knows what's going on. That was my purpose of speaking on the item.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers?
I have no other speaker cards,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that item of resolution 2019-166.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We're going to move to item A8. And Mr. Richmond, you had a question?
Thank you.
on
A8, A9, and A10 go together because they all involve a training facility for the fire department. And I wonder if the chief could give us kind of an explanation of all of them together rather than trying to do it piecemeal, how it would work, what we would gain from this investment, and what good it does for us. Thank you.
Absolutely. So what items 7, 8, and 9, 8, 9, and 10 pertain to are a grant award that we received from the Monterey Peninsula Foundation in the amount of $670,000 to match with our $250,000, which is what's being requested for the match fund, along with the training site. What the training facility consists of is not just for the fire department, but it's for law enforcement. I have 13 colleges who are in favor of utilizing it also. It's going to be a 4-story burn structure where firefighters can go into a burning environment on fire. To put it more simple terms, as it's on fire inside, they can make entry, suppress the fire, and then come out. Law enforcement can extricate subjects that they're going after in there. EMS can go to the top floor and utilize the tower as what they call pick points by pulling the patients off from the top floor, the toughest reaches of the environment. Those are infrequently used skills, but they're extremely dangerous for us because they're infrequently used. It won't be just used for the city of Hollister. I've already gotten to communications with Evergreen, with Monterey Peninsula, and the South Bay Regional Public Safety Training Consortium. The agreement or the conversations that we had was we can build this facility, they will utilize it, and then they're gonna pay into a fund to maintain the facility also. Not a lot of revenue will be generated from it, for the exception of maintaining the facility itself. We're very fortunate to be awarded this funding from Monterey Peninsula, and while there's several organizations out there, public safety and other municipalities that vie for it also, and they saw our justification for it as being one of the more priority investments. What it also does for this community is it drives down our ISO rating from the current 3 that we're at right now to hopefully a whole number down to about 2.
Okay, thank you. That's your
Great.
question.
Yes, that answers my question. I think that's terrific. I hope they don't hear this over at the training consortium over there in Morgan Hill, but we put a lot of money into that training consortium. We didn't mean to, but we did. So when you're pricing it, make sure you try to get some of that back.
Yeah.
Will do.
That's my
Okay.
comment. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments from council? Do we have any speaker cards on this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Savan Casada?
Before we do,
Yes.
let me, the audience, I want to make sure we're all clear on this. It's not that we want to cut anybody off. We have items that are specific, and if you have a specific question, we encourage you to come up and speak on it, but we can't just drift off into conversations. Yeah, it takes a lot of time here, and we have a lot of work to do. So we really encourage you to come up, but be specific about the question on the item. Thank you.
Savan Casada?
I'll make sure not to drift too far.
Thank you, sir.
I want to bounce an idea off the chief's idea right there. My name is Vaughn. I'm a full-blown artist. I'm also a motivational speaker, and I tend to drift off sometimes and tell stories, about how innovative I see everyone out there, just like brilliant champions,
Okay,
things of a go-getters, and I love to
we're
see that in my
doing it
community.
again, Zavan.
About the idea that the chief had with the
Please.
facilities,
The
right?
question.
Bouncing off the idea of that, why don't we have one that's even bigger than Gilroy's? Because Gilroy got a little police department training facility out there. Now just imagine if Hollister took the property to make one of those facilities for the fire camp or to help the fire department and bring something with the police academy in, with the shooting range. Imagine how many other police officers and how many other fire departments we can train here in Hollister, San Diego County, getting money from the government to help train other facilities, other communities, and bringing something of a juggernaut of force of safety. Why can't we do that? I love your idea, so I want to bounce an idea off that. It'd be actually brilliant. And I mean, San Quentin right now is working with its dinner paper, so you can go have restaurant. It's called Quentin Restaurant. We could take things like people that are in incarceration, firefighters treating them while in their training facility, getting money from the government, helping out, so we don't take money from the general fund or nothing. Keep it for the parks, keep it for the, like a new skate park or something, or a bike park, or an interactive art park or something. But yeah, I just want to say I agree with you, Chief. I think that's a cool idea. I think the police academy we should have a police academy here too. Gilroy has a very small training facility that we could smash out the ballpark and make a nice one. We can, and we could do it together, right? I mean, we are a community of brilliant innovators. I think so. I mean, I'm not the only one, right?
We do have just so you know, we do have a shooting range here.
Oh yeah, no,
That's
Mayor,
all.
I was trying to say that. I was trying to say that we can actually make it bigger though, and make it into academy even. Why not? And start having like maybe of a school to have training here though. Or is that too much for you? Is that
No,
too thinking too big?
Morgan
That's too
Hill
big. I'm
offers
sorry.
that
I'm sorry.
program.
I'm
So
sorry. I'll make
thank
sure
you.
that my dreams come a little smaller though.
Okay,
Okay.
is that it? Thank you. Okay, all right. All right. Any other speakers?
I have no other speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-169 to approve the Hollister Fire Department to erect a training facility at the domestic wastewater treatment facility.
Okay, there's a motion, is there a second?
Would the maker accept a friendly modification if it's allowed? Since I asked the chief to cover all three. They are directly related. I would like to add approval of Resolution 2019-170
We'd
and
have-
2019-171.
No,
We'd have to
do
let
them
the
separate.
public speak in the chat.
Yeah.
We have to do this separately,
Yeah.
okay? Thank you.
Okay, there's
In
a
which
motion.
case, I'll second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're gonna move on to item A9. Now you had your question answered?
My question is answered.
Okay,
Thank you very
perfect.
much.
Do we have a speaker card on that?
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion?
I make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2019-170, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing an appropriation of $250,000 for a match payment of a Monterey Peninsula Foundation grant awarded with resolution number 2018-234 fire.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Move to item A11.
A10.
A10, sorry, A10. Mr. Richmond had his answer.
Well,
His
I have
question
my-
answered?
I had my answer.
Okay. Do we have any
Thank you.
speaker cards?
We have no speakers?
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution 2019-171, a resolution, City Council, City of Hollister, authorizing staff to develop a contract for a training facility with Fire Blast Global.
Okay, motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move to item A11.
Nice job, chief.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and council. This is a request from staff to hire one additional multi-services officer. The MSO is assigned to property evidence. This is a mission critical position. It's one that we've actually requested additional one for the last 3 years. And it seems that we're at a critical juncture right now. Over the last 6 years, the property crimes, our property room has increased by about 49.76%. If you look at the resolution, historically, we've actually had 2 back there, but because of the recession and other things that occurred before 2004, 2008, that position was eliminated. But we're actually having a hard time keeping up. And since this position now is required to process digital evidence like car cam and body cams, and we're required now to get those pieces of evidence rather quickly to the court. We are recommending at this time to increase that by 1 more position back in the property room right now for a appropriation of $130,000 a year.
Okay, is there any questions from council?
I believe I pulled that. Is that correct? I did pull that? Okay. I wanted the chief to have a chance to explain. You know, $130,000 a year is a lot of money. I wanted the chief to have a chance to explain what it's for. I'm sure all of you have seen on TV these crimes from 20, 25, and 30 years ago that have been solved because we have DNA evidence now, and we use DNA evidence all the time. And in the cases where the property was properly taken care of, was properly stored, was properly accounted for, and there was a chain of custody, they went back 30 years later and found the people who did some of these terrible crimes. None of us know 30 years from now what the technology will be like. So it's really important that we take care of this evidence and get it properly stored, properly accounted for, including the digital evidence. That's why I'm going to support this, and it's going to become more and more important in the future. And I expect in the future we are going to need facility space, and we're going to need people to do this because evidence is going to be more and more important in public safety in the future. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councilmember Lenore?
I want to clarify that the $130,000 is wage plus benefits.
It is, yes.
The total cost.
We're very fortunate at Hollister in that we actually have a state-of-the-art facility when it comes to our property evidence, and we're just trying to make sure it's properly staffed.
Well, I think that is important because nobody likes to lose a case on a technicality. So it's very important that the evidence is handled properly. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask the same question, but I was going to ask, didn't we already spend some money on this? But by your comment, I just remember it was to upgrade the facility, so.
Correct,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-172, authorizing the Hollister Police Department to hire one additional multi-services officer and authorizing the appropriation of $130,000 from the general fund.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you.
We'll move to item A12, which I called. Go ahead.
Hey, Mayor, council members, I was asked directed by the city manager, who I believe received requests from council people, to look into the possibility of installing year-round lighting on the downtown trees. I started at the electrical code, reviewed that, and I interviewed available vendors. 2 of them scared me because they never heard of the electrical code. And then I met this gentleman who actually could answer questions appropriately. So the proposal is to do 75 trees downtown. It's approximately $50,000 to do those 75 trees. And then there's an additional $15,000 being requested to upgrade the downtown electrical system. It's old. Every one of those tree wells has a GFCI in it, outlet in it. Many of them are not working anymore. We had one burst into flames just last week in front of Etz Hall that we had to respond to. So what I propose we do is relocate the GFCI into the breakers and then replace the outlet with commercial outlets. It does mean that if a breaker trips, the entire block goes dark, but it takes that sensitive electronic device, gets it out of the tree well and into an environment where it's not going to be subjected to harsh environmental conditions. The difference from the another difference from the previous recommendation on tree lighting and this are these lights will be installed vertically up the trees, not wrapped around the branches. And the reason why we do that is if you go around the branches every few months, you have to go redo them because the trees grow and it can girdle the tree and kill it. So these are installed with elastic bands in a vertical manner. There is a 1-year warranty on the work. Any issue, they respond, they take care of it.
Okay.
Fire away.
No, I'm glad to see that actually you actually have the correct solution on this, because last year with the lighting of the trees, there seemed to be some controversy about it and how it was done. And the code is basically 90 days unless the strings are rated permanent.
That's correct.
These are rated permanent.
That's correct.
No problem there. The problem I have is $65,000 to light up trees. Now the controversy came last year because local business owners wanted to string the trees earlier than usual than the lights on celebrations to get the Christmas season going. They offered to do it for free. There was some controversy. People were angry. Business owners were angry that they couldn't do it, that people were angry that they were doing it, back and forth. End result is, because I did help them put some of those on myself, it cost the business owners $1,000 to do it. They volunteered their time. They participated in their downtown. They were happy to donate the money and the time to do it. It's kind of one of these things that's been happening for years. Before other groups would do it, and they are still, I'm sure, willing to do it. I can't justify $65,000 to put Christmas lights on year round.
They're not
Just
Christmas
can't.
lights.
50.
50. You know, especially knowing around the Christmas season, you have business owners that are willing to pay for it themselves and do it with lights that are rated for the 90-day season. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Let me help
Councilmember
you.
Lenore,
Let me help you.
please do.
We're not talking holiday lights. We're talking about an enhancement feature for the downtown all year round. If you haven't noticed, it's very dark downtown. This is a wonderful thing to lighten it up, not just the season. And I'm gonna tell you that I strung lights for 15 years with my husband and my 2 sons. I lifted those heavy grates, I tripped those breakers to keep all the lights going. I hooked cords up, I replaced bulbs, I've done it all, probably closer to 20 years. This is a permanent solution for something that we desire during the holiday season. Why not extend it to year round? Bring some more light downtown, have it comply to the electrical code. I just am doing this. I'm not talking about just the enhancement for the business owners downtown. This is a community thing. You want to come downtown, you want it to feel more welcoming. At some point, we're gonna add some outdoor seating for eating, I hope. We're gonna be able to slow down the traffic more. You want downtown to be nice, you want it to be a destination where people feel safe, then you gotta light it up. And I just feel like fortunately, the electrical has to be upgraded because it's down under the tree well, doesn't work, it's old. Things gotta be replaced once in a while. The lights they did last year excluded the 800 block, excluded the 300 block. The downtown runs from 3rd Street to Hawkins Street. So, you know, it was a job, but it was partially done, and then it had issues. Anybody could see that they weren't all working. Yes, I thank them for their effort, but the fact is it wasn't very well done. And maybe to no fault of their own, but it does take maintenance. So here we're gonna solve the issue of not only the placement of the lights in a horizontal way, but we're gonna have maintenance. And we're gonna probably work with the Hollister Downtown Association to, they'll partner probably like they always do downtown to maybe maintain the lights past the 1 year or some involvement there. I'm the one that brought this to the council because I wanted them to hopefully support me in my efforts to enhance downtown. Have no ulterior motives. I do live downtown, and I'd like to see this project approved by the unanimous council. I hope that you can see the value in it. We spend money up here all the time. I'm asking for a slice of the pie for downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's one other thing I want to point out about the maintenance. One of the things we did notice this last year, how many wires were cut.
Yeah.
Tree after tree. I couldn't believe that someone would go around and cut one, and the next day another one, or they'd unplug them to plug chargers in and not replug. There's a lot of issues with maintenance. It's going to cost a lot of money to maintain these because you need the right parts to do it.
It's got the right parts.
And it's not something that can just be done by an everyday person.
It's a professional man coming in to put the right parts in.
I agree, but that person's going to come back to do it, to fix it.
Well,
So-
we have maintenance crews of our own. We
Yeah.
shouldn't be afraid to put something in because we're afraid of a little
Well,
maintenance.
I'm just warning everybody, there's gonna be a lot of work on these.
Maintenance comes with
This is-
everything in
This
life.
is a
That's how
special
it is.
system, and it's not as easy as what we normally put on, so.
And
It's a lot of money, and
more
there's.
superior than what's been put on,
Oh,
not only
that it
by
is.
your group, but the HTA.
No,
It's a
that it
superior
is.
product.
As I said early on, this is actually the right type of system, no doubt. But 50,000, 60,000, it's a lot of money.
If you want your downtown to look good, you make investments.
Okay. Any other comments?
I'd like to ask you, have you checked references on the selected contract?
Yes, sir,
Yeah,
they
and-
referred
and-
that they were
and were they good?
professional, A-plus company
they
all
good?
the way. And
Okay,
my interactions with them.
Okay,
have
I was,
reflected it also.
the only technical question I had was on the GFCIs. The way you explained it, is, I agree that that's the right way to do it, and we all seem to agree that if we're gonna do the GFCI, that's the right way to do it. Because the more you got in parallel, the more times it's gonna trip, the more that it's supposed to, and, the way it was written up on the agenda was kind of in a shorthand form, and it looked like you were gonna take them out, and I got really nervous. I was going, I hope we're not putting a bunch of electrical things there. I'm going to support it because I do think it will help the downtown, and I do think we should have it all the time. Within the next year or so, and probably less than that, we're going to be asking our businesses here to up the amount they pay for permits, because we now supply more people and we supply more services. Not everybody, but in a fair way, because we don't think that Target, somebody who's running a little operation, should pay the same as Target, and Target should pay the same as a little operation. So we are going to be trying to do things downtown. And the only way to do things downtown is, in my opinion, to make an investment down there. And it is a year-round project. I think that's very important to note. I don't know if it's year-round in Morgan Hill. Can anybody, if I can defer to council member Lenore, she might know. Do you know if it's year-round in Morgan Hill?
The lighting?
Yes.
Yes, it is
Yeah.
year-round.
It's year-round in Morgan Hill, and we are in competition with Morgan Hill and Gilroy. We may not like it, but we are in competition with them. And we have to have a draw for downtown, and I think that would do it, and I'm gonna support it for that reason. Thank you.
I did want to add, the company you're bringing up here, I've checked them out in the past too. They do know what they're doing.
Oh, good.
No, absolutely no question there. I do want to point out, Morgan Hill and Gilroy are actually doing it illegally. They're using the wrong type of system, and that's.
And we're doing the best.
So we don't want to compete with them on their lights, just so you know.
We want to compete for their business. We don't want to compete for their light, so.
Are there any other questions for council? Do we have the speaker cards?
Resolution number 2019-173, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister appropriating $65,000 from the general fund reserves to install year-round downtown tree lighting. I have two speakers. First speaker, Marcy Houston.
Hello. My name is Marcy Houston. I have the garden shop, 364 7th. I'm speaking here as myself, for only myself and my business. I'm not representing anybody else. I'm not disagreeing with anybody. I'm just making that all clear right now. So I've been in business now 1.5 years, and I just want to tell you my observations. And I was kind of worried, Ignacio, you were going to say I was off subject, but I'm now on subject on another investment. So small. Yeah, when that whole light thing went down, I put lights in my trees. They're little fireflies. They're really cute. So we've been in business 1.5 years. And when people walk in the door, we ask them how they hear about us. And the main reasons how they hear about us are either from a friend or that they've been to events downtown or at my place, but mainly events downtown. The lesser answers are they're just walking by or they're Googling bars, and then they end up at my place. I'm supposed to be a nursery.
Okay, Marcy, just.
No, okay, I know.
Okay.
Okay, but the reason I'm saying all this
Okay.
is by experience, what's bringing people downtown are the events. I think the lights and the trees are a really good start, but then lights in the trees, but then what next? So I think we have really good events downtown now. There's maybe a handful. And so what I would like to see with business owners involved and also the rec department, because the rec department does an absolutely outstanding job of being consistent, having events, getting the word out.
But the lights, do you have a question on?
No,
this
but, okay, so my final question is, so you put lights up in the trees. Then what? Who's gonna see them if you're not inviting people downtown? And I think the lights are good. But you need to have a next step. And so my whole talk is, I wanna be part of the next step, and I think the recreation department is a really good way to get that going. That's the tie-in.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Marcy.
Zavon? Casada?
I say we should light it up downtown, because downtown right now is so dark, you can't even see anything except the empty buildings. Sorry, my bad. My name is Zavon. I'm a full-blown artist. I live in Hollister, California, and I usually get cut off by the mayor because I'm off subject, so I'm trying to go off subject. Downtown, and I can feel you, garden shop. She wants to bring some more energy downtown. And Mrs. Lenore, you are awesome. You know, when she talks the way she talks about, our community, it gives me goosebumps because she's real. And she speaks with logic, and I love her for that. It actually helps me sleep at night knowing she's on the council, honestly. Because she agrees. I mean, she's awesome. We need to light up our downtown. Morgan Hill, Gilroy, okay, it might be done illegally, but I mean, you can't walk anywhere in Gilroy or Morgan Hill without seeing something. It's so lit up. It's like they have it so where it looks busy when it's not busy. And that's what you want. You want your downtown to look busy, because right now, our downtown looks empty. And a lot of it, you wanted to build the beer garden. I mean, should we jump back to that one? But that's off subject. But what I'm trying to say is that, $65,000 for the lighting. Okay, I seen that much money, and I was like, why is it so much? And then I seen him come up, and I was like, okay, now I know why. But $65,000 would be kind of, over. But why can't we have something working with the high school? They have a stage performance theater, right? With stage design, has to do with lighting. Why don't you take some of that $65,000 and have a little contest for the city of who could light up the downtown the coolest, most energy efficient way, and give them like 20 racks of this money we're gonna waste. And not waste, but light up our downtown and put it to our community. Put some energy in our community to be together, to show unity. Right now, a lot of things are going into other communities that's disturbing them. This is the time we should put together and show how innovative we are as a community, how brilliant we are. We got business owners thriving for more business. I can feel you. I can't. I don't know if you can, Mayor. But look, Ray wants to interrupt me. I know. He's just like.
No, you're keeping on track, so I appreciate that. So your comment is.
My comment
you
is
want
this:
the lights.
not just only the lights, but the downtown itself. Fill it up already, Mayor.
Okay.
Get downtown and start shaking hands with business owners and start lighting up them and show them that you care that they're in this city. Or do you even care that we have business owners here?
You want the lights.
Do you even understand what it is to light up a city? You said Christmas lights. What are you? Oh my God, Mayor! Please get on the ball because you have some man asking $65,000 to light up, and you think it's Christmas lights. Until someone who has the logic and the mentality to run a city like this tells you how it's breaking down, then you're trying to go against her about it. How do you care about this city if you want it to stay dark? That doesn't make no sense. You want to keep the vault empty and dark, Mayor? Go ahead. But not now, not the city, not our city. Our downtown is important. We got business owners there that are struggling right now, trying to get business down there, coming up with ideas, and you're shutting them down. Well, shut them down no more, Mayor, because they're here to make a stand. And you know what? I appreciate you, I do, because her garden shop is cool. And the more business she gets, other businesses get off that too, Mayor. Or where did you even know that? Because when's the last time you even went into a garden shop? Or went to any other shop and shake their hand to let them know that you did good. Thank you for coming to downtown.
Been there.
Been there, right?
Been there,
done
done
that,
that.
like it's
Thank you
nothing,
very
right?
much.
Mayor, get it together. Light up the city, please, already. Can you do something,
So
please?
you're for the
I'm for the
65,000.
lights, Mayor.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's excellent, right?
Thank you for staying on the topic on the side. Okay.
Kevin Henderson?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. A couple of comments. My name is Kevin Henderson, downtown Hollister resident. I'm here speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for the HDA. I'm glad the HDA is not involved in it this time because I know there's been a history of some.
Stay on topic.
He is on topic. He's talking about the lighting. Yeah, he is. Please, since I'm up here as the chair,
Yeah.
I'll decide that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, he's the chair. Thank you. Yeah, so there's been some history. So I'm glad the HTA is not involved this time. I also support this project because it has been vetted well. I think the contractor is a good one. I think there were some flaws in the last proposal that came up. So it was an appropriate decision last time to just bring it back later after some more revision. So, and another thing that I like about this proposal is the city is the one that's going to own it. Okay, what we really need, when we do a project like this, someone needs to own it. Someone needs to take responsibility for it. And if the city is the one taking responsibility, if there's a problem with the lights, we call the city, and the city can call whoever needs to come fix it. Okay. I mean, last time, we have community groups who do it, and if you say anything critical about the lights, then all of a sudden you're criticizing these people that are just trying to do a good thing. I think it's good that we've just, that the lights is now a city issue on public property, on city property. So, and the timing is good. This is, we're not, this is not a Christmas thing. It's a permanent lighting thing. So, I think it's a good time to do this, and I support the project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Kevin.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there a council member rescinded or a council member Richmond?
I've spoken once already. You want to speak now before I speak again? Thank you.
All right, I got to be completely honest. There's some things that I like about this, and there's some things that I do not like about it. So I'll start off with the things that I like. I agree. I like that the HJ is not involved with this. The music, I think it was too invasive. It wasn't a good proposal. So I like that we eliminated that aspect. I do like that the lights are going up and down rather than around. I don't know. That's just personal preference, I guess. I like that we're directly contracting, like I said. Oh, and that we're fixing the outlets, because that's something that's been a problem, and I personally experienced it as well. What I don't,
Stay on the topic, Mr.
thanks. What I am concerned about, and I probably know the answer to this, is what kind of outreach have you done to talk about to the actual business owners or the residents that are going to be most affected or impacted by it? Any at all?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought. And that was my concern also with the HGA when they were involved in the project. There wasn't much outreach done. I have to agree with Councilwoman Lenore. Downtown is dying. That's no secret. Everybody knows they're struggling so bad. I like what you said about slowing traffic and having outside patios, but I think we need to do a more in-depth analysis, and maybe lighting up the trees is part of that analysis, but I feel like we're just putting a Band-Aid over a bullet wound here. And how can we keep doing this over and over without really looking in a logical manner at what the problem is, why the businesses are not succeeding, how can we help them succeed, how can we partner with them side by side, rather than us telling them, this is gonna help you guys. So I cannot support it. Another thing I really don't like about it is the price. Another thing, what I really don't like about it is the price. $65,000 is a lot of money. And I'm wondering if we, could possibly go out to bid. So anyhow, I'm not going to support it at this time. I'd like to see a more in-depth analysis of how we can really support downtown. And maybe this is part of it later on, I don't know. But I just think that we are not really addressing the root cause of the issue down there. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Richard.
Thank you very much. One of my major concerns is we're building a mall here, a couple of blocks down on East Park, East Park, I think it is. Thank you. We're building a mall on East Park, and if you think downtown's in trouble now, wait till that mall opens up in East Park. I hate to use Facebook as an example, but way back when, this has nothing to do with the current. Way back when, I think I put up a little just for fun, what would you like to see in the new mall? And I can't remember how many hundreds of people responded to that. And I wasn't looking for any credit. I just said, what would you like to see in the new mall? And boy, that's pent up business. The people want to do business in Hollister locally. But for whatever reason, whether it's a combination of what the rent costs, the way the layout is, whatever it is, the downtown is not attractive to them. So we've got to do something to make it attractive. I can't imagine how many millions of dollars we put into downtown. People often forget the RDA put millions and millions and millions of dollars downtown. That whole sidewalk thing and people put in benches, and if you just think of what it looked like after the earthquake, let me put it that way. And yes, it was a long time ago. We have got to do something down there, and I'm willing to do it. I can't imagine things that attract people down there more than the lights. Lights. They like lights. They're looking for some action. We don't have the kind of businesses down there that need darkness. We don't have, businesses where people are sitting inside dimly lit cafes with a candle on the table. That's just not the kind of businesses we have down there. And I would tell people who want to invest downtown here, downtown's a good investment, because I think you're going to find out the prices are right for a place to do business. And that when the lights are up, I think we're going to draw more customers. It's that simple. The citizens of Hollister have been very good to the Hollister city government. Time and again, they've given us money when we needed it, mostly through sales taxes. And the only way you get sales taxes is to sell things. Okay, so every time one of us drives up to Gilroy, and I do it, and I know you all do it because I see you all there, okay? Bump into you, and, you know, you all come, when I'm in Costco, you all come tapping me on the shoulder and say, how you doing? Every time we draw up, actually, we're taking whatever the sales taxes is, we're taking it out of the local economy. Now, I'm not a fanatic about it. We go there because there's more selection and there's more what we want, because that's what consumers do in the United States. That's America. You're a big consumer. It's a consumer economy, America, okay? We all know that in December, many businesses make half the money they make all year long because it's a consumer economy and people are buying stuff for Christmas. You have to draw consumers. And I believe the lights will be a good investment, will draw consumers, and will help revitalize downtown.
Thank you.
Closing
Councilor
comment?
Lenore, go ahead.
This is just one thing, folks. I got a lot of plans for downtown, and this is just a starting point for me. And not to get off the track of the lighting, you know, I'd like to see phase 2 of the downtown traffic calming project. I hear there's no money, so I'm doing this that maybe we have money for to get it started. I do have a commitment for economic development downtown. Thursday, I'll spend 4 hours with EDC and the San Benito Business Council talking about issues of downtown and tourism in general. But this is just a starting point, this lighting. There's more to come if I could somehow find some funding to do the rest of the improvements for downtown. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, can I add one
Yeah,
last thing
please.
before we move on? And I apologize, I don't want to just drag this on. One of the things, though, that I think that we all need to consider, not only me, but the folks sitting on the dais, is that I think we need to be a little bit more positive with our message. I think that it's hard for us to sit here up here and say that downtown is dying. The only factual thing I can give you is that we do geos, and we have sales tax information. And every single year, downtown is growing exponentially. It is doing really, really well. And I think in order for it to continue to do well, we have to send the message that it's doing well. And I think this is part of the process, is making sure that we're lighting it up. I think if we talk it up, it'll encourage more people to be downtown and do business downtown. So I want to just leave you folks with that, because I think that's an important factor, because it's actually the truth.
I appreciate it.
I know that perception is it's not, but we got to get away from perceptions and kind of deal with the facts. And I want to make sure that people know that I thank you to all the downtown business owners who are working really hard to be successful, because it's not easy. Understood.
Very true. Not to stray off of that, but we talked about the other light bulbs and the lamps, the LEDs. If you had somebody look at that, I have that bulb you can try out.
For the pedestrian candy cane lights?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, is there a motion?
I move we adopt resolution number 2019-173 appropriating $65,000 from the general fund reserves to install year-round downtown tree lighting.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Against?
No.
No. 3-2. We're going to move to item A13. That's, is this,
I think
that's the
it.
item that we need a request to table
Right.
to, did we say a date uncertain?
Yes.
Yes, the manufacturer contacted us after the plans were done, that there was a manufacturing change. So we're waiting on them to get their plans out so we can update our plans, and then we're ready to go.
Can we table it to date uncertain? Or how do we,
Yeah.
city attorney?
We can, just direction to bring it back at some point in the future when staff is ready to proceed with it.
You could withdraw it also.
Yeah, I'd say we just table indefinitely and then we can come back when you're
Sure.
ready.
Do you
Withdraw.
want to just withdraw?
Just-
Request to withdraw.
Yes, request to withdraw.
But it's listed, do we have any speakers on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor, we have no
Okay.
speakers.
A motion to withdraw? See what you need. Okay. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we table it to some future date.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Okay, and then
And A14.
I'm sorry, who seconded that?
I did.
Thank you, Carol.
Okay.
A14.
Good evening, Council. In May 2019, the city had Kimberly Horn conduct a warrant analysis for the installation of all-way stop control for the intersection of West Side Boulevard and Central Avenue. and for the intersection of Sunset Drive and Hillock Drive. Both of those intersections currently operate as two-way stop control intersections. At both of the intersections, there appears to be sight distance constraints which may potentially affect a road user's ability to negotiate the intersections without conflict with cross traffic. Based on the study, an all-way stop control intersection or roundabout is recommended. Staff recommends that the City Council approve the implementation of an all-way stop control for the intersections at this time and defer implementation of a roundabout at the intersection until such time as funding for construction becomes available. Also, as part of that study, an additional task was performed to evaluate the operation of the intersection of Tres Pinos Road and Ladd Lane. The purpose for that analysis was to improve the northbound and southbound approach delays and queues during the morning and afternoon peak hours. The evaluation looked at two possible solutions to improve the intersection traffic operation. Those potential solutions were install an exclusive northbound turn lane or to modify signal timing on the northbound and southbound approaches from permitted left turn phasing to split phasing. I have with me this evening Mr. Ben Huey, traffic engineer from Kimberly Horn, and he'll talk a little bit more specific about that.
Thank you.
For the council.
And I brought the item up, so if you can come up for a second. I just have a couple of quick questions, and I want to thank Danny and staff for getting these surveys done, and I think it's the result we've been waiting for on the two different intersections. My question to you is the intersection at Ladd Lane and Tres Pinos. I read through your study, and it questioned or pointed out that the study was done in summertime, but the results might be different during the school year. Is there a way we can bring this back to do that correctly? Because I totally agree that in summertime, I never see the problem, but during the school year, there's a problem there with the north turning left.
Yeah.
And that's really the question. And I saw the two different solutions, or one was a split service. Is that basically as saying northbound would have the green light,
Yes.
and as soon as that finished, southbound would then have the green light type of a deal?
Correct, yeah.
So really, it's just a programming issue rather than installing new lights.
You would also need new lights. So the issue right now is for that southbound approach, it's the vehicles leaving the grocery outlet parking lot. It's only one lane right now, and so it's a shared left through right lane. And so typically with a shared through left lane, you have every vehicle, or you have all movements for that approach go at the same time. And then same thing for the northbound approach, it's shared through left lane. So you would have all the vehicles on the northbound go at the same time. Problem with that is and that's what split phasing is. Typically that leads to additional delay at the intersection. And when we did that analysis, it showed that it worsened the westbound left turn approach. And so that was one alternative we looked at, and it didn't show any improvement. And then the other one was it was suggested that we added another left turn lane for the northbound movement. And we believe that wouldn't improve the situation because those vehicles would still have to yield to southbound through vehicles. So essentially the issue is the southbound approach. If we could widen that to be a left turn pocket and a through right lane, that would make it so you can have the left turns go at the same time and then the through movements go at the same time.
But since this is a private parking lot,
Correct.
the reality of that is something different. So
Yeah.
that goes back to the question of, as you analyze, the northbound would have the green so they can go straight through or make the left.
Yes.
And then the light would go red, and then southbound would have the green, and everybody else would hold.
Correct.
And you need to go back and reanalyze that during the school year?
Well, we analyzed it right now, or as of using counts from June 4th, and it already showed that the westbound approach, the westbound left would actually would worsen in delay. So even if we did it during school times, it would just show that the westbound approach would be even worse. So right now, we don't have a current solution, even if we use volumes during the school year.
Right, but your study at this point did not warrant anything being done at this point.
Nothing was feasible right
Nothing
now.
feasible.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
But your numbers didn't show the demand either, am I correct?
The volumes were taken on June 4th. I believe on June 4th, schools were still in session.
Mhm.
It's just that the observations that we saw, we didn't see very much congestion out there. But we believe that during the school year, it would be worse. But the volumes at least were taken during the school year.
Okay. So I guess my question goes back to you, Danny. I mean, I've been stuck in that problem there several times, so I know it is an existing issue. Do we go back and look at this again? How do we
We can come back
study this?
6 months or so and take a look at it when school is rolling.
We can take a look at other improvements as well, other than those two improvements.
And again, I want to thank you for the study you did on Central and West Side and Sunset and
Hillock.
Hillock, yeah. Definitely needed there, and I appreciate that they came through positive this time.
Yeah, we'll come
So,
back. and-
any other
Yes.
questions from council? Councilmember Resendez?
So this just says that it's warranted, right? Are we actually going to install four-way stops there? Because
Yes.
I thought we were doing the community meetings over there to find out how we wanted to mitigate that
That-
as far as West Side and,
This will act as a stopgap measure so that we can get some control out there now.
Got it.
The staff report says that it is recommended that the study be approved and adopted by the council, and as funding becomes available, we will move towards.
so we're going to continue our community meetings and the toolbox meetings with Kinley Horn
Yes.
so that we can come up with a solution with the community on how they want to help mitigate that.
Yeah, as of right now, we're going to control. the
Short
intersection.
term. All right, just so I have a clear explanation to let them know. Thank you.
Councilmember?
Have we ever,
Griffin?
it's not directly, but it is about the control at these kind of places. Have we established a formal speed bump policy?
Not a
Okay.
formal one.
I get bombarded by both sides of the issue on speed bumps all the time, and I can't get too far off of the item here that's on the agenda. I wonder if at some point in the future we ought to talk about it and agendize talking about a formal speed bump policy.
discussion.
So we know where we want to put them, if we want to put them, when we don't want to put them, and why we don't want to put them.
We could do a presentation in the future, and we had one done in the past, so. we can-
I'm laughing because I get bombarded over the speed bumps too, especially in my district.
Yeah, welcome to the club.
Any other questions on this? Any here? Do we have any public?
We have no speaker cards,
Okay,
Mr.
is there
Mayor?
a motion?
I'll make a motion that we adopt Resolution 2019-175, Resolution of the City Council, City of Hollister, defining and establishing certain streets and parts of streets and City of Hollister as stop intersections.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and move to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to city council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have received 4 written correspondences from Joseph Thompson. We have 3 public speaker cards. The first one is Jose Juan Santos and Maria Esther Rodriguez. She will be interpreting for him.
Okay.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good evening, all.
We got that part.
We got that.
We're good there.
We'll get a little.
Buenas tardes. A nombre del Departamento de Bomberos Voluntarios BKP IAP,
And he's here on behalf of the volunteer firefighters BKP, IAP.
me presento el día de hoy para externar un agradecimiento a la ciudad de Hollister, California,
He's here to, on behalf of the volunteer firefighters, to extend gratitude to the city of Hollister
por la donación del camión de bomberos Grumman 1990 que se nos donó el año pasado.
for the generous donation of the fire apparatus that was donated, the fire engine that was donated a year ago.
el cual ya está en operación en una comunidad en el estado de Michoacán, en México.
And this fire apparatus is in operation in the state of Michoacán, Mexico.
Y pues agradecerles y quisiera entregar esta placa al cónsul.
He's here in gratitude and would like to present this plaque to the City Council of Hollister.
Thank you.
It's better to donate one of our fire trucks to a community than it is to just scrap them for metal, so I'm very happy.
De igual manera, agradecer al jefe Leo Álvarez.
I'd also like to thank the
Chief.
previous chief that
Yep.
has
Y al jefe Martín del Campo por el seguimiento que le dio para terminar la transacción.
and also in gratitude to Chief Martin DeCampo for seeing this transaction through.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's awesome. Wow.
Yes. Thank you.
Savan
¿Sabes
Casada?
qué? ¿Podemos tomar una foto primero antes que sale? Why don't you come up here with all of us? Así podemos mandar una foto a todos. Amigos, vienen para acá arriba. Let's get that plaque. Everybody. We're very proud of this.
Get the chief. He did
Yeah,
the
where's
work.
the chief? Chief, get up here.
Come on, chief. Yeah, please
Let's
do.
move
Thank
this
you
out of the
very
way,
much.
guys. Yeah.
Chief comes up, he always makes us all look bad here.
Come on, chief.
Come on, chief. Get up.
Why are you always late to the fires here?
You got it? Thank you.
Hey, everybody.
You got it? Got it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's very cool. Hey, where did my chair go now? Get my chair back.
That's your chair. That's,
It's gonna come
yeah,
off.
we use all our chairs.
I'll pick it up after.
That was very nice of them.
Billy, come here. Okay, just so you're wondering where the mess in your room came from, and all over here, my shoe came apart. Sorry, tell the janitor.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Take some pictures first.
Not that I'm trying to push you, but.
Okay, are we ready for our next speaker?
Savan Casada?
Hello, everyone. My community of champions, go-getters, drivers, and most of all, important, right? So I'd like to just talk about some things real quick of that, what I've heard about other communities, you know, what happened in Gilroy, right? You know, the shooting, and then Daytona, and then I heard on the radio, you know, community members in their communities asking, what is our community to do? Like, what's our community to do next to how, it's called prevention, right? Preventing things from disturbancing happening, you know, like the Youth Alliance, getting together with the youth to do things of activities, preventing them from thinking of something disturbing, keeping them full of color, full of life, full of, you know, our community, right? So what I'm asking right now is that, Mayor, so you don't think I'm just always attacking you, like your idea of the downtown, right? And your idea of our city, what direction, actually, What direction do you have our community going in? Because, you know, Morgan Hill right now, it's like a community that has like, you know, it's for like retirement. You know, the communities, a lot of their community center, I don't know if anybody's been to their rec center, but the rec center is absolutely beautiful. And things like a library that they're supposed to be getting soon. And not to mention Gilroy, because you talked about Gilroy, but Gilroy's putting Old Monterey together. And they're having outdoor seating and like, you know, Hollister's gonna supposedly get, you know, Mrs. Lenore fighting for that, I guess. But what I don't see is, I don't see anything to do with like, what's your presence here? Like your presence of being downtown or bringing more activities or things of venue to help, you know, not prevent for what's gonna happen to like, you know, other places like the city's happening right now, right? I'm just very frustrated, Mayor, because I see you up there, and it's like, it's not your seat, man. I just get really tripped out a little bit, and I lose track of what I want to talk about, of how beautiful my community is. But to be honest, like, we're not being led by the right mayor. We're not. And I don't want to put it like that, Mayor, but I'm so, like, flustered because we're just like, what's the problem? Well, look at who's leading us. Honestly, man, and it gets me flustered. I want to come out here and talk about so many innovative things, but then I see you up there, and I'm not trying to disrespect, but like, you're not doing nothing, man. You're not. You're not helping my community out. You're not helping out the youth. You're not helping out our library. You're not doing any of that. I've been to, what's our youth council doing? You had them last time working on the paper and plastic ordinance. They should be working on festivals, parades, things to bring attraction to our city. And you know, that's why sometimes I come out here flustered, because I just really want to keep it real, but I don't want to hurt your feelings. Like, you're not, you know, maybe you're a good like business owner, but a mayor, Mr. Mayor, you need to like, I don't know, like, I don't see anything happening or ever changing until we get a new mayor, and that's the real. And our youth, our high school right now is thriving. You know, we're getting a beautiful high school, and there's so many events going on that, like the freelance doesn't even publish them. I know it's, and you know, it's wrong. Our community is like this, you know, and like certain things, I won't work with them, like artwork, like I won't work with that artist because that artist works with that artist. We're a community, man. We're together, and we're falling apart like that because our leadership is not being a leader. It's not taking a stance and saying like, yo, this is how I'm gonna lead by example, because you're the example, Mayor. And what's been going on? The vault's always empty. You want to turn it into a beer garden. I mean, you're talking about arguing with the lighting. I mean, like, what is that? How 4th of July rally? Like, it's our biggest event. It's like not even hearing it. It's like, come on, man. What are you doing to my city, man? Honestly, Mayor, you smile. You want to make fun of everything. It's like, get it real, man. You honestly.
Thank you. Any other?
Elias Salinas?
Good evening, Council. Elias Salinas. First, I'd like to offer condolences to Robbie Scatini's family and to the council and the city. He was a very well-liked gentleman who passed away yesterday, and he did a lot for the city in the background and in the foreground. Anyway, I would like to start off with saying that I was disappointed earlier when the HDA was brought up and the mayor was not able to, you know, to say that it was off subject. So it was basically going towards a negative. And I think that as a city council, you are all up there to represent everybody and not try to be any kind of, try to have any kind of negative connotations on any kind of an entity, any kind of an organization. And the thing that I'm most disappointed about is because then Councilman Resendez also went along and made a statement on that. And it's really disappointing for both of you to do something like that. And I understand why, because I know that both of you were the founders of what you tried to start an organization that was going to be in competition against the Hollister Downtown Association. So I totally get that, and it's kind of selfish on your guys' part to do something like that when we already have something. We have the San Benito County Business Council, and then we have the Hollister Downtown Association Council, and we have you as council people, and I think all three should be working together for the betterment of it. And Mayor, you've been here since 2012, I believe, and you're up there and you're on social media and you speak about things that are going to go forward, or you want something to go forward, but it's something that you want to go forward, but you're saying against a certain project because you don't want that project because you have better ideas, yet you've yet to bring any kind of economic development to this community. You have taken credit for what the council as a whole has done, and yet you say, I'm the one who got the budget together and this is why we have a surplus, and it's not you, it's in the entire council that has gone out there on there. So I'm disappointed and really want to see that this council can move forward. The Downtown Association is not dying. I see a lot of people downtown. I patronize a lot of the businesses downtown. I spend Saturday or Sunday in the evenings out there, weekday evenings, because that is what I feel as a person that lives in this community, is trying to make sure that we patronize all the businesses out there. Instead of trying to saying that the Downtown Association is dying, it is your responsibility and your duty to try to speak in a positive attitude towards the businesses downtown. And one thing that I want to stress on the thing is that since Councilman Resendez has come on board, it's been like you guys are a tag team. And it doesn't matter whether it's for the good. You both are on the same subject, because it doesn't matter. The vote is going to be the same for both of you. And I think that each one of you should actually do your own homework on a specific subject and not just rely on the fact that you guys have each other's back when it's for the betterment of the entire community, and not for you two sitting up there and saying, hey, look at me, when you turn around and you go to social media and you put out some really bad false information. So actually, thank you to the previous speaker to speaking what he said, because it's kind of funny, because I was going to come out here and say the same thing, but I did it in a different way.
Thank you. Do you have any other?
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, why don't we take a 5-minute break? Public input, did you?
One more speaker, Kevin Henderson.
Thank you. Mayor, City Council, Kevin Henderson, Hollister downtown resident. I wanted to bring up a resolution, Hollister Resolution 2018-229, passed on October 1st, 2018, which was the suspension of the city's sign ordinance, and it says until notice or an amended sign ordinance for the downtown zoning district is adopted by the Hollister City Council. I'm supposed to be a member of the ad hoc committee for that. No meetings have been scheduled for months. Last I heard, possibly there was one that was going to happen tomorrow night or Thursday night, but I never received any confirmation that it's going to happen. I think the lack of progress on this should be a concern to the City Council, and steps should be taken to ensure progress is being made. It seems to be a stumbling block setting up a meeting, getting a meeting planned where everyone will show up. I think there's alternatives to having a physical meeting. There's the Slack app. There's other ways to collaborate on issues, and I think that something needs to be done a little differently to get that moving. I have a copy of the tentative timeline that was originally published by staff, and it has, the last item was in, the first reading of the ordinance was supposed to happen in April. The second reading was supposed to happen in May, and 60 days after that, the ordinance was supposed to take effect. So nothing has happened according to the timeline. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm sure there's reasons for it. I'm just pointing out that it hasn't stuck to the timeline. So I suggest the City Council should request a report on the progress to date. If the physical meeting is a stumbling block, then find a different way to get together and make progress. And I suggest a new timeline be set up that has a deadline. Failure to complete the work should result in rolling back to the previous ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Henderson, were you appointed to the ad hoc committee?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. 7-minute break? Okay.
Yes. I got a shoe that's falling apart, so I don't want to walk too far. Can you come right here? We'll turn this on.
We got some information on some changes that are happening at CDBG, which are kind of exciting for us. So there was no grant cycle in 2019, so they're going to add the 19 allocation and the 20 allocation together next year. They've changed some of the rules, so you don't have to expend at least 50% of your public facilities money before you actually apply. They're just changing a lot of the way the program income is. It's really changes that are going to make the program a little bit more, actually, it'll benefit everybody across the board, but for us, it's going to help out a lot. So one of the things I think we should be excited about is starting to work towards our next grant application, and homeless is obviously a component of that. So I encourage you to talk to the County Board of Supervisors and see how we can work collaboratively. I know that's one of the things that's been talked about in the past, so I'd really love to be able to put a grant application in together for next year and try to solve some of those other issues that we have. I think again, the state did a good job at trying to change some of the way they do their processes. McCarthy Park, we're having our grand opening on August 8th. I know that people are out there enjoying themselves right now, and please, for the public, just bear with us as we go through some of the growing pains of a new system. Things are happening unexpectedly, but I really want to thank a lot of our parks and recreation staff, street staff especially, for going out there and working a lot of overtime and whatnot, trying to make sure that the water is healthy for everybody to be in, which it is. And also thank you to the San Benito County Health Department. I think Olga and her team have worked extra hard they came out probably way too many times to make sure that we got proper approvals, but anyway, thank you to them. There's one other thing with the Board of Supervisors. Previously, the City of Hollister had an ad hoc committee established to talk about the property tax sharing agreement with the county. If you don't know, our property tax sharing agreement ends in December of this year. So getting somebody on there right now. The mayor was the existing member of that, so I will put an item on the agenda for next meeting if it's the council's desire to select another member of that, so that we can let the county know that we're ready to sit back down at the table and talk about some of those things. Ozeki Sake is celebrating their 40th anniversary this year. They have requested to use our logo on a bottle of sake for their celebration dinner. I believe some of you may be getting invited to that. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I hope the council doesn't have a problem with that. We'll move forward with getting something to the council at the next meeting, just giving them the okay to do so. But I'd like to get back to them tomorrow and let them know they can start printing the labeling on that particular item. General plan, the council wanted an update on that. We added some scope to the RFP. The RFPs are due on August 14th, so by probably the second meeting in September, we'll have a contract together with the firm that will probably end up preparing that for us. Complete Streets, we have a workshop on Wednesday, August 7th at 6:30 to 7:30 at the Veterans Building. And it's basically a traffic calming discussion on Buena Vista, Santa Ana Road, Meridian Street, and Memorial Drive. So anybody who's interested in looking at how we can do multimodal access and how those streets are ultimately going to be designed. Of course, there's a lot of schools in those particular areas, so it's important. Again, on August 7th at the Vets Hall from 6:30 to 7:30. Lastly, Elliot mentioned, we did find out that former Councilman Robbie Scatini passed away yesterday afternoon. Just wanted to share with everybody, he had a pretty full life of public service. He was a CHP officer, he was then our sheriff, he was a marshal for San Benito County, he was a member of the county's planning commission for several years. He was also an airport commissioner for us several years, and he was obviously a city councilman for us as well. So I'm hoping that, I don't think I need to tell you folks, I'd love to be able to adjourn tonight's meeting in his memory, and I'm sure we'll be doing some other things for him in the future that's more appropriate, but at least in this quick time, if that's okay. Other than that, I am done.
Bill,
Yeah.
as you mentioned, Robbie's services community has been 4 or 5 decades, if not more. And I would like to put onto the agenda, see if we could rename Calaveras Park after Robbie Scatini. I know he was very important part of guarding that park for years and years and years, and we had many, many stories about his time there, and see if we can do something for him, because he's not somebody that just served for a few terms. This is a man that dedicated his life to our community.
Okay.
And we owe that to him.
It's an appropriate location. He was
Absolutely.
there, so.
Absolutely. He was there for years and
Okay.
years and years.
Very nice gesture.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and move to item E1.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This next item is a resolution from the Engineering Division requesting the approval to amend and reduce the current transportation permit fees in order to comply with state and federal law. As the council may recall, last year, on August 20, 2018, the City Council of the City of Hollister approved Resolution 2018-205, approving new and revised user fees for services provided by the Engineering Division. Now the Engineering Division is requesting to amend and reduce the current transportation permit fees in order to comply with state and federal law. Our current fees are as follow. Single trip is $25, $120 for the annual, and the proposed fees will be reduced to $16 for single and $90 annual. Are there any questions for staff?
Vice Mayor Richard?
I have a short question. How do you determine the fee? Do they give you a dollar amount, or you have a formula?
So the way we did the fees, last year we did a formula which was the same formula we used for all the other fees. We collected data regarding staff timing, and since the fees weren't updated for several years, we took that into account. We increased the fees, and then we realized that actually the state and the federal law doesn't allow you to increase the fee more than is the maximum allowed.
I see. Thank you.
That was my question. How did we figure out there was a fee that we weren't complying with? Is something else we can do, or it's just have to accept the federal state? Is there?
Yeah, there's nothing we could do. We just have to follow what the state requires.
Okay, any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards? Oh, let me open to public hearing. We'll open a public hearing. Do we have any speakers? Okay, this time we'll close public hearing. Is there a motion from council?
I'll move that we adopt resolution number 2019-176.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. We're going to move to item E2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe I'll be handling this one. The City Council previously formed an ad hoc committee to explore prohibiting or at least limiting the sales of so-called e-cigarettes or vaping devices and flavored tobacco within the City of Hollister. What we've come back, pursuant to the ad hoc committee or the direction of the ad hoc committee, what we've come back to you with is a proposed amendment to Chapter 5.38 of the Hollister Municipal Code regarding the allowance of tobacco product retailer licenses. The proposed amendments essentially redefine tobacco products to include the vaping devices and the flavored tobacco. Also to limit the sales licenses to locations that are at least 1,000 feet away from what's defined as a youth-populated area. Those are primarily schools and parks and other facilities that are used for youth functions. The holders of current licenses would be grandfathered in so that they could still sell products within that designated area. But otherwise, new licenses would be limited to locations more than 1,000 feet away. It also increases the number of inspections from about 1 per year to at least 4 per year, and then also increases the fines from a range of $250 to $1,000 for violations of the proposed amended code. It also includes removal of tobacco products from store shelves if someone violates the code. And then it takes the existing retailers, I think I already mentioned that part, existing retailers, and allows them to continue to to continue their sales of tobacco products within the region moving forward, and renewal of those licenses.
Okay. Is there any questions from council? We'll open for public comment. Oh, did you have a question?
Yes, I had a question. This may not be appropriate, maybe the city attorney can help me out here. If we at some time wanted to add some signage requirements in addition to what is already required perhaps by state law or current law, would it go into the same regulation, or would that be a separate regulation? Do you know if we have any stuff?
If what you mean, Councilman Richmond, is limitations on advertising?
No, the health, the county health officer, prior to her leaving, talked to me about the fact that one of the big problems with vaping is that in many cases, the older generation, grandmothers, I hate to use that term, that's what she told me, grandmothers, do not know that vape products have tobacco in them. And they're sometimes sent out by their younger teenagers and say, could you pick this up for me? And of course, grandma's over 21, so she picks it up and they give it to him because she doesn't realize that it has in there. If we wanted to require a sign or that says vape products contain tobacco, you cannot give them to someone who is under 21 years old, this would be information for the consumer. If we wanted to put something like that, do you know if that would go in this same ordinance, or would that be in a separate ordinance?
I think this is Chapter 5.38 is the ideal place to include those sorts of restrictions. They are not currently included in this
I
version.
understand that, but I'm looking toward the future, to the next step. Thank you very much.
Yes, right.
Okay. This time we'll open it for public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? On item E2, ordinance number 1181, an amendment to an ordinance of the City of Hollister adding Chapter 5.38 to the municipal code to require the licensing of tobacco retailers. I have at least 9, last I checked, speakers. The first one, Elaine Narisco. Before we do that, Mayor, did you open public comment?
We opened
We did?
public comment,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Celine Narciso, and I work with San Benito County Public Health Services. I want to start off by saying thank you to everybody that was involved in the ad hoc committee. We truly do appreciate all the work that has been done, but I do want to make it clear, public health still stands in support of a ban on these flavored tobacco products. Limiting the sale of the products based on distance to youth-sensitive areas means very little when the products are still easily accessible. I've actually brought along a map developed by the Stanford Research Prevention Center to better explain what I mean. So in the map, the red dots are tobacco retailers, and these outer yellow circles is a distance of 1,000 feet from the school. If we pass the policy based on the distance, the products are still going to be available in all these red dots that are not found within the yellow circles. If we're talking about grandfathering the current stores in, these retailers are not going to be affected by the policy, and we're not going to do anything beyond just increasing the fines and including a definition into our ordinance. The other thing that I want to bring up is what the policy that public health is proposing, what it's not going to do. It's not going to remove cessation devices from the market because e-cigarettes are not an FDA-approved cessation tool. It's also not going to remove all tobacco products. It's only going to remove the flavored products, and that's what's fueling our youth use of tobacco. I want to conclude by reminding the City Council that the health and well-being of our youth here in Hollister is not for sale. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Diana Lopez.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Diana Avila Lopez, and I'm here on behalf of the San Benito County Public Health Services. And as Elaine said, I want to restate that in 2006, a tobacco retail license was passed here in the city of Hollister. stating that at least one youth access check was supposed to be done every year. However, in the last 13 years, only one of them has been done, and that was in October of 2017. And that was because the public health department insisted on having one. And with that said, members of the city councils have stated before that they don't like passing any laws that are just going to go on the books. And however, this seems like it's one of them, and it will stay one if we go with the compliance checks instead of doing something else. Because if we can't even complete one in a year, we're not going to be able to complete other 4. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ariana Fabian.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ariana Fabian, and first of all, I would like to start off by thanking the ad hoc committee for taking the time to work with us and trying to come up with a solution to this uprising problem, a problem that was chosen to be ignored for so long until we no longer had a choice. I am sad to say that although more work was done with this council, I do not believe it was enough. As Elaine has previously mentioned, this ordinance will not do much to decrease the issue because the youth can still buy these products at the rest of the locations left untouched by the ordinance, which is pretty much the majority. If smoke shops can't follow the simple rules of not letting people under 21 into the shops, let alone sell to minors, what makes you believe that other retailers with less restrictions will do the same with minors entering the place? After repeating my experience at one of our local smoke shops, this ordinance has made it clear that my story will repeat itself with other youth in our community. Last but not least, I am truly disappointed to say that this proposal focuses on benefiting the store owners, not us, the youth of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone, if we could all hold our applause, we'd appreciate that.
Vanessa and Ivid.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Sanchez, and I'm a senior at San Benito High School. Back in March of 2018, I stood here and I shared with the council that tobacco is often overlooked and not seen as a major problem here in Hollister. It is over a year later, and I still feel the same way. As a student at San Benito, I have encountered my fellow classmates smoking in Baylor Alley, gone into the bathroom while there was smoke all over, and have even encountered students with vape pens walking home. Yes, it is a problem here in our community. I want to share with you a study that has been conducted by Dartmouth University. They found that for every one adult smoker that stops smoking using e-cigarettes, there are 80 youth who start daily tobacco use through e-cigarettes.
Here are the 80 of us that will be affected. This number will only get higher the longer the council takes to truly address the problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arisa? Aaron? E-R-I-S-A? Okay, Sean?
Got one.
Will I get my... Good evening, council members. It is good to see you again. Did you know we have been at this since March 2018? That means we have been together for almost a year and a half. That is longer than most relationships, or so I've been told. And sure, we have had some good times, and like all good relationships, ours is built on common interests. We care about this city and care about making Hollister healthier and a better place to live. But our relationship has fallen on hard times, and now I hear you want to impose a zoning or limiting sales in youth areas and increasing inspection regulation instead of a flavored tobacco ban. But let me tell you my opinion on zoning. Zoning is a zero. There is zero evidence that the zoning will have any effect on deterring youth from starting to use tobacco. There is zero evidence that we will be able to promote the checks that we are supposed to. And 0 should also be the number of city council members who support this ordinance. I would like us all to be able to look back on our relationship fondly. So I'll conclude with, zoning is a 0, and remind you that you can all be the heroes that this city deserves, and that you were elected to be. You can make Hollister healthier by going for an all-flavor ban.
Thank you.
Erica?
The ordinance? Me too.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Erica Perez, and I'm here standing as a citizen of Hollister. On April 17th, I attended the Flavor Tobacco Town Hall meeting. That was almost 4 months ago. At the time, I thought the city was on its way to doing something about the issue, but now I'm not sure that anything's going to be done. Councilmember Spencer, as someone who voted for you, because I live in your district, I commend you for when you stated at the February 4th meeting that you supported a full-out flavor ban, which was even documented on San Benito Live. And now what the city's proposing in this ordinance is nowhere near a ban. It doesn't truly address the problem at all. Other cities and neighboring counties like Santa Cruz City, Santa Cruz County have taken the appropriate steps to ban flavored tobacco, yet here we are. And now to hear that they're trying to grandfather in what's already there, that's not going to address the problem. The tobacco is still going to be sold. So I really don't know when the city of Hollister is going to realize that these products really are like training wheels for new smokers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Marnie Friedman?
Good evening. Thank you to the Public Health Department for again asking me to speak on this topic. There are 3 recent California state reports regarding flavored tobacco. The flavored and mentholated tobacco products enticing a new generation of users. This was written by the California Medical Association. It's a comprehensive review of what these tobacco products are and their harm to health. Focus on flavors, the authority of a state or local government to restrict or prohibit the sale or distribution of flavored tobacco products. This was published by the California Attorney General and provides the legal basis for local flavored tobacco policy. And lastly, the State Health Officer's Report on E-Cigarettes, a Community Health Threat, written by the California Department of Public Health. The conclusion of these 3 reports is a call to action for communities to enact local policies to prevent the sale of flavored tobacco and nicotine products. And the response of cities throughout California has been bans on their sales. The proposed ordinance, as you've heard from the previous speakers, will have no real impact on access. For example, children and teens routinely walk and bicycle through the downtown area to go back and forth from school, and the downtown area is a popular hangout area with lots of youth attracting businesses. Regarding the argument that came up last time that young people will just go to another city to buy supplies, that requires a car and a driver's license or a ride. We should take advantage of our community's geographic isolation to remove easy access to these substances. Let's make it impossible for flavored tobacco to be an impulse purchase for our youth, the way Gatorade or gum is. Nicotine is highly addictive, especially for the developing brains of children, teens, and young adults. Teens and young adults who use e-cigarettes are very likely to move on to cigarettes. And the tobacco industry knows this. They can only keep going by recruiting new users to replace those who quit or die. Children, teens, and young adults are the targets of the tobacco industry because they are the easiest to addict, and almost 90% of U.S. adult smokers tried their first cigarette before the age of 18. The sweet flavors like watermelon, mint, and gummy bear appeal to the youth as they mask the harsh taste of tobacco and vape products. Tobacco is the only industry allowed to legally sell a product that will kill half of its users when it is correctly used. So flavored tobacco is also a social justice issue because the tobacco industry aims its marketing at certain groups, particular ethnicities, low-income people. Hollister has an opportunity to follow the lead of progressive communities in California. A real ban on the sale of fruity and mini nicotine and tobacco would go far to keep these dangerous addictive products away from our youth.
Thank you.
Jacqueline Carrillo.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Carrillo. I'm in 5th grade, and this summer I went to Pride Camp and I learned that smoking is bad for young kids. No one should want yellow teeth in this world, and tobacco causes lung cancer. In one e-cigarette, there's thousands of chemicals inside it, and that's why we should not have e-cigarette in Hollister. And yeah.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, this time we will close public comment. Yes.
Good evening, Elia Salinas. Via the council, I would like to commend all these youth coming up here. And I do not want to discourage them that whether you go forward with this, not to give up, because they can always come back, and this amendment can be, this ordinance can be amended. So this is just the beginning. I don't want them to be discouraged, and I hope that the council will also let them know. Thank you.
Okay, this time we're going to close public hearing. Bring it back to the council for any comments. Councilmember Lenore?
Okay. I started working on this November of 2018. We had several meetings where Honor and I were in attendance, along with the city manager, as well as Daisy Uranda from City Hall here. We had a lot of good meetings, and I said from the beginning that I was not going to be a ban. You almost had me talked into it, but then my senses came to me because we have a retailer component of this side. I have to represent all the interests of the city. Yeah, it would be easy to say let's do a ban, but I also have a retailer end of the story. Here's what I was wanting, and I'm sorry that you felt it's such a shortcoming for everything you want, but we did limit where they could be sold, and the amendments would prohibit the licensing of new businesses to sell such products more than 1,000 feet from sensitive youth-oriented locations. So we did designate the zone. Additionally, the proposal prohibits advertising such products in a manner where you can see it from the street. So they're not going to be able to put any signs in any of their stores that they sell flavored tobacco there. It also increases the investigation from 1 per year to at least 4 times per year, which is going to get done. And we really hope that you're able to partner with us, because I heard that maybe you weren't going to help us if you didn't get exactly the ban. But I think collaboration is 2 groups working together for a common goal. So let me tell you the violations, what happens. So when you have, and we really toughened these up. Thanks to Honor. Honor was instrumental, and the reason she was is she wants to see it protected from the youth. We all do. But I don't want a big brother adults that want to buy flavored products. The law is you cannot buy it unless you're 21 years old. So the problem is maybe the retailers. So if you have a first offense, you're going to remove all your tobacco products for 30 days, $250 fine for the store owner, $250 fine for the store clerk. We're also proposing on the second offense, you're going to remove your products for 180 days, 6 months. $500 fine for the store owner, $500 fine for the store clerk. We want the clerks to understand they have a responsibility as well, not just the business owner. Third offense, we're going to revoke the tobacco retailer permit and remove all products in perpetuity. They don't get to do it again. That name at that location will never be able to sell products again. $1,000 fine to the store owner, $1,000 fine to the store clerk. Now, the issue is enforcement. You guys should never be getting your hands on it. So why would we ban it from everybody when the issue is the retailers should not be selling to people 21 years and older or younger? Same as alcohol. You don't see that going on too much, at least I hope not. So I just feel like the enforcement, let's give it a try and give us a chance. Let's do those 4 stings a year. I'm hoping you're going to partner with us like you used to. because that's how we need to work together. People are gonna lose their licenses if they don't comply. It's not the old way where we go and we catch you, we fine you, you keep doing it. No. Product comes off, the third offense product comes off forever. The grandfather thing, you know, people work hard to establish businesses, and to just tell them tomorrow you can't do that anymore, it's kind of tough on them. You need to see both sides of the issue there. We're not going to put any new ones, not in those. That's a pretty good sized zone, so it is going to be limited to staying out of those youth populated areas. That's all I have to add. I'm sorry you're disappointed, but I got to strike a balance here, and this is the balance that I think is appropriate. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Spencer?
Okay. I did say I wanted a full citywide ban. I still want a ban, okay? But the thing is, I did this way because, like Councilwoman Lenore said, the only way we're gonna stop this being sold to our youth is we now are holding the retailer, not just the store owner, but the clerk accountable. I can guarantee you these guys are making minimum wage. They're not going to be able to afford a $250 fine. They're not going to be able to afford a $500 fine. And they sure in the heck, lucky I didn't swear, are not going to be able to afford a $1,000 fine. But on that $1,000 fine, the owner gets fined, the clerk gets fined, and then it's taken off their shelves. They lose their livelihood. I went with this because these are the strictest laws that we can impose. If it doesn't work, we can come back, and then we will do a ban. And I will fight for a full ban, and I'm saying that right now to anybody and everybody. We're going to enforce this. It is not something that we just did just to keep you guys happy. You know better than that, especially you guys. You know me. You know I'm passionate. If I have to, I will hire people to go into the stores and catch them doing this, because as soon as I catch them, they're going to get fined. Do it 3 times and you're out, period. And that's all I have to say. I am not letting you guys down. I'm not letting this community down. I don't care if somebody voted for me or not. Strict laws, if they screw up, they lose their license and they lose their product. And that is why I'm agreeing to do this now. We all have to stick together. We have to do this. And we can. And like I said, if I have to, I will literally import youth to go into the stores and buy or try to buy. I don't know how legally that is, but I'll try it. Okay?
Okay. Any other speakers? Councilmember Resendez?
I want to say that I'm surprised, but then I'm going to say that I'm not surprised. I think you guys said it best. We have a huge problem on our hands, not just here in Hollister, but everywhere right now. What good are strict laws if you're not enforcing them? They've been having laws and they haven't enforced them. So you can put whatever laws you want, and you're not going to enforce them. They're not going to be any good. So you can sit up here and you can say whatever you want to say, but the reality of the situation is that we are dealing with an industry that is marketing our youth. It's an epidemic within not only our city, but our nation. And I'm very disappointed to see how quickly we moved from whatever to whatever. I support a full ban. When I tell you I support a full ban, I will go with that for good, and I was hoping that we could at least come with a partial ban, because I would have supported that as well. But there's no way I can, in good conscience, support this resolution that's being presented to us today. And again, like I said, I want to say that I'm surprised, but I'm not, because I know how things work here at times. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that.
Vice Mayor Richmond?
Well, I think, I think you probably remember when you came up here the first time, I wanted to put an emergency ban into you, and I couldn't get it through. So hindsight's always 20/20. You probably should have done it then. I would prefer a full ban, but I'm caught now. The question is, do I vote this down in favor of nothing for the idea that eventually we'll get a ban? Or do I give this thing a chance? So what I'm going to propose is, if I get a chance to make a motion, I'm going to propose we adopt this for a certain period of time only, with the idea of, let's see if we do enforcement. I mean, look, we all know the we all know the vernacular that you hear around. Talk is cheap. Talk is cheap. It's easy to talk. It's hard to do. None of the members of this city council are actually going to go down and discover whether or not the ban is working. It's going to be the city manager and the people, and I would hope that we could do a better job if we have your cooperation, in spite of the fact that you might be disappointed. Is it better than nothing? Yes, it's better than nothing. Is it what we want? No. So, like I said, I don't know. I hope maybe that's a fresh idea to put this in effect for 6 months. And let's get the report back and see, did we do the inspections? Did we do them well? Did we do them in a manner that would actually discover people who are violating the law? If we enforce the rules, I think it can work. But that's a big if, because enforcing the rules is always a lot harder to do than it is to talk about. I assure you that. So I think that's where I come down. And I would have liked to have had an emergency ban at the time, but it didn't happen. I think you remember. I tried to get through that day. So I'm going to vote. I'm going to propose, if I get a chance to make a motion, I might not, depending on somebody else's motion and whether it gets accepted. I'm going to propose we try it out for 6 months, and that we demand a report back from the city manager to make sure what time of day did we go and do this test. Did we use somebody who's not known in the local area so we don't give it away? Did we do it several times? Did we do it in several places? And did we do what we said we were going to do? I thank you.
Yeah, we already closed public comment, so we can't take your comment, unfortunately. Are you done?
Yes, thank you. I said thank you.
I appreciated, one thing that was stunning to me tonight was that graph you all held up. It paints a picture. Picture's pretty clear. The way this ordinance is written, it does nothing. When somebody tells you we can always bring it back in government, that means it's just going to get worse. I can tell you that right now. I've seen this too many times here. I was stunned when I heard San Francisco put an all-out ban. I was shocked, and my first thought was, how far ahead our youth are in our community, because you guys have been talking about this for so long. And I really thought we'd come back with something that was, I didn't want to say an all-out ban, but I wanted to be pretty strict, and where you had to go out of your way to go get it at a place that's 21 and over only. This does not accomplish it, and the reality of it all is they're going to ride down the street on somebody's bike, and they're going to buy something in downtown or wherever it is, and nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to change. And we have to acknowledge, as you've seen, the problem at the high school, and I see it just driving around, and it's a major issue. The total ban of flavored, I'm totally for that. The outlets that would sell the other parts, you know, I want to see it restricted someplace. 21 and over only can enter the premises. This is a battle. This is an all-out fight. It really is. And if we don't get something much tougher, we're going to be having a problem like communities are having throughout the country. And I don't want to blame. I know you guys worked hard on trying to make this thing happen. But this is really, in my opinion, it's not it. We have to go back to the drawing board here and lay it down, because this is taking over our communities. And I don't want to be the person saying anti this, anti that. We passed the cannabis ordinance here. But we had a long, hard, drawn-out battle for it. And when I heard we can always bring it back to fix it, it always came back, but more lenient. I think it's time. I would recommend that we don't approve this tonight and really sit down and see what San Francisco did, see what some of the other communities did, isolate it to a couple places, 21 and over. This is not about, hey, we got to worry about some of the people that sell it here and there. This is about our kids. It's about our community. And we're going to find ourselves in big problems here real quick. And I'm seeing it every day. I cannot believe every day seeing our young people riding their bikes and steam coming out of their mouth. It makes me furious. And again, this is not your guys' fault. I know you guys were trying hard to find a solution. But I think we do need to go back to the drawing board and really look at some of those that have gone to the extreme and work from that point and see what we can do to change this, because it's not going to do anything, unfortunately, the way it's written. So, Councilmember Spencer?
Okay, and I said I was for an all-out ban. Said it, and I'm still for an all-out ban. But you're 21 and over, as long as they sell food, any kid under the age of 21 can walk in there. So there you have a person, and just like Ariana said, she walked into a smoke shop, unnamed, and the clerk, not the owner, the clerk, sold her everything she needed. And his exact words were don't tell anybody because I'll get in trouble. I appreciate what you said and kind of what you said. I don't appreciate you saying that's what I expect from up here. I find that degrading to me. I work with these kids every frickin' day for the past 22 years. And I am concerned about these kids. What this proposes right now is to put it back on the owner and the clerk. Because you can ban it in this town. They can go down the street into the county and buy it. What we need to do is hold the owners and the clerks responsible. And if it doesn't work, and if we don't do our job by doing the inspections, then that's our bad. But to sit there and say it's not going to get done, I think that is wrong for both of you. I think you should encourage this for right now, just like Councilman Richmond said. Put it for 6 months. If we catch people, which we will, then we talk about a ban. But to sit up here and talk the way you two did, I'm sorry, especially you.
I think the point I was trying to make is maybe the answer is only being sold at the cannabis dispensaries or something where it's very difficult to get to it. This shouldn't be a personal thing amongst us. It should be about the young people in our community and what's happening out there.
Right.
And I think we all
He made it personal.
Well, we all 100% agree on it. And I just, looking at this ordinance, looking at what San Francisco did, it's clear. If a city as big as San Francisco can lay down the law, a city like Hollister could definitely get pretty close to it, and I think it's something we
Well,
need
San
to look at.
Francisco is a couple 100,000.
Mr. Mayor.
It is. Councilmember Resendez?
Even if my issue is with the policy. I don't think we made any progress at all. Yes, you're going to go and monitor it. Of course, they're going to be a little bit more careful, right? Of course they are. And we're going to say we're going to do it for 6 months. My issue is this policy has not improved at all whatsoever. Oftentimes, I find that's what happens with government and bureaucracy. There's too much red tape, and we don't make any progress. I would like for us to set the precedent and follow the precedent that's being set by other progressive cities here in the state. I would like to see us at least come a little bit closer to that. You can't sit up here and play both sides. You guys just can't. You're either for it or you're against it. And to use the excuses that we're going to monitor, well, of course, if somebody knows they're being watched, they're going to be a little bit more cautious. The fact of the matter is, These kids have came up here before. They've gone to the stores. I think Daisy's gone to the stores, and they're being sold to underage. They're being sold to underage. It's a huge problem. And across the nation, they're marketing towards our children with these flavored tobaccos. I was hoping that we would get a little bit more progress, and I'm disappointed that we didn't. And it feels to me like, yes, you came up with a little bit more penalties. Yes, they may follow it for a little bit, but then for how long? I was hoping that we would get a little bit further than what we did. That's what I'm mostly disappointed in, to be honest with you.
Can I make just a suggestion real quick? Okay, so I like when we talk about San Francisco because that was a completely different situation. That was a voter-approved initiative. It had nothing to do with council setting a precedent, right? And I think I gave you the numbers on what the tobacco industry spent fighting that battle versus how many of the kids in the Youth Coalition. I mean, it was incredible. You're right. San Francisco is a very progressive city, but that was a voter-approved ordinance. It was not an ordinance that was established by the city council. Second off, I think one of the things that, depending on how this goes, what I would recommend is that, again, you have 26 retailers in the community that sell some type of product that is a big component to their business, right? So that is, I think, what Councilperson Lenore and Honor were taking into in consideration. Not only did they speak to the folks at the Public Health Department and the kids, but they also reached out to the retailers to get comments and spoke to them directly as well. I want to make sure that it wasn't written in a vacuum. This was written with both sides attached, and I can promise you, if you come back with a ban, I would expect you will see every retailer in here, and you will see men who use a flavored tobacco. And it's not just vaping, it's flavored tobacco. So any tobacco product, Skoal, chewing tobacco, all of that stuff, if you're gonna make them go to the dispensary to buy that product, or you're gonna make them buy it at a smoke shop that's 21 and over, there's only 3 in town, I think, that presents a unique economic dynamic for those businesses as opposed to all the other businesses that sell some sort of product and or our neighboring communities. I think that and I don't have to tell you, you can get it delivered by Amazon the next day, okay? It's not gonna, it's as frustrating as it is. That's just the reality that we're dealing with. So if we want to establish another ad hoc committee for another couple of council members to take a crack at it, I'm sure Honor and Carol would be more than happy to go along that direction. If you want to try something different, that's absolutely okay, and we can come back next time if this motion fails for this particular ordinance. But I do want to say that I want to make sure that the council understands that I only went to probably 2 or 3 meetings. I'm not going to sit here and lie, but I do know that they went out, they canvassed, they met with the retailers, they met with the folks they met with everybody who was involved. So there was a lot of time spent on this, and then also Jason's time as well.
Let me ask a question. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a comment. I think you know where I stand because I tried to get it banned the day we had the discussion, and I didn't get the support. So I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody. Now we come in and people say, well, we didn't do this or we didn't do that. Obviously, we didn't do it. I mean, you can read we didn't do it. My concern is if we say now we're going to go to a ban now, and I would support that, by the way. I would support it. The question is, we're going to be another 6 months writing something and making no change in what we have right now. Although I appreciate Councilmember Resendez's disappointment in the ability of government to do anything. Believe me, his disappointment in the inability of government to do anything cannot possibly exceed my disappointment in the inability of government to do almost anything when we get to arguing, okay? Is while we're working on a ban, this is better than what we got now, in my opinion. To vacate this and say, well, let's go back to what we have right now. All the time we've been negotiating, nothing has changed. Whatever time we've used up, and I want to tell you, I appreciate the hard work. Nobody runs up and wants this miserable job about trying to make these decisions in a difficult atmosphere. I still think we ought to approve this and go to work on a ban. And I'd even put it to the voters. I'm not afraid of the voters. We've got an election coming up in March. We got plenty of time to get it on the ballot. Go for a complete ban, and let's see what the voters have to say about it. That'd be fine with me. I'd even support a ban by the city council. But I don't want to just sit around and say, well, we're not going to adopt this because it's not the ultimate answer. And while we're playing around with 3 months, going through the lawyers, going through the ban, researching what they did in San Francisco, and you know how it works here. You're going to come back in 2 weeks or 4 weeks and 6 weeks, and we're going to have gotten almost nowhere, because that's the truth of the matter. We don't have 100 people to work on it. This would be better than what we have today. Doesn't mean it's the ultimate answer. And yes, we often disappoint, and that's terrible. So I think the best answer would be to adopt this and get to work on a ban. If the council just wants to not adopt this and go to work on a ban, I think that's a bad idea, because it'll just stretch it out another. You'll get exactly what you got now, and that's not good. So I'm trying to give you an answer that I think would work. That's just my opinion. Thank you for listening.
Can I just respond to language on an all-out ban? That's actually relatively easy to put together. It's been done. So I mean, Jason and I would have to get together to do it, but it's been written several times now, so that's not that hard. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, real quickly, on a slightly different point, between the first reading and the second reading of a proposed ordinance or a proposed amendment to an ordinance, the only changes that are supposed to be made are very minor, typographical, that sort of thing. And if there's a motion to adopt this particular amendment, I have one that I'm going to recommend. However, the one thing I did want to point out is, Councilman Richmond, the suggestion you made for adopting it for a 6-month period with a sunset provision would be a substantial, I'm not saying that can't be done, but it would be a substantial change, and it would require actually rejecting this particular amendment and then bringing back a new one with that term for a first reading as soon as it's prepared.
I want to, Mr. Epperson, our good city attorney, thank you for making my point about how long it takes to do anything. I really appreciate it.
You're very welcome, Mr. Richmond.
Councilmember Lenore, you had a comment?
Oh, I just wanted to state that I kind of can see where it's going, and I can compromise, and now we can't do what Marty proposes, but I just want to say I gave it my all. I really just a little bit disheartened to see that it was not good enough. So if we proceed on a ban, I'll just ask that you replace me on the ad hoc committee, because in true conscience, I cannot support a full ban. So I'll request that I don't be involved in the next one, because I have feelings about both sides of the issue. I think we're only getting one side. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez?
I am hearing language again and again from the majority of the council, some type of ban. And like I said, I would just like the opportunity to be able to work on something. So I would gladly take the place of Councilmember Lenore, and get to work on some type of ban. I'm just, again, I'm disappointed with the policy, and I would adopt this one for now, as the Vice Mayor had suggested, if we could just get to work on something just a little bit more stricter than what we came up with. And no hard feelings, you know how I feel about you.
Working on a ban is easy.
Yeah.
What we
So,
did wasn't easy.
I apologize, and I'm sorry that, that you took offense
That's
to
all
that.
right. Ban will be easy for you guys.
I can remember my time on the cannabis committee and how hard that was, so I understand. What I've heard from this attorney.
Don't have the retailers give you a call.
What I heard, I had a lot of people calling me on their cannabis.
Yeah, they're gonna call me and I'm gonna give them your number.
Retailers and their mothers and brothers and everybody else. What I would say is, as a city attorney pointed out, we can't really approve something if our intention is just to rewrite it 6 months later.
No,
With major.
we just can't approve it with the 6 month, with 6 months attached to it. We just say we approve it.
It's essentially
You
correct.
can
Well,
replace it anytime you want.
True. What I would say, what I would recommend, it sounds like there is enough, or majority that would like to see this change, and I would recommend that maybe a new ad hoc committee is appointed and we give this another shot if this is rejected tonight. That being said, is there a motion on this as written?
I make a motion that we accept this, where am I?
Item E2?
E2, that we accept the ordinance of the city of Hollister adding chapter 5.38 to the municipal code to require the licensing of tobacco retailers.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion second, all in favor?
I have a friendly, I'd like to ask some discussion. We normally have discussion after a proposal. Mr. City Attorney, would it be legal at this time to add to that motion, if it was a friendly amendment, that we reestablish the ad hoc committee to improve it? Can we put that on the same motion?
Councilmember Richmond, I'm sorry, but given that we're not agendized for that, I don't believe that could be included in this motion.
I thank you for your advice.
I would request that in the reports.
I would say, if I understand the motion correctly, I mentioned that I would ask that the motion, if there's a motion to approve this as it is, that the motion include a striking under section 5.38.050B, excuse me, C, as in Charlie, of the words "or reissued," and that's to indicate that current tobacco product retailers' licenses are grandfathered in. There's a typographical error that was included.
Oh, it's typo. I see. Thank you.
So you amend your motion with those corrections, Councilmember Spencer?
Yes, I
Okay.
amend my motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Against?
No.
No.
No. Motion does not carry.
But it stays the same.
Thank you very much, everyone, for coming out tonight.
So now you don't have stricter enforcement.
We're going to move to
It's
item
all right, they want a ban.
F1.
Oh, sorry, that's me.
We tried.
We tried.
Did you want to give him a minute to leave?
Yeah, we'll give you a minute to leave.
Don't always get your way. It's all right.
No, he just said he'd accept it, and then he backs out.
Yeah, because he wanted a trial and he couldn't do it tonight. That's all right. Live and learn. All that work. All those meetings.
You're safe.
Wow.
Go sell to whoever you want.
Ouch.
I know you don't. I know that.
My first one and I failed.
What I tried to do.
It is. I was trying to make it business.
Make them pay $300 to attend the meeting, so everybody knows, so there's no excuse. And then use that money that you get from all the retailers to start sending people in, and then just start giving out tickets and start knocking them out. Start knocking them out, and the people that are real are gonna be the ones that.
All right, we're going to go ahead and resume the meeting and move to item F1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real quickly, this is a contract with Development Services Director Barry. That's a blast from the past. All right, sorry. Brian Swanson. It's an item very similar to an item that you heard before we went on break, just with a couple of changes. I wanted to make sure that the council understood that we added the 5% to the salary after July 1. That was part of the original contract. And then finally, probably the biggest change in it is upon the third year, if you'll recall, basically it was a 5, 5, and 5 contract, 15%. The way this one is written, because the other contracts will expire and there will be new MOUs with the new bargaining groups, fire, police, SEIU, et cetera, and basically keeping in being consistent with what has happened in the past. Generally, the council, when it comes to raises or cost of living adjustments, et cetera, they've usually kept all the bargaining units somewhat similar. Now, with the last time, I think you'll recall that it was everybody got a 15% increase. How it was distributed, though, was different between the groups. Some took 5, 5, and 5. Others went 4, 5, and 6, et cetera. But this is going to be essentially in his third year. It would just be equal to the amount or commensurate to the amount that's provided to SEIU's bargaining group, and that would be his increase on the third and final year of his contract. So outside of that, everything remains the same. He's still at will. All the normal benefits, et cetera, remain in place. And so staff is recommending that that the council adopt the resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the contract with Brian Swanson for the Development Services Director.
Okay, is there any questions? Vice Mayor Richmond?
Thank you. I want to make some comments. Can I make comments or I have to ask questions? Okay. One of each?
One of each.
At the time I said I wanted to do some direct comparisons. I spent several days looking through all the city compensation data for calendar year 2018 as published by the state of California. And I did an analysis two ways. I analyzed by how many people in cities with populations. I did by population. Populations between 30,000 and 50,000. Our population is essentially 40,000, right in the middle. And I wanted to look and see where they fell for compensation. And the big number fell between almost exactly where we want to be on this, fell between 142,000 and 157,000. The second thing I wanted to look at was the salary by household income, and the household income, median household income in the city of Hollister, according to the U.S. Census, between the average between 2013 2017 was $77,850. And when you went to $77,850 on those same 40 some odd cities with the right population, the compensation came out in exactly the same place. So I think the compensation number is good, the basic compensation number, but we did talk about severance, and I am concerned about the length of the severance package. I still am. I like better hooking the potential third year increase to the same percentage as SEIU. I think that's an improvement, but I am concerned about about the cost of the severance package, and that's I'd like to hear my fellow council members what they think about it.
Okay, Councilmember Spencer.
Okay, I guess my question, which is, other department heads got 5, 5, and 5, however it was distributed, right? Is that my understanding?
The latest, there's two contracts with outside employees, or 3 if you count mine, that don't have a 5, 5, and 5. But every other department head on contract has the 5, 5, and 5.
Okay, so if the language is not the same, why is it different for Mr. Swanson's? And I guess what I'm gonna ask too is, just exactly what is the percentage rate of the raise from CEIU
Yes.
in 2021? And I'm hoping you tell me it's 5%.
No, it's going to be whatever the council negotiates during that time with the other bargaining groups. That's the short answer.
I don't know, I think this is very unfair. I'm not gonna argue with you. Because we know I'll win.
Eventually.
I just think it's very unfair if the other department heads got 5, 5, and 5. And the thing is, I'm an old chapter president of a union. I am union, and I will always fight for fairness. And that's what I'm fighting here now for, is fairness.
I completely understand, and I'm sure Brian appreciates your fight. I think one of the things that I would say to the council is that just the way that the order works out for those people who are on contracts, Brian's contract essentially ended 8 months after everybody else's. So what you would be doing is that if you are agreeing to a 5% increase for Brian, I'm sure every department head in the room would love that too, because they're gonna know that that's the starting place for their next contract. And I don't know if that's not the right message. I don't think that I'm trying to keep both sides happy. I'm in an awkward situation, right? So that's sort of the deal, is that the current employees that are on contract are concerned about how contracts get modified, because again, Brian happens to be the one that's being used as sort of the bar, right? So the reason that we want to go with what SEIU is getting is because you don't want those other bargaining groups and or the existing executive management groups to say, well, already in 2021, they've agreed before any other contract has been approved that the council is going to give them 5%. You don't want that to be the starting point. As much as they would all appreciate Brian for doing that, that should be something that gets negotiated by the bargaining groups at that time with the council at that time.
Well,
And again, 2 or 3 years, 3 years from now, our economy might be just in a different spot.
well, I just hope that I'm on that negotiating team.
I'm sure that you don't get to be on the
It's not the
negotiating
council
team.
thing.
I want to be on it.
You just get to approve it.
And the union.
Councilmember Lenore?
I too used to struggle with the severance package, but here's what sets the situation apart from all the rest of the employees. You can fire a department head if you don't like them, period. They don't have any recourse. They're at-will employees. They're not protected by a union, and they're not even protected by the labor laws, because we can fire them anytime we want. When you're advertising for a position for executive management to come and work in this city, they're looking for that severance pay, because they know they can be fired at any minute without cause. So that's a big selling point for quality management. When they're looking at a job, they want to know they have that protection in case personalities don't mix. So I'm sorry, but I agree with the severance package. I think that's how we recruit better candidates, so that they have a little bit of assurance that they got a cushion if they get fired for no cause. Because councils are political. People get fired. I worked for the city 24 years. I've seen some stuff, and it wasn't always good. So I gotta stand up for the severance pay for the executive management as a benefit of the job, because we're trying to attract and retain professional individuals the best that we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sendes?
Billy, who does the firing? Is it us or you?
It's Bill.
Okay, it's
Bill,
me, but
not us.
it's not the goal.
I just wanted to clarify that. I wasn't sure. Anyhow, I tend to be a little bit more fiscally conservative, especially when we're signing contracts and whatnot. If the vice mayor has some concerns about the severance package, then I'll support that. It's nothing personal. Brian, I love that you got rid of your beard. You look really good. you know, I really enjoyed working with you, but it just like he said, it happens to be that you are the one that we're negotiating over. So nothing personal, but I'm gonna support the vice mayor and if that's what he chooses to do.
I think I asked for everybody else's opinion, so you're not supporting me because I haven't put one forward on that.
Let me explain my view on this, and I actually don't have an issue with the amount. I don't have an issue with the severance, but I do have an issue with the 5%. And I put this warning out over and over and over again. The worst thing we could do is put ourselves back in a situation where in a few years we're laying off people. Now, I remember coming to this city and the struggles we had financially were all created by the motions or the votes in the past of we have money. We don't have money. We cannot keep comparing ourselves to other communities because of the amount of property tax that we get is so low in our community. And if you don't believe me on that, go do some research. I was stunned when I did the research and I found out we just can't change anything about it. We have to always have ourselves in a situation where when the economy goes bad, we could still survive and minimize the layoffs. My issue is the 5%. I've said this many times. This is a issue that's going to bring us to a point of layoffs in the future. I can almost guarantee you that. And I've been very concerned about our financial picture for the past several years. And I think we need a reverse course. I think he's done a great job. I would love to see him stay here. I just cannot support a 5%. That's my issue at this point.
Mr. Mayor, is it fair to say that you've been not supportive of the 5% on all the bargaining groups as well? I want to make sure that it's not necessary. Please, we're not picking on Brian. We're just saying that's been your MO from the.
Yeah, I've been very clear about that.
So I have a question for you. The starting point, did we build that 5% in, or are we adding? Okay, so we've got the 5% in. And one of the issues concerning going forward is the fact we will have a new city manager.
Correct.
Okay, and so if he's very happy with, oh, by the way, when we had a parachute drop in the Army, you know, the first guy out like you, we called that the wind dummy. Okay, so we threw it out of the helicopter to see where it landed, Brian. And that's why you're it. Okay. What my concern is, we want to make sure the new city manager's got some room to maneuver. I'll be very honest with you. I want to make sure if he's very happy with Brian, we'll be working for him. And if he's very happy with him, he can say, hey, let's make Brian's raise 5%, not 2.7%. And so I think my original, I'm willing to accept the severance package. But my original idea was, and now that I know, I like the number, the starting number with the 5% built in, and to make the next 2 years a guaranteed 2.7%. Remember, that's guaranteed. We can't take any of that away. That's in the contract. And let the city manager and the city council decide whether or not we're not in a recession. We've moved ahead. I think a 5% raise is a pretty significant raise at the level that Brian will be employed at. That's just my opinion. So I don't know if we're prepared to make a motion. I am prepared to make a motion, and if somebody wants to hear it.
We'll go to public comment if there's no other comments from council.
I guess so the new city manager won't get a severance package? No.
No?
Now, I know you're not saying no on the severance, but I got to tell you, folks, I work for the city. You did not. So you don't have a clue as to how much they do. You really don't. And they're worth every damn penny they can get because they handle multiple departments and they handle multiple jobs. You have a small crew here and they're working their butt off. And you want to take issue with 5%? I'm sorry, but we have so much more funding now. Measure W, SB1, CFDs, all these more, the sales tax is way projected. That the projections we had, we way exceeded the projections on Measure E and Measure W. As we add commercial and industrial to this city, mostly commercial, we're just gonna see the sales tax climb. I like to see it utilized for good things. And I think that the 5% is not a high price to pay for quality employees.
And let me, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I may. One of the other reasons, and to Councilman Richmond's point directly would be this, is that this is, again, I don't usually like to bring up other personnel issues because it's not necessarily relevant, but what is relevant is that we have employees that in that department that currently make more than the department head. And so what we have is, Dave, can I use your example? I mean, can I use you guys? So we have compaction issues, and that's a real thing. So, for instance, if Dave's contract comes up and he has a captain who's guaranteed 5, 5, and 5, well, once that 5, 5, and 5 is implemented with his certificate pay and all the other things, if you don't do the same thing with Dave, all of a sudden that gentleman goes beyond Dave, and it got really close just recently. As you know, Dave actually made more than me for a little bit, which I'm okay with because I think Dave's worth it. But I think one of the things. One of the other things that I think that's the other part that we need to realize is that it's difficult to supervise people who make more than you. And again, by starting Brian here, giving him the 5, and I've kind of said whatever you folks do in the future, based on the economy in the future, is absolutely okay, and Brian is okay with that. I think that. Again, I don't want to get into a compaction issue. I can't have you folks make a different motion. If you don't want this contract, you need to let me go back and negotiate with Brian on something else. I don't want to sit and negotiate his contract at the podium or right here because that's just not appropriate.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, this time we'll open it for speakers.
Resolution number 2019-177, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing the city manager to execute an employment agreement with Brian Swanson as Development Services Director. I have one speaker, Elia Salinas.
I was going to say it better not be Brian Swanson.
Good evening, council members. So, question to Councilman Richmond. You said that you did your research on the equal work and pay scales in other cities, and I'm wondering, I'm sure that you realize that Mr. Swanson does the job of 3 people, not just the job of 1. So when you did your research, that you would put that into account as well. And speaking of doing the job of 3 people, we also gave a raise to Mike Chambliss, and I'm not saying that he didn't deserve it, but let's remember that Chambers' job description or job responsibilities were actually, some were taken away, so now he's doing less. And Brian is still doing the more of the work. And before my time runs out, can you give me what's the dollar amount of 5% that actually ends up going? Can you do the math on that for me? 5% out of whatever times 20, 80. Anyway, because I want to make sure you guys understand what actually 5% is, and I didn't have a calculator with me. And the other thing is that, so we have quality management. We have an individual person who's doing a great job as an executive management, and it's kind of confusing to me that if he doesn't fall under the SEIU, why are we using the SEIU pay scale to take a consideration whether or not he's going to get this pay? So as the city manager mentioned earlier, I think that if you guys are not ready for making a decision today, that maybe you can go back. But I don't think Mr. Councilman Richmond's idea of actually going down to 2.7. We need quality. It is so difficult to get quality candidates and hire them and have them stay here in the city of Hollister and with San Benito County. So I would find it a completely disrespectful not to take into consideration the great job that Mr. Swanson does. And lastly, Councilman Resendez, I believe that had you made that comment on a woman, that she cut her hair short, I think your comment on Mr. Swanson saying that he looks better with his beard is actually completely inappropriate for you to say.
Okay.
You know, I'd like to respond because you asked some questions. So if I remember correctly, the base proposed was 148.5. Was that correct? And so it was was 148.5, and 5% on top of that would take it to 155,925. Okay, so it's 155,925.
It's 7,700.
That's a raise of $7,000 a year. I will say again, just so because.
Ms. Salinas, please.
Let me.
Yeah, you're not at the podium,
yeah,
so please.
Let me make my point. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a guaranteed raise. This does not mean that's all the money he can get. It means that he can't get less than that, okay? This is a guaranteed raise. We're talking about giving guaranteed raises 3 years in advance. If I could forecast where the economy would be 3 years in advance, I'd never have to work another day in my life. And neither would you, because we don't know. This is a guaranteed raise. I want you to understand that. I understand how much work Mr. Swanson does, because I have analyzed how many people we have per 1,000 residents, in addition to all the rest, and we have a low number. And I want you to know I'm very satisfied with his work, and if I wasn't satisfied, I would not be talking about any raise at all. This is a guaranteed raise. I worked for a living my whole life, and I'd be very happy if somebody said, I'm guaranteeing you 5% this year and 2.7% the next 2 years, because that's what the average CPI's been, but you could make more than that. And I would assume if the economy works well, and I would assume if his department is going to be expanded like I hope it's going to be expanded, and I assume if we can move ahead with some of the plans we have there, I assume he'll do much better. But again, this is the floor. This is not the ceiling. What you guys are asking me to do is essentially put the ceiling on it. I'm putting the floor on it. Okay? That's the way I feel about it. I'm willing to accept the severance package, which I think is pretty generous. And I don't think I'm asking anybody to work on the cheap. I think $156,000 is a decent amount of pay, because that is not total compensation. That is just basic salary. Remember, we put a hell of a lot of money on top of that $156,000. We put retirement pay on top of that $156,000. We put benefits on top of that $156,000. That includes health care, okay? And let me tell you, at the end, it's a lot more than $156,000. For most time, it's about another $30,000 on top of that. So that's total compensation. That's a lot of money. And I think he's earned a lot of money, and I think he's done a hell of a good job. And maybe he'll go home and say, well, Marty Richmond thinks I did a good job, honey, and he's only giving me 2.7%. No, I'm not. I'm guaranteeing him 2.7%, and I think that's an enormous difference. You're guaranteeing somebody a raise when you don't even know what the economy's going to look like. So that's my response, and I guess I'll just have to take my lumps. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
I had one more speaker card presented. I don't know if you want to accept it. I know we've already asked for
We're very close to the public
And
comment.
let me have 20 more seconds and then we'll move on, because we're beating this with a dead horse. I would say this to all the council. Until recently, with department heads being on contract, they were part of an executive management group. In an executive management group, there was a salary schedule that had 5 steps in it, and every step was 5%.
Okay.
And every year, that person would be getting 5% a year, assuming he did a good job. So I don't see it being a whole lot different than getting a merit increase of 5% a year pursuant to an old salary schedule, or giving 5% because he's under contract, and actually even cutting him short by going down to something less than 5%, possibly in SEIU. So I'd like you to just consider that as you make your decision, is because most of us were on that salary schedule not that long ago.
Okay, I think as you pointed out, we've had this conversation for a while, back and forth. You don't want to be here to negotiate in public those, and I fully respect that. You know my concerns, and I think you know everybody else's concern, I believe. So I think at this point, someone can make a motion and we can move on to the next item.
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-177, authorizing the city manager to execute an employment agreement with Brian Swanson as Development Services Director.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against?
No.
No.
I abstained because I have no idea what I was voting on.
The existing offer. So the motion does not.
I'd like to make a motion, and I'm going to put detail on it. I'd like to make a motion that we adopt resolution 2019-177 and change it so that Mr. Swanson's compensation starts at $148,500 plus 5% immediately, whichever way you want to do that as a raise or whatever, and a guaranteed 2 years following of a minimum of 2.7% raise, because that's been the average CPI.
Okay, so I just want to remind you that the city manager was hoping to go back and have a private meeting with them. City attorney, at this point, do we carry through with the motion, or?
You can carry through. I haven't heard a second yet, so it could either fail for lack of a
Second.
second, or it could be withdrawn.
She second.
I second
Oh,
it.
I apologize. I did not hear that.
Okay, there is a motion, and there is a second.
There was a
The
second.
motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, against?
No.
Motion carries 3-2. Thank you. We're going to move on to item F2.
Good
No wonder we
evening,
can't keep
Mr.
people
Mayor,
in this
City
town.
Council. This item is the initiation of pre-zone 2018-7 as well as the initiation of General Plan Amendment 2019-1 to pre-zone for annexation the property southwest of Apricot Lane. You heard this item twice before, once in January and once again in April. So just to go briefly over it, the property is 4.69 acres. It currently is zoned or designated open space in the City of Hollister General Plan. And in August of 2018, I believe that's correct, the Planning Commission adopted a use determination stating that the property, the intent of the general plan was not to designate the whole property as open space. That was based on a grant deal with the property owner, and the city had plans to purchase it, and the property owner had plans to sell it to the city for development of a park at the time. And so the use determination determined that it was not the intent to take away this property owner's right to develop, and so it could be residential with an open space buffer for the San Benito River Trail. And so the applicant is proposing to pre-zone, if it is the city council's desire, to R2, which is two-family residential, which is strictly duplex development based on the newly adopted code that came into effect on July 17th. So it would be strictly 2 units on 1 lot throughout the development if it does develop in the future. And the parcel is designated in the county's general plan as residential multiple, which allows 8 to 20 dwelling units per acre, which I did a quick calculation, and that is 37 to 93 units. And in the R2, it's 8 to 12 units per acre, which is 37 to 56 units. So, and that is gross, based on the gross acreage. I just wanted to go really quickly through it because you have heard it before, but if you have any questions,
I
I'd
do
be
have
happy to answer.
a quick question. Did we vote on this before?
No.
You
No,
have
we
not.
tabled it.
It was
In
tabled to a
January,
certain
there
time
was,
certain?
the item died due to lack of a motion, and in April, it was continued to June, but then we provided direction as staff to continue it to this,
Okay.
this hearing date.
Just want to make sure. It seems like we've visited this a few
Yes.
times already. Okay, any questions, comments from council?
I have a comment. Oh, I'm sorry.
Lenore?
Go ahead.
Okay.
We'll start this way.
Yeah, we discussed this before, and if you've read the report and you've read everything you're supposed to, you'll realize that this property is gonna be developed whether it stays in the county or the city. That's just a fact. I would really like the city to have jurisdiction over this infill, priority infill area. This is what we're looking for. This is infill. The boundary is all around it, okay? So this property is here. It makes sense. We should be thanking Mr. Grimsley for proposing R2 as an annexation zoning. Looking for those rentals, and this is the opportunity to have those rentals. And we can't just say we're gonna always support affordable housing and rentals and then vote no on these types of things. So again, nothing precludes him from going to the county and developing and kiss your open space goodbye, because he doesn't have to do that. So I think we should think kindly on his request and get that open space and get some rentals. Thank you very much.
Who else had a comment? Vice Mayor Richard?
When you look at the map, it's just, well, first of all, let me, for the members of the public, because this requires a change to the general plan, this is gonna require 4 votes. I don't think we have 4
That is
votes
correct.
for it. But I'm gonna just give you my opinion anyway. When you look at the map, it's obvious that this should have been in a city. It's on this side of the river. It's up against the city. It can't grow out over the riverbed, so there's not gonna be any creeping development there. It's also gonna be part of the River Parkway, or whatever they're gonna name it, that snakes through there. So I'm gonna support this, especially because of multifamily housing, which we are desperately short of. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez, did you have a comment?
We've heard it twice before. I made my position clear. It hasn't changed. If I represent everybody in District 2, and I think that I have a good sense on what they want. They don't want any more housing developments. I'm going to vote no on this. If they want to go to the county, then go ahead and go to the county. It's fine.
They're gonna get it anyway. So what sense does that
Hang on,
make?
Councilmember Lenore. Councilmember Spencer?
Okay, my whole thing is, and let me make this very clear to some even on this council, these are multifamily rentals, right? They're not
that is correct.
houses. This is what we need in this community, whether it be the city limits or what. As long as it's in the city limits, we have control of what goes there. If it goes to the county, anything can be built. We could have another Santana Ranch on 4 acres. We have sat up here, I don't know how many times, and I'm not gonna make this long, and said that this is what we want. We want multifamily units. And this is perfect. You've got multifamily units. We need rentals. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, thank you. Here's what I have to say. There's a couple issues I have, and I've said this many times before. We should not be annexing anything into the city until we get the tax sharing agreement worked out with the county. Our deal is so bad, it's embarrassing that we had an agreement here before that we weren't gonna annex any more properties, and we blew right through that and annexed hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of additional units at a percentage. Again, if the public understood how little money we get in property tax because of our agreement, they would come in here and have a right about this. It cannot pay our bills. We keep going down this path thinking something's gonna change. It's not going to. Second, somebody had the foresight to designate this area as a park. And it wasn't me. It was in the past. Somebody saw this area and said, hey, we need a park here for this part of the community. And I can remember going back several years now where there was a discussion about, gosh, we don't have a park in this area. We really need a park. And somebody said, well, we have R.R. Hardin's closest park. Now we do have a pocket park, but we don't have a park in that area. And we need one. It's easy to always say, yeah, let's build. Forget about our plans about a park. Let's just build.
Nobody said that.
Let's just build here, let's just build there. Let's step back. That's all I've asked for the past several years. Step back. Plan our community correctly so we can have a community that we're all proud of and it could stay fiscally solvent. It's very important. And I don't understand why we keep just saying, well, you know what? Forget it, this one we'll let through too. That one let too. Again, somebody drew a park there. Somebody had the vision. We need to start going back to some of those visions where quality of life matters more than just more units. We could plan this city correctly. We could do a lot of different things in different areas that have apartments and affordable housing mixed in. This is not it. This is an opportunity to do something right, and I'd like to see that park happen here. And I understand we'd have to buy that property, but we need to work towards a better vision rather than just saying, build and we'll fix it later. Build, we'll fix it later. Build, we'll fix it later. Or we can always bring it back. It doesn't work. I've seen this too many times. I've heard this story too many times. And again, I ask all of you, go back, understand the amount of money we get from property tax. You'll be stunned. And you won't be so quick to say, well, yeah, if we build houses, that'll fix our problem. Doesn't fix the problem. Just doesn't. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Alan Andrade?
Just clarify, you're saying no to rentals?
I'm saying yes to a park.
You're saying no to rentals.
Go ahead,
Say no
sir.
to rentals.
Make sure you spread it.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Council.
Good
I'm
evening.
Alan Andrade, project engineer for the applicant. Thank you for hearing the item a third time. What I came up and wanted to make sure that you knew is that there was a letter that was sent July 22nd that should have been received by all of you and is a part of the staff report. I want to make it clear that with the number of times that you've heard it and kind of the many directions the discussion has gone, that the attorney for the applicant is here if you have any questions for him. The applicant is here if you have any questions. And I'm here if you have any questions on the engineering or land planning end. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Speaker, Mr. Mayor?
Okay.
I have to make a comment before someone makes a.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
I want to clear to the public that when the mayor said he had an agreement, first of all, he never had an agreement with me or anyone else sitting on this council. So I don't know who he's talking about. He can claim he had an agreement with whoever he wants. I assure you, he never had an agreement with me. As far as us building and building and building, I don't know who he's talking about again. I'm gonna, you know, this has been getting pretty personal, and I've tried to keep it on a higher plane, but at some point in time, you gotta stand up and say the truth. The mayor likes to dwell in the past. He's mad at the last city council, and he can't seem to get over it. I don't know what happened. Something happened. He stopped pulling pages off his calendar when the last city council left. He doesn't realize he has a new city council. He's made no attempt to work with this city council at all, with the majority. The majority, the 3 votes that go against him all the time. He thinks he's back then, when whoever he was working with. We built nothing. I think the last time I checked, we okayed 5 units. I didn't say 5 developments, folks. I said 5 units. That's the last time I checked. Wasn't it 5 units?
We've approved 4 units as
Oh,
well
4
as
units.
extending 2 tentative maps
Okay.
from the past.
Yeah. And we did nothing that wasn't required by state law. Now, the mayor and his cohort, Mr. Resendez, have said they don't give a damn about state law. They'll just vote the way they want. We've been down this road before. So when he says we had an agreement, who's the we he's talking about? I know it's not me, so I'm not part of the we. I'm positive it's not Councilmember Lenore, so she's not part of the we. And I'm sure it's not Councilmember Spencer, so she's not part of the we. So who's the we? Does he have a mouse in his pocket? I mean, come on. If you want to talk about the last city council, Mr. Mayor, just name the names and get off it. And go home, open your calendar, pull off the days since this city council came together, and get with the program, okay? Don't accuse us of things that someone else did, because that's not an honest way to govern. Now, you know, I tried not to make this personal, but I can't get over it, because that's the kind of insults you gotta put up with. So you vote the way you want, I'll vote the way I want, but don't include me in your we, because I'm not part of your group. And I don't think the majority of this council is part of your group. That's why they keep voting against you. I'm
Okay.
through.
All right. Councilmember Resendez?
This is planning 101.
Again, Band-Aid on a bullet wound here. At some point, we need to take a stand and stand up and not continue down the same path. That's all I'm saying. I do have an agreement with somebody. I have an agreement with the people that elected me into this office. And I wish that everybody else up here would do the same thing and listen to what they're asking for us to do. We need to slow development down, take a break, update our general plan, and I think if we were to do that, that would be a good investment, and the developers also, and the landowners also, will all come up together. If we can just stop what we're doing, continuing down the same path, stop bleeding out and putting Band-Aids over it, we can come up with a plan in a community and a city that we can all be proud of. It just takes time and patience. We can't just keep approving things over and over and continuing down the same path. That's what I heard when I was running for office and when I was walking out there. This happens to be in my district. And if we come up here and we do personal attacks towards each other, or if we push our own self-interest agenda, then I think we're doing a disjustice to the people that we were elected to represent. And you need to remember that and not take things so personal at times and throw personal attacks at one another. Thank you.
You just accused of a self-interest, and we're not supposed to take that personal.
Councilman Lenore.
Try some planning
Councilman
101.
Lenore. Councilmember Spencer, did you have a comment?
Yes, I do. I too talk to people in my district. I talk to people throughout the whole community. And the one thing I hear all the time is, we need multi-family units. And that is what we have talked about up here. I'm not gonna beat this horse to death, but a park, really? Buy the park from Mr. Grimsley, and then why don't you develop it too? It's what, $700,000 an acre, so it's gonna cost you $1.4 million? You want the city to pay for that? I don't want to go down this road. We need multifamily units for the people who are sharing apartments, 5 and 6 families. We need this development. Whether you or Mr. Resendez down there like it, this is what smart growth is all about. It's not tense.
Thank you.
All the services are there.
All right. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we adopt,
Just do the resolution number.
which one is it?
2019-178.
I make a motion we adopt resolution 219, what?
Dash 178.
178.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Against?
No.
Aye.
Motion
is not-
fails.
Motion not carried. Thank you very much. We'll go to item F3.
No, they lost. They don't get it.
Okay, let's
Thank-
move on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item in front of you this evening is just real quick, kind of discussing growth and the growth management ordinance. The last time we talked about the growth management ordinance, one of the topics was the actual number of market rate units that was going to be inserted in there. If you'll recall, I originally proposed to do a 1.5%. A 1.5% growth limit, which would be equal to about 159 units. that there was some discussion at the council level about possibly that being too high, et cetera. So I just offered a kind of a compromise at 1.25, which is 133 units per year. Again, this council doesn't necessarily have to take what's on the report or the recommendation. I just would, in order for us to get off of first base and move to second base, just need a number for you so I can get that into the growth management program and bring it back to council for hopefully for that adoption. So I just encourage you to come up with a second that somehow gets adopted tonight. So again, if there's any questions specifically about the numbers, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
This is for the market rate allocation. You need
Correct.
a number.
So yeah, if the council will recall, under measure U, it was 244, 40 was affordable, the 204 was the market rate units. So it's a decrease from that to this. I think it's important to just so people can remember, or the council can remember, when we proposed the 1.5 or the 159 units, that was sort of in line with what the arena numbers were, or our most recent arena numbers. So any decrease in that would be a slight decrease in the amount of arena numbers, or the potential numbers available to move forward. But again, staff is really at this point looking for some consensus by council and a number so that we can move forward with getting that whole ordinance back to you, so that we can begin the implementation part of it.
So Bill, in the past, I explained my feelings towards these numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And I pointed out that the past council
Thank you.
approved quite a few units and pushed that number up. I think we've approved, the past council approved hundreds of units, which put us way past my original point. So what I would like to point out to you is my stand. I've said this for a while, I think 1%, we can start working from there, get this general plan worked up. And that, again, that does not include the affordables, it does not include multifamily, and does not include senior housing. So I want to make that clear, as I did in the past. I think those were important. And I think when we talk about state law, and we're hearing this quite a bit now from developers saying, oh, state law requires you have to build. Well, no, state law requires that we have to make sure we have affordable housing, and that's what we need to make sure we're accomplishing here. And I think, again, as I point out many times, by sitting down, really getting aggressive on this general plan, we can put together a plan that works, and we really need to get this tax sharing agreement built or updated before we move on and start annexing more land. So I'd like to see the number at 1%, as I pointed out. I think you pointed out that number would be about 100 units.
I think it's like 106 or 109, one of those numbers, yeah.
I believe you.
Oh,
so I will go with that.
I'll do the math.
106 number,
okay.
And I think we can start working from there and still meet all our requirements. Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, I have comments.
Yeah.
I would not accept the 106 number. I would go with 1.5%, or the proportion of the arena for the market value, whichever is more. We had a proposal for 159 last time. We had one member here who said if he could get it, he would go to 0. Did I misquote?
No.
No. Okay. And I'm not going to go with 1%. That's ridiculous. A compromise means a compromise. So we went from 240 to whatever, 159. Now we're down to 133, and now we're down to 100. What's the compromise there? We're going in one direction only. We can't survive on 1%. Let me tell you the reason. The new houses pay $60,000 on average if it's a single-family home in impact fees. Doubling a triple up in the current home pays absolutely nothing in impact fees. 0. The mayor and I both approved the park master plan, and you're never going to get any of that without any money, because that was like, trying to remember how many millions of dollars. It was such a big number. I can't even remember how many millions of dollars it was. And and if you look on our transportation plan, you're gonna see where the money's supposed to go on the roads, and that's supposed to come from development fees. If you don't have any development, you don't have any development fees, folks. Folks, you gotta wake up. Just because you paid your impact fees 35 years ago, the road they built with it doesn't last forever. I got news for you, okay? It wears out. And we never go back to you because of Prop 13 and say, give me more. But you guys sit there, and I do the same, and I sit there just like you, and I go, hey, why don't they come fix the road in front of my house? Well, the reason they don't come fix the road in front of your house is because the next guy who builds a house pays to fix the road in front of your house. Just like when you built your house, you paid to fix the road in front of somebody else's house. So I will not accept that number. I will vote no on that number. I think we'll go back. I would accept 159 or the RENA portion for the year, whichever is more, because we need to make our RENA numbers. And I'm not threatening anybody with the governor, because the governor doesn't tell me what he's gonna do. But I can tell you this, the last city council, led by the same mayor, put forward a growth ordinance that was an attempt at a moratorium through the back door. And HCD at the state of California sent it back and said, if you implement that, we're gonna take your housing element and disapprove it, which basically transfers to the fact that you're gonna be up the creek, because we wouldn't be getting any grant money or hardly any money at all without an approved housing element. So we've tried this trick. The previous city council tried this trick. Under the leadership of the mayor, they said, oh, we'll just fake out the state of California. That lasted about 5 minutes. And we threw away a year. We could have had some growth ordinance. We had nothing. I think it's almost a year now. It may have only been 10 months. It's a good thing they have time to waste, and I'm not about to take the chance that they're going to throw this back at us again and say, I'm sorry, if you approve this, we're going to take away your housing element authority. I'm not willing to take that chance. So I'm going to propose that this majority of the council should insist on 159 units or a proportional amount of the RENA number for market rate for a year, whichever is more. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Councilmember Resendez?
First off, I just want to say that I mostly want to default to my comments from the previous item. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. If we were to talk about compromising, and my number is 0, I own that, in fact, and let's say the vice mayor is 1.5, let's say the other 2 councilwomen are 1.5, and the mayor is at 1, the number would be 1.1, not 1.5. So if we're going to talk about compromising, then we should be closer to 1 or 1.1, if that's what your intentions are. But also, I'd like to say that I don't appreciate the rhetoric that the state is going around saying that if we don't, in fact, that we've got a bit of a reputation, we're hard to work with, and if we don't, in fact, comply, we're never going to get help with our infrastructure. Well, let me tell you something. They haven't helped us this far, and I think that we need to do something drastically to get some more support over here in our area. My stance is 0 housing for this type of development with an exemption of multifamilies, multifamilies, low income, and senior housing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Didn't we just vote down a multi-unit residence?
Councilmember Lenore, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Anybody wants one?
We voted
I
down
don't consider the Sacramento's message
annexing
rhetoric.
it.
I really don't. I think they're serious in the housing crisis in the state of California, and I think they're going to zero in on us, and here's why I think that. Unlike Monterey, we have water. Over there, they can make a case. They don't have any water. So the state's gonna look at them and say, yeah, we realize you don't have any water. They need the desal plant, and that's a very serious situation for them. But we have a brand new state-of-the-art domestic wastewater treatment plant. We have the industrial plant. We now have better roads than we've ever had. Remember, I've been here my whole life, and I live downtown, so I see bad streets when I know when I see them. We've done a lot of road improvement. I give the mayor kudos for that all the time. What I don't like is the fact that you think you can actually go with 0 units. I'm telling you, HCD is going to jump all over that, and you're not just going to lose your support from the state. Try CDBG grants. Goodbye. No more CDBG grants. We live for CDBG grants in this city because we don't have a lot of funding. So we look for those grants. We have department heads that are aggressively seeking CDBG grants and any kind of grant more than ever. So I just could never go with a too low amount. We have RENA numbers. They are real. It is not an idle threat. I'm going to go with Marty on this one. I think it should be set at 159 units per year.
Okay. Bill, just clarification.
Yeah.
Just so we're all clear. Impact fees cannot be used to repair existing roads, only to expand or build the new ones to accommodate the new units.
Correct.
Not to repair an existing street. I just want to make sure the public's
Correct.
clear
Yeah,
with that.
correct.
We, as the taxpayers, existing taxpayers, have taxed ourselves to make up that cost. So the new homes aren't paying to fix our roads. We are paying for our own roads to be repaired locally. They help on some of the newer roads to accommodate the additional traffic. So I just want to be clear about that. Councilmember Spencer?
I gotta say, I think you're wrong on that, because we have a development over on Chapel that's coming in, and they repaved the whole road right to Santa Ana Road. I go down there all the time. I have a gym down there, so I
They
go
do
and work
some
out once in a
off-site
while.
improvements.
But I'm down there. They've repaved the whole road, an existing road where there was no
That
development.
they're going to add the traffic to impact. Okay? Do we have
Called
any
off-site
public
improvements.
comment? We're on F3.
F3.
We know.
Come
We
on.
don't-
We wish we were on that phone.
We're only getting warmed
We're
up.
getting there.
We're trying.
We have one speaker for item number, resolution number 2019-179, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister setting the market rate housing allocations at 133 units per year. Elia Sanchez.
Salinas.
Salinas.
I know it's late.
Please bring them by so we can meet them.
Go, Mrs. Sanchez.
Good evening, council members. Okay, so I'm going to start off with Councilman Resendez. You are incorrect to say that we don't get any help from the state, because we absolutely do get help from the state. So let's not start off on that. And I know that you're coming up with a number of 159 when in fact the state actually says that it should be 165 units at least. That's the least of the requirements. And let's remind the mayor that he was actually in favor of 244. Measure U. You know what? I knew you would say no, so I should have done my homework and actually brought the video to show you that you were in favor of 244. And I think I owe somebody owes me a beer. Anyway.
Oh, bye.
So yes, you were, Mayor, whether you want to admit it or not, and we'll have to come up and show you, to remind you on it. There are consequences to not going through this. So the city tried to go and get an ordinance done. The ordinance was sent to the state, and the state said, no, you can't do this. So now you guys are trying to compromise, and this 1% is not going to do. You've got to at least meet what the state is required. So I think that maybe as a whole, and you should discuss this with your city manager and your staff and the attorney, that it is 165 units, and should also include, and we're not including, of course, the low-income family units and multi-unit facilities. And yes, Councilmember Resendez, the previous item was to annex, but was to annex property into the city for multi-unit. So I find it ridiculous that you come up here, or you're up there saying that you're against this, you want multifamily when you just had the opportunity to get some property annexed so that it can build multifamily units. So it's either yes or it's no. You're pandering. You're out there putting out there that you want zero. You can't have zero. It's a business. The city is a business, and you have to sit up there at the dais and you have to make business decisions based on the city with what has to do with cooperating with other government agencies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? All right. Is there a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion. I make a motion that we adopt resolution 2019-179 and change the market rate housing allocation to 150, should read, quote, 159 units per year, or 1 year's worth of the market rate RENA numbers, whichever is more.
So that's an amendment to,
Yep.
Yes.
please would you repeat that one more time?
The housing setting is, for market rate housing allocation, is 159 units per year, or the number of market rate allocation RENA units, whichever is higher. That's the way it should read, I believe, not more, higher. So everybody understands what I'm talking about. If you, in other words, if the state comes down,
That's just a motion.
send the RE numbers. Thank you.
Thanks. So you have that, so increase it from the number of 133 to the 159.
Plus,
or plus.
add the other option. Right.
Okay, you have that? There's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Wow. Jeez. Who won that one?
It don't matter.
I think it's tagged.
Well, one of you picked, she needs to know.
Carol.
Carol won that one. Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Against? Aye.
No.
Okay,
3-2.
motion
There
carries.
you go. Thank you.
We'll
There you
move
go,
to
Bill.
item 4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry. Okay. Item F, or whatever it is requesting the city council adopt a resolution authorizing or stating a policy that we will be treating industrial hemp the same as cannabis in our ordinance. We've had some requests to begin cultivation of industrial hemp, and this is really just about cultivating industrial hemp. It's nothing more than that. But some of the requests have been in a very large scale. The city of Hollister has a number of concerns as it relates to odors, things of that nature. And so from a security perspective, we understand that industrial hemp has to have a less than 0.30 THC, but as has happened in other communities in the past, hot hemp it tends to be grown in some of these particular areas, which is very difficult for us to control, especially in a large scale grow. So again, it's pretty simple. We just want to try to minimize odors, treat it the same. If you're going to cultivate industrial hemp, we'd like to have it just be kept indoors. At some future time, when we're making other amendments to the cannabis ordinance, we'll include the industrial hemp just to make sure that it's absolutely clear. Maria's here if you have any questions that I don't know the answer to, but at least this point, we'd like you to consider this resolution in front of you for tonight.
Thank you, Bill. Councilmember Spencer?
I did my homework on this one, and I asked a lot of questions, and some of them were stupid. I think this is a good resolution. I think we should adopt it.
Any other questions?
I like to see the cannabis and the hemp indoors in the city limits. It's a little bit different when you're in the county. You're not having 1,000 people drive by. There's a little bit more risk associated when you have a lot of traffic going by a grow, whether it's hemp or marijuana. And I really think also for the North Gateway, I like, it's not exactly in the North Gateway, but it kind of is. I like to see that clear of hemp plants. I don't mind doing it, but I like to see it indoors.
Bill, I appreciate you bringing it forward. I think it's important. I think it is important we have it indoors with a filter system because it is going to create odors, and we are going to hear about it here in the city, and it's not
Yeah, no, there's no question
the
that
largest
it's
food.
part of the same species and plant, and there is an odor that is derived from it, so.
Okay. Do we have any comments? Any speaker cards? Or Councilmember Resendez?
I'm just wondering how much hemp do we have growing in the city now?
0.
So we didn't deal with it before then?
No.
Okay.
This is kind of as a result of that, the city still allows agricultural production to occur in some of its zoning districts, and I think that it's not that there's confusion, I don't want to say that, but the farm bill and stuff that went on, it kind of opened the door for some of these things, but I think we have some discretion in our community about what we want to see, so that's sort of why we're asking the council to set this policy.
Appreciate it. We have speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? For item F4, resolution number 2019-180, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister regulating industrial hemp as cannabis under the cannabis ordinance. I have one speaker, William Penstrom.
Mayor and Council, how are you guys doing? I'm here to speak against this change. And I'd like to kind of state that I don't have a lot of skin in the game. I'm a cannabis consultant. I've heard talk of a lot of people interested in potentially pursuing hemp. Obviously, a lot of people are waiting for this meeting to find out kind of what, before they take any business risks, what the city really thinks. I honestly think that this proposed change is going to kill hemp completely in Hollister. You're never going to see any hemp grown here with the same oversight as cannabis. It's simply too expensive to compete with states where they're going to have zero oversight, they're going to have zero tax, and it's going to be simply treated as another in-the-ground plant. So I think that the goal here is to kill hemp here because it's a threat to cannabis revenues. There's a lot of cannabis businesses potentially talking about using some of their space for hemp, and I think that scares the council in a sense that they may not see some of that tax revenue. But what I propose here is that rather than kill this industry entirely in the city, I see every industry as a potential revenue for the city and for the people and the business owners that want a business here. And if you kill it completely, you're never going to see any tax revenue, period, here. If you guys come up with something creative that actually allows businesses to operate here in a competitive nature, you may actually see something beneficial out of some changes like this. But the way I see it right now, the way it's proposed, it's going to immediately kill hemp as a prospective plant or any business for anyone who wants to pursue it here. And I just like everyone to consider that in the competitive nature of hemp, it's just not going to be a business decision people will make here. If that's the goal of the city, then they're going to be accomplishing that. If not, I think it makes a lot of sense to rethink this on a level that maybe we can business owners and the city can benefit from this. So
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers?
Now, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I have no more speaker cards.
Can I fill out a card later?
Sure.
It's an extra $1.
At least.
This time of night, it's 5.
It's twice the normal price.
Want to reset that clock first?
And your name, please?
Certainly won't take that all. Sean Donahoe. I would obviously remind you that that there was a very specific set of conditions that are attached to cannabis, federally illegal activity that required a certain set of regulatory parameters, as well as better be safe, better be cautious. This is a very different commodity that's being done with very different business models. Also, that's not federally illegal. So one of the primary distinctions for embedding so much safety within the cannabis ordinance is because, for instance, there's a lack of access to banking, so there's quite often a lot of cash around. It's not the same situation in hemp. For that matter, the margins are far smaller, so the actual monies that we're talking about are much less, and they're not cash, they're digital. So for all these other reasons, I think it should not, any sort of a hemp regulatory framework is presumptuous, speaking before either the Federal Drug Administration or before the State Department of Public Health has deemed what acceptable rules may be for this. They may not be coming. They may just treat this like a normal agricultural commodity, and there will be no further regulatory oversight. So no need to overthink this, and I would strongly suggest that hemp, if wanting to welcome it into the community as an active business model, should not be overly regulated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elia Salinas Sanchez. Anyway, so council members, I would just like to say that hemp is an agriculture commodity, and there are some types that are grown indoors, and but the majority is going to be out in the field. It's an ag, and it's going to require a few acres, and I can understand the concern for the odor. The regulations by the law enforcement is going to be the same, except that you post signs out there, and they're really huge signs that say that it's hemp, that it's not cannabis. I think that there's no danger of somebody getting robbed or anything like that. That's just not going to happen. So to do an all-out ban, I think you should maybe bring it back and do some homework on it, and to force it to go indoors. There's very little agricultural zone properties within the city limits anyway. And I think that one of the things that that staff is missing on is the fact that you should bring back, with regards to the processing and the manufacturing, the state already has that, and the state allows for cannabis and hemp to be, as long as it's separate premise, so it can be in the room next door, so long as the equipment for hemp does not touch cannabis, and vice versa, because once it's processing cannabis, you cannot use the same equipment for processing hemp. So there are going to be some facilities that are going to be coming up and are wanting to come up, and that's been in discussion already. That's been going on for months. There's a harvest coming soon this fall, and there are processors that are talking about bringing it in. The city does not have anything against that. The state allows that to happen, so I think that maybe you need to consider bringing that back as soon as possible, because that's coming up in September and October, the harvest. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicholas Sombreras.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I think there's a big misnomer that everyone is missing here, that industrial hemp is treated into three different layers. There is industrial for textile fiber, there's also for CBD, and that's the feminized version of the plant that you are discussing forcing inside. You will not be able to, myself as a cultivator and a consultant for cannabis and hemp, you will not be able to grow excuse me, the varieties that you're talking about in your city limits. For the industrial aspect, we take non-feminized plants and we grow outside. Okay, that's a totally different cultivar than what we are discussing here, is forcing us to go inside. Okay, the tax that we're about to discuss at the end of the evening is going to make it unbearable, and there's no possible way that any hemp grower is going to be able to go indoors, pay the tax that we feel is unjust, and be able to bring business to your community. Okay, the taxes are. I'm from Monterey County. I have my own
taxes.
Excuse me?
We're not talking
No,
about
I know, but I'm
taxes
also
right
saying,
now.
but the reason why you're forcing it into be treated like cannabis is the taxes are gonna be associated back to the hemp grower. There's no way that we get the same amount of money for a pound of hemp that the cannabis cultivators get also. And if you're gonna keep the tax the same, you're gonna run everyone off, like she just stated. The processing aspect, you have all these other different jobs and revenues that you're gonna be creating, and by forcing it inside, it's kind of basically, not really truly understanding the difference between the plants. Mrs. Spencer, did you, in your research, were you able to understand the differences between the
Yes.
plants? You did?
Yes.
So is there a difference in your guys' mind that industrial hemp should be forced inside? I mean, do you understand that the feminized plant that we grow for medicine could be something that you guys could be really reaping the benefits from in this community? I mean, that's a huge thing that we're looking at in going forward in this nation and curtailing some of the costs. But I feel like it's very short-sighted of this council to go and vote us inside the greenhouse, okay? When we talk about the tax, you realize how many people, how many jobs have been lost in Monterey County, Mendocino County, Santa Barbara County, San Luis Obispo County. A lot of millions of dollars you guys would be looking to lose if you guys would allow us to go and do what we need to do. Okay?
Thank you. Is there any other speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Patrick Orozco.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Patrick Orozco. I just want to address this item from a landlord's perspective. We have seen an evolution in the cannabis industry that has been vastly faster than I think anyone anticipated. With that comes competition, and with that competition comes pressures on landlords and cities to keep up with other markets and to offer an environment that is consistently competitive across a variety of different decisions, of which this is one. We as landlords have built facilities with the goal of attracting larger scale tenants. Many of those larger scale tenants may have started in cannabis, but with hemp streams coming online are now seeing CBD-based products proliferating across different channels that are much tighter to access in terms of cannabis. And our goal would effectively be to create an environment here in Hollister, with your help, that is consistently pro-business so that we can effectively attract the best caliber of tenants to this market, and many of those tenants are also looking to hemp. So I was previously unfamiliar with the conditions in which hemp is grown. I take this gentleman for his word that there are certain streams that cannot be grown indoors. That's news to me. But I just wanted to highlight that this may be related to some of the other decisions that you're making towards your goal of economic development and seeing businesses come into town that are allowed to remain competitive across a variety of different channels. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
I have no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
I think I want to clarify something.
Let me, and
Go
if
ahead.
I can, and then we'll answer some of the questions. I don't ever want to sound like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, but here's what I would say. Yeah, there was never any discussion about fees or taxes associated with growing hemp indoors, and we clearly understand that there's a difference between that. And we wouldn't expect to get the same sort of fee revenue just generated from a grower who is growing hemp. For instance, I will say this, is that we are an urban community that is in the process of changing, right? So in one particular case, I will say we have 200 acres that is potentially available for this, which seems like a large enough size farm to do, because that seems to be about the size that people are going. But 90% of our vacant area in the city of Hollister for industrial uses are at 5 acres or less, 3 and 2. I don't know if that's really good ag production property. And
You're done.
I kind of am.
You know, I appreciate that, and
Yeah.
you know, for all those that spoke here, I don't think anybody here is against hemp.
Right.
But I do want to point out that our partners at the county have put together a very good ordinance to address the hemp, and I think they're encouraging in a lot of areas. So
I think they have 2 big grows now.
Yeah,
I mean,
and I think, you know, this is where it should be, and I appreciate that the county actually put together the ordinance that actually makes sense. Being within the city, not so much. So I think it's not that anybody fears hemp.
No.
It's just county did a great job putting their ordinance together, and there's a heck of a lot of land in this county.
Right.
I would introduce you to one of our supervisors sitting back in the back row there and have that conversation.
Sorry, Mark.
So
Yeah, so that, I mean, I just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure that, I don't want to say I stand on one side.
No,
and
no,
try
I
to feel like
understand.
I'm on the other, but I get it.
it's difficult. Okay, is there a motion?
Well, I'd like to just make a
comment?
short comment.
Sure.
I think I may be wrong, because I haven't done any research. I'll be very honest with you. I'm not going to try and fake it, okay? But I get the feeling that basically what we've done, we're putting this in as a control measure, basically, until we know what we're doing. One of the reasons we survived the cannabis stampede, okay, whatever it was we took our time, we put in a lot of control measures. Some of them we took off, some of them we massaged. It took us a while to get there. We're slow. We're a size of a city cannot afford a mistake. Every mistake we make just costs us a fortune. So I think what we're doing here is just, we're not trying to say it's cannabis. We're just trying to put some controls on it until we get our feet on the ground, take another look at it, and see what we may eventually say we don't want it within the city limits because it's not suitable agriculture. Maybe it should be out in the county, but that's what we're doing basically here. That's the way I see it. Thank you for letting me come.
Okay, thank you very much. There's no other comments? Is there a motion?
I'll move that we adopt resolution number 2019-180.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against?
No.
4-1.
My first no alone.
We're gonna move to item
F5.
F5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item before you,
Wait.
Yes, go ahead.
Do I need to, I need to recuse myself because I work for the high
Oh,
school.
yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, I know. I know a lot of people in District 2 that hate this too. So.
You're not supposed to speak on the way out. I recuse myself, but I'm going to tell you how I feel on the way out.
Yeah. Not good.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. This item in front of you this evening is relatively simple. As you know, the council entered into a tri-party agreement with the Hollister School District and the County of San Benito to do some improvements over at the high school, which would allow for the temporary closure of Nash Road between Monterey and West. A lot of that was based on some improvements that was required of having a bypass completed around the high school.
Can I stop you? I'm not sure how close I live to the high school, if that's going to be...
Oh, boy.
I live on B Street between Monterey and West.
Actually, this is to the empty where the park would be.
So this is just where they're going to,
Yeah.
where they're talking about the street
Oh,
closure?
No, it's a street closure.
He is.
Councilman Resendez, if you think that there's any potential that you live within that area, I would probably
I'm gonna go
recommend
hang out
that
with
you
Honor.
recuse.
How many feet is
Would
it?
you like to see
500.
something
Yeah,
on the
he's
way
there.
out?
Maybe. He's on B.
I'd like to recuse myself from this item for
Wanna
now.
tell us how you feel on the
Take
way
it
out?
easy. Don't worry, I'll decide for you.
Okay.
But Bill, before you get going,
Yeah, sure.
You want to take a break, Carol?
No, why would I never want to take any of your breaks. You see me getting up from my chair
They
over?
live 500 feet away. I wanted to point out that I was actually going to report on this in my reports because this is part of the ad hoc committee for the sports complex. And I was going to report on the conversations. So I'm kind of surprised to see this here at this point because we're not really there yet.
Well, so what this item will do, Mr. Mayor, honestly, is just allow the staff to start preparing the vacation process. It takes a while, so
Okay.
you're just giving us the go-ahead to start going through the process. We have planning commission meetings. We got to do a lot of things. If something should change, please let me know. But yeah, I talked to Sean this morning, and the request from the county as part of the whole discussions was just to get the council's buy-in that this is the direction we want to go, and then begin our process for vacation.
Okay, so shall I update you on these conversations
Sure.
we've been having now or in my reports?
It
has to do with this
Yeah.
road here. So the conversation was basically how do we being the county, the high school district, and city partner on the regional park area, the proposed regional park, and the city, the high school will grant a certain amount of acres over to the city. It's one of the conversations that's a little confusing.
Yeah, no, I did hear that.
Okay,
and
that
so-
would lead to the conversation of whether we permanently close.
I think that
Nash.
more. I think that more comes as part of as you begin or continue those conversations as part of the disposal process or the vacation process. I think you want that as
You
part
need
of that
to
agreement.
keep moving forward. And
Yes.
I do want to say, we've been having really great conversations. I'm very impressed with some of the vision the county's had and what they're talking about, and the high school. And I'm sure we can get to a point of really finally getting some facilities in our community that bring in hundreds of people each week to compete, as we saw with the new pool over the weekend.
Yeah, the pool was
I've
crowded.
been hearing, yeah, so.
It was open?
Yeah.
They had
They had swimming.
competition this
Oh,
weekend. yeah.
competition.
Yeah. So
Anyway,
that's my
with the-
report. So
yeah.
that's what I understand what you're saying now. You want to get the process
All I
started.
want to do is start
That's
the
what
process.
you're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was basically my whole report. Thank
Okay.
you for that. If you have any other questions, please let me know. But my recommendation would be for the council to adopt this resolution, authorize staff to start taking the necessary actions to vacate. We'll talk about terms and agreements with the other agencies as we move forward.
It does not mean that this will absolutely happen unless we finally agree
Nope.
to it all the way around. So I just
No.
want to make that sure
Yeah,
that's clear.
absolutely.
Okay. Any questions from council members that are still here?
No.
Yeah, well, so all this means is we're preparing an event that's the option.
It goes through.
Okay,
Absolutely.
got it.
Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. For resolution number 2019-181, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing staff to commence actions to permanently close, vacate, and dispose of a portion of Nash Road. Alia?
Good evening. I would really like to get Councilmember Resendez's, and I'm sorry, I guess he lives within the certain area.
Potentially.
Potential,
Yes.
oh, potentially, so
Yeah.
we don't know?
We don't know.
Okay.
We in this.
I would
yeah.
like to know what his constituents that live in that city, because most of the people that I know that live in that district, in that area, are actually against this. So maybe we need to bring those people forward. I'm personally against this. I mean, I've been against this from the very beginning. People would tell me, well, we don't want our kids, to get hit. And I'm like, well, these are old enough kids that they should be walking on the sidewalk and not in the street. So I know that part of the process is going to be it's city property, so we're going to come up and negotiate a price for the land that they want to potentially purchase from the city.
Yeah, well,
Trade.
go ahead. When
It's
you
a-
finish, I'll
okay,
answer.
well, that's my question. I mean, is that part of it? If they're going to take over, if the school district is going to take over this city property, that the city should be compensated for that land that they want to take over. So that's question. Okay.
And I can respond to that if the council would like. Yeah, so there's a few obviously key things that need to take place. The city council needs to determine its surplus. We go through the planning commission process of vacation. We do get an appraisal on the property. That's part of the necessary part. The city of Hollister is gonna absolutely have to retain some easements because we have underground utilities going through that portion. So that's part of the legal description. Now, the actual transaction, I believe you may have heard the mayor speak to the fact that there may be a deal in the works where the city is going to receive compensation in the form of land or some other thing. So all of those things need to be ultimately worked out, and that actually gets approved by the city council. If the city council directs staff to send out flyers or do something specifically to those folks in the Homestead, Suter, Nash Road corridor area, we can certainly do that as well, just to get everybody's input. So, again, it takes a while to get to the point where we're actually disposing and closing, but we need to get started, so.
Right.
If that's the desire of council, of
And I
course.
do want to add, if you had asked me this question a year ago when we were first talking about closing at certain hours, my comment at that time was, we need to see several years to see what the pattern is, see how it really affected the neighborhood. But I have to say, I've been impressed by what's really happened there. The impact really did not happen as people thought it would. People adjusted it to pretty well, and actually I'm hearing it slowed down a lot of traffic in the area as far as people just racing around. So it hasn't been a negative. Doesn't mean this is a done deal. There's a lot of conversations to be had to make sure it's beneficial enough for the community as a whole to do this. If not, there's no point in doing it.
I have a question, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, absolutely, sir.
My question is, if it's slowed down the traffic as a whole, can we have those gates put on every road in the,
Yeah.
in the city?
The
Well,
speed bumps, yeah.
with the speed bumps. Thank
Absolutely.
you. I want to make sure, for the record, the understanding is this is not an action that can be completed based on this movement, right? Okay.
Correct. Councilmember Lenore.
I think that the new road has provided much relief to waiting time. Obviously, when they were crossing 3,000 kids, it was a long wait. I would hope that people would get used to using the new road that's nice. And did they put curb and gutter? I know they put the pedestrian walkway. It just seems like it's a much better location for the traffic to not have to be going through 3,000 kids you can't keep 3,000 kids in a crosswalk. I don't expect them to stay in a crosswalk. You can't. It's too many. So the school's not getting any smaller. I really think that the new road was really the answer. But what I do want to see when you're negotiating, Ignacio, please, we need some improvements to that road where it hits the San Benito Street.
And there's a conversation about that.
That's very important for me, so that it gets safer than it is, especially if we're going to do any widening anywhere there. But I hope people embrace the new road and consider that you have less waiting time on using that new road than you did waiting for all those kids to cross. Thank you.
I wanted to kind of double on what Councilmember Lenore said. Our public safety staff, all in all, is in favor of this action. The police department has just slight hesitations on a couple of things. It will potentially increase some response times and various things, and they are a little bit concerned about the increase at that one intersection at River and San Benito Street. I don't think it's anything that can't be corrected or mitigated. So I think it works.
But the emergency access will still be granted for the fire trucks like they're doing now. That's not going to change.
And my understanding is that was going to change, and they were going. Yeah, they're going to close it. To close it.
I would.
Okay, and
have a big
those are
conversation
discussions
about that.
Yeah. My Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that closed was closed.
Yeah. No, I think we need to make sure we're having that conversation.
That's why we're not finished.
That's right. Absolutely. Okay. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-181, authorizing staff to commence actions to permanently close, vacate, and dispose of a portion of Nash Road.
Okay, the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Motion carries. We'll take a 5-minute break, everyone.
Oh, okay. I was going to go get these guys.
Yeah.
But if we're going to have a break, you don't have to go
I
get
just
them.
want to go home. Got here at 5:30. Is the next agenda this big, Billy?
No, it's bigger.
I think you need to start serving us late dinner. I ate before I came, but geez. Then when I'm talking, I'm thinking I'm burning calories. Yeah. That was funny. I know. I'll bring a snack. I should have.
Hey, help yourself. Take the green. Oh, you take the good ones.
Well,
I'm
I'm gonna have to take my shoe off on her. I can't take it anymore.
Oh, Lord. Just go throw them out.
I am, but I'll wait till after the meeting. Oh, the other one's doing it now. You know why? They're old, and they weren't worn very much. They were just under the bed in a container. Well, I guess the janitor will say, what the hell is that? I took them off now so that I don't spread it more. Did you see my shoes, Marty?
Yes, broke.
Both of them now, look. All the white stuff over here. Something you're never going to see again, barefoot at a council.
Oh, yeah. I just cleaned it up. Nothing I only do it for the money. It's $400 a month before taxes. Absolutely. Since I'm triple retired, I really need it bad. Wow, sure. My Army retirement pay isn't enough. My Social Security isn't enough, and my retirement as a consultant isn't enough. So I'm just doing it because, cash in hand.
Wait till the janitor sees this mess. Marty, you want some chips?
No, I gotta call my wife too.
I need some shoes.
It's me. I'm checking in on you. See how you doing. Are you really doing okay? And you do want to go to golf?
No. I mean, vacation from here. I had to work the whole time.
How you feeling?
How you doing, Carol?
I'm all right.
All right.
You win some, you lose some.
How you feeling?
No, they're in there.
I could hear that.
I'm not smart.
How's your heart? Really? Okay. Just want to let you know I'm still out. You want me to bring you Chaco?
What's that? They're open 24 hours, I think.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, I think they are.
It's in the fridge. It's not in the freezer.
I haven't eaten. I've been doing good. I quit all bread. Yeah, and which means I don't use a ton of butter every morning because I eat toast. I eat toast my whole life. Every morning, toast and butter. Or butter and crackers. It was the Italian way. Doctor said blood sugar's 200 consistently, and I didn't even know that. So I quit sweets and bread, and I'm trying really hard. And then I got a gym membership over at the therapy place that I just finished, so I can do some more. Cause yeah, I need to lose 40 pounds. And I've never not ate bread, so I'm hoping and I haven't had any chips, but I'm starving. No, they tried to, and I took it for 4 days. I had a numb head. I had an upset stomach. One thing about me is I got a good gut. Hey Billy, do me a favor. Can you bring me a Diet Coke? Because I got no shoes on. They made a mess everywhere.
All right, everyone.
God, you don't give me enough time.
Do you need more time?
No, I'm here now.
Oh. I saw you chit-chatting, so I figured you're good. All right, we're going to move to item G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Lenore.
Okay. I'll do the best I can. We took the break, but I wasn't gone for a month, you lucky guy, you. Okay. Now, remind me again, is this the committees we're appointed to?
Committees or ad hocs?
Okay, committees are ad hoc. So I was the alternate attendee for MBARD, Monterey Bay Air Resource District, for my friend here, Honor. She's the appointee, but I went, and we actually, I was able to help them approve their operating budget for 19-20. We approved some out-of-state travel regs for air pollution control officers. We updated some district pay schedules. We approved some contracts for IT. And there was a few other items. They're also going to paint their facility. So it was a great meeting. Really nice people. I enjoyed it very much. And I felt like they really made me feel welcome. And I did ask some questions on their budget, and they thanked me for asking those questions. Then ad hoc. I met ad hoc twice on my break for flavored tobacco. We met on the July 10th and we met on July 11th for ad hoc. Then also, nothing on the in lieu. Also, my appointment on the Water Resource Association. We had a groundwater management, groundwater sustainability management. And Billy, I don't know if you don't mind maybe giving maybe a better report, but we're required to produce a plan for groundwater management, and it needs to include. And I learned some really great things. It's really good, some of these meetings, and it includes San Juan, and it includes the Piscinas area and the Hollister, and we have 3 large aquifers under there, correct? 3 large aquifers. We even combined, we had 5, now we have 3. So they're ramping up to get this plan done. That's very important. And the San Benito County Water District does a lot of good comprehensive work for you all. They really do. They got a lot of experienced people in that department, as well as their board of directors. So I really feel good about the San Benito County Water District leading the way for our groundwater management, because everything's about water. You don't have water, you have nothing. So they're doing a great job, those folks, and I really appreciated the information. So we'll be looking forward to that plan. They're moving along pretty good, and that's all I have for committees.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Spencer.
Well, I wasn't here for my MBARD meeting. My good friend sitting to the left of me, Carol, she took over. Now I guess I'm going to have to start asking questions. Thanks, Carol. Carol and I both went to the groundwater meeting. The city manager, he can talk about it. I can't think of a name right now.
Or you can.
We were, I mean, it's what I said.
We were all at the same meeting, but that's all I have. I didn't do nothing.
Okay, then. Vice Mayor Richard.
Thank you very much. The COG meeting for July was canceled because of the fact that we were on a holiday. And so it will come again in August. That didn't happen. The mayor and I together are on the ad hoc committee for selection of the new city manager. And I have not checked with the mayor to see if he has gotten 2 emails from the firm we hired. Did you get 2 emails from them? So we've received 2 emails from the firm we hired to tell us the progress of how it's going. And in addition to that, the gentleman did ask some questions about compensation issues. And my reply to him was, since it's an ad hoc committee, we can't make any commitment toward that, but I would try to bring it to the entire city council at the appropriate time and place to bring it up for discussion. Those are my reports.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Nothing to report.
And Vice Mayor Richmond covered my committees also, so there's nothing to report. Go to item G2, informational reports from City Council. Councilmember Lenore.
Informational. I always forget things I do, and then you'll go on and you'll start saying them. But you know, I don't have any. Oh, I do too. See, and I wrote them down. Okay, you know it's late. All right. So I did meet with Mr. Mike Chambliss. Where did I write it out? I gotta make. I wrote. Oh, excuse me, I'm wrong. I met with Brian Swanson and engineering staff, and I met our new engineer, Will Allen, and he took over for Jeff Hall that retired, and he was really impressive up there on North Street. We were responding to Kathy Sanchez and her concern of Thompson and North Street intersection, and she was concerned about the grade, the slope there. And we told her that, you know, it's going to be good. Let us finish, because she was just seeing the product half done. She wanted just assurance that we weren't going to be flooding right there like it always has. So we assured her that, no, you got curb, gutter, sidewalk, and storm drain. So we did go there, and we responded to her concerns. And then the other one I did meet on July 29th with Marcy Houston regarding downtown marketing. She's concerned about, she stated tonight, so I'll be meeting with her more to let her know that I do care, And I will be meeting with EDC and Business Council to not only promote the city of Hollister, but downtown, which is the district I represent. That's all, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Spencer,
You ready?
you're ready.
Okay, this has been a very, I have to write things down because if I don't, I forget. This has been a very busy summer for me. I took a trip to Europe. I came back and I was working as an aide with the kids with special needs. Can't really call it work because it was amazing working with the kids. I attended many events and they were all amazing, and I would love to talk about some of them, not all of them, because there was a lot. I have to give a shout out to Mike Chambliss. The fly-in, an amazing job. The 4th of July fireworks, I got to see it from my living room. I had to stay home with a very nervous dog, but it was great. Mike, you did an amazing job. Thank you very much for what you did for this community. I attended a ribbon cutting at the Worth Saving Mercantile and Thrift Store at 101 5th Street. I had another ribbon, that was on July 10th. I encourage everybody to go. This place is ran by strictly volunteers. If you want to volunteer, please volunteer. I did another ribbon cutting at the Community Food Bank. Growing Hearts and the Food Bank teamed up for a garden project. It's amazing. You have to go see it. You really do. I attended an open house for Robert Rivas' new satellite office on July 18th. I attended, this is another one dear and near to my heart, I attended the swearing in of 2 new firefighters at Station 1 on the 19th. I would like to officially welcome, and I'm going to kill the name, so don't tell them, Matthew Jacob Altamarino, and Robert Joseph Quillen. Welcome aboard. I know they're not here, but please, Chief, tell them. Thank you. On July 27th, this was a great day. I started my morning off with a little superhero walk run. And no, I didn't run the whole thing, but I did walk and run it. Got called out on that. Later that night, I was honored to be able to ride along with Officer Bo Leland. I have the utmost respect for our law enforcement and what they do for our community. I would like to say thank you to Officer Leland for the experience, and thank you, Chief, for letting me sit in a police car. We gotta talk about me driving. Okay, I have one more small thing. When I decided to run for my seat on the city council, it wasn't because I craved power and glory of being a council member. It's because I was concerned with public safety, our local economy, improving our roads, and especially expanding professional and recreational opportunities for our young people. During my short time as a council member, I've had an inside view of how things work, and we have made great strides in the right direction, and we have done this by working together. We can continue this work by being a united community. We together can continue our hometown values while looking to the future of Hollister. We, the people of Hollister, can solve the issues of our community by collaborating with our fire, police, local businesses, school, the chamber, HDA, and LULAC, just to name a few. We are all stakeholders in this, and together we can make a difference for our children and grandchildren so they may have a brighter future. I feel that it's time for a new vision and leadership for the future of Hollister, and that's why I'm announcing tonight my candidacy for mayor for 2020. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You go, girl.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you very much. I'd like to just inform the public that I had an ex parte meeting with Mr. Patel, the developer of the Fairfield Inn and Suites of the Marriott, who's proposing to develop a Holiday Inn Express and Suites across the street. And this was very productive. We talked long and hard about what he wants to do, and we worked through some things that might work for us to support that program, because I didn't want to do it without that information. I appreciate it, and wanted to get it on record that I did have a private meeting with him. I also attended the opening of Robert Revis's local office, and it's in the 2301 Technology Parkway, which is the sheriff's office, if you guys don't know where it is. It's all, you just go down in the back by planning there and just keep going. And there's a small office there. I don't know how often it's going to be manned, but it was there. I also went and met with one of the legislative analysts there, which I discussed with earlier. I want you to know that, about trying to get a better way to public information concerning posting of notices, and reduce the price and speed it up, especially speed it up. As mentioned earlier, my condolences to the family of Robert Scattini, who I've known for many, many years. And I'm sure the mayor and both the mayor and city manager have said fine things about, and it's I think the mayor's idea of naming a park in his honor is a wonderful gesture, and I thank the mayor for that. I will not be able to attend, unfortunately, the grand opening of MacArthur Park because of a long-standing medical appointment I have at that time. But I do want to thank especially the previous city council who put that on the agenda and saw that through it and saw that it was funded, because that's what makes things happen. I want to extend my personal condolences and sympathy to the victims of the Gilroy, terrible, terrible shooting in Gilroy. I want to thank all of the people, both at the county of San Benito and at the city of Hollister, that were willing to say, I will go there and help. We had employees going there. We had people filling in for county employees who went there. We did all kinds of stuff. Nobody ran in front of the TV and said, look at me, because they knew how important it was that they do it. And we'll get our thanks when the appropriate time comes, but I want to give them my personal thanks because it's tough work and tough going for everybody. It's just a terrible, terrible, terrible tragedy. I don't know what we can do about it. I'm not God. I can't look into people's brains, but there's something definitely wrong, and I don't get it. I'm going to ask for 2 items I would like to be agendized so I want the public to know what it's going to be, and I will formally request it of the city manager. One is a resolution in support of a new county library and resource center, and the second one is I would like a report from the city manager for next meeting in the approximate cost of the 400 block appeal cost to the city of Hollister. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez?
All right. I just wrote a few things down. I went out with County Board of Supervisors, Councilman Spencer was there, Councilwoman Spencer, sorry, and some other, I think that was it. I think I seen Chief out there. So there was a lot of county and city people that joined the Relay for Life team out there. And just shout out to them, to everybody that was out there who made the event very successful. It was very touching, and I know that they raised a lot of money and awareness for their cause, so I was glad to go take a part of that. My daughter, I think I mentioned this before, she was part of Junior Giants, so just personal thanks to the recreational staff, the police department, all the city employees that help to put that on every year. I think it's vital that we have as many positive outlets of expression for our kids, so thank you for that. I got to take part in the San Benito Stage Company play Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and I played the Baron. It was so much work. I never realized how much work goes into putting on a production, and it was very rewarding. I got to do that with my child and met a lot of people here at the community, and it was a great positive experience. So Thank you for that. I took my daughter as much as I could over the summer to the library for the reading club. They are doing a phenomenal job. If you haven't known, they're doing a bunch of different events for the community, and they target the different age groups, which I really like. So they've got for the younger kids, they've got stuff for adults, they've got stuff for teenagers. It's been a great resource for our community, and it's free. So you guys should check that out. I too attended the 4th of July event at the airport. I don't think we can say enough about how much of a success it was, and I look forward to doing that again next year. Thank you, Councilwoman Lenore, for bringing that up. I took myself on a tour of McCarthy Park. I will not be able to attend the grand opening. I've got to work, but great job out there. I think that the community is really appreciative and they're really enjoying it. We're getting ready to start school, so I want to wish all the children, the educators, welcome back to school. And I hope you guys enjoyed your break and you're ready to go full force and learn. And last but certainly not least, I too, I don't want to politicize this. I just want to say that my sincere, heartfelt condolences to our neighboring city of Gilroy and the tragedy that they just went through. I too am grateful that we could provide services not only at the county level but the city. And this is going to be a long process, and I'm just glad to know that I would imagine the entire council and the staff and the city manager here are willing to go out there and support our neighbors. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mike, I want to thank you too for the fireworks show. My family and I were out there right before we left town for our monthly trip, and it was really impressive this year. Really impressive, and I think it's a good start to a better show. I'm hoping that we can get some information as far as citations this year for illegal fireworks. We really need to keep cracking down on that. As I said, I spent the past month crossing the country with my family. We do it every year, see different states in our country, and it's always incredible to see all the things that are in our country, and just community after community that really has some really good things going on. I will say, as far as, I hear this about the roads, how this state or that state has just great roads, and I say this every year, absolutely not true. Every state is in the same situation.
That's right.
One county, it's a great road. By the time you get to the next county, your wheels are ready to fly off. Same thing goes for the drivers across the country. Some states,
They're good.
they're pretty decent and pretty friendly, and then you get to Florida. I have never seen so many bad drivers in my life.
Says they're all seniors.
But it was white knuckle time driving through Florida.
boy.
But Florida did give me the gift of watching a rocket launch in Cape Canaveral, and it was pretty impressive, especially when you saw the rocket come back down. It's one of the SpaceX rockets, make its way back out of the sky. You're like, rocket's gone, oh cool, and then 5 minutes later, a new one's coming back at you. So my son and my daughter really enjoyed it. Really something I encourage all families, do a road trip. Even if it's a week or 2 weeks, do a road trip with your family. You'll never regret it. The general plan, City Manager, you brought up the meeting coming up.
Yeah, the RFP, we added some scope of services, so we extended the deadline, I think 10 days. So it went to August 14th. If all the proposals will be in, we'll hurry up and do the interviews process, and then we'll get it to the second meeting. It'll likely be the second meeting in September to approve the contract.
Okay, and I think all we're missing now is a private member.
Oh, for the
committee.
Committee.
I think we have, the planning commission has theirs, we have ours, and I believe we need.
A member of the public?
Yeah, so if we can work on that, so when that all comes together, we can move on it pretty quick.
For sure, I'll have them work on
I
that.
thought we already had that done.
The,
Member public member.
who was it?
Well, no, I mean, I thought we were already doing that.
No,
We haven't done
I think
anything.
we had Mark Paxton was one and
No, I don't think we ever did it.
enrollment. Oh, Marty.
I'm sorry.
No, they're the ad hoc, but the member at large.
They were
No,
the public members at large. They applied for it, and now they.
Yeah,
they
so
don't qualify.
we need to work on
Right.
that to get that out there, so that way we can When we get the other part done, we can move forward.
I applied, yeah, as a member of the public. Did I get selected?
No. They didn't want you, Marty.
I wanted to address one thing that, before I go into conversation about my good friend Robbie. There's this rumor that people keep trying to spread here and different places. Something about this whole beer garden thing. I don't know why people insist on spreading rumors that they know are not true, and especially when they know they're spread by people that were hired to spread them. And this really needs to stop. Let's base things on facts and not rumors, so we can confuse the public and make the mayor look like the bad guy. These are rumors that just need to come to a stop, and it's really a shame that there's people in this community knowingly keep spreading these rumors. We got to stop that. You got something to say? I'm happy to talk to you about it. But we can't continue with these games and then play, oh, don't hurt my feelings when I call you out on it. Now, my good friend Robbie, he was a council member here when I first came here, and he was a CHP officer, he was sheriff, he was a marshal, numerous committees. I can tell you story after story about Robbie and I and conversations, and Bill can tell you stories how we sat going over some of the nickels and dimes the city was spending for hours.
I remember
and
that.
He was passionate, just passionate about his community. Somebody once told me that they asked him, why doesn't he just move somewhere else now that he's older and retired? He said he'd never leave. He would never leave our community. He would never leave us. And even while he was in the hospital, I went to go visit him. Boy, and he was insistent on being back on that airport committee. He figured he could find a way to get there with his dialysis machine and all these different things. And, you know, I'm going to miss him. And he really was a good friend. And I really want to, again, it's rare that somebody has put that much time into our community. And Robbie is one of those rare people. Really want to bring that conversation about the park. You know, he guarded that park for so many years, and
Yeah, the interesting thing, I don't mean to cut you off, one of the interesting things is that actual park is owned by the school district, but we could reach out to them.
we have, isn't a portion of it ours though?
No, we share maintenance, but it's all their.
Oh, it's all
their
there?
property.
Okay, well, let's see what we can do,
Yeah,
or
we'll see what
another,
we can do.
because he needs to be remembered. And if we can do anything special here too, that would be.
Why don't we name the one on 4th Street after him, instead of being Brigantino Ranch or Reclamation?
Yeah, we'll find something to do. Yeah, no, I agree with you, and
Yeah, we'll find one.
it's important. So, again, I treasured our friendship, and we had a lot of good times. I'm gonna miss you, Robbie. City manager?
I have nothing to report.
City attorney?
No statement, thank you.
Chief?
I have a few things. I appreciated the support I got for Life this year from the community. It was just awesome. I also attended Junior Giants ceremony in the closing ceremonies later on that same morning. What a great group of volunteers we had this year with that group, and it just keeps growing. This is the 5th year we've been out there, and as you mentioned, we have other programs, Junior Warriors, the 49ers flag football, USA Tennis. It's just all kinds of cool stuff that I really appreciate Tina and her staff do for the community. It's super nice. School starts real soon. We remind people to drive safely. We will be out in force doing our jobs, but please drive safely around our schools. A lot of kids going to school this year. It's a city that has a lot of schools that are overcrowded, and we really need to watch it around those schools. Tomorrow night is National Night Out, downtown Hollister, 5:30 p.m. This is the 36th year, actually, for National Night Out. I think it's the 6th year we've actually had it downtown. I have not regretted it one bit that we brought it downtown. It is the best place for it. The businesses all get kind of involved in it. We do a really good presentation and a lot of cool games, a lot of cool stuff right there at the Vets building. And I appreciate the Vets for always letting us do that there. Lastly, I was on vacation, 5:30 to 7. I was on vacation during the Garlic Festival event, and I was actually out of contact. I was out in the woods, and in the morning I got into the little town I was at, and started getting updates on my phone. And he was texting me. Everybody was texting me, I had received a call from the watch commander that night when it occurred. So I called back the station, and I was so proud that Captain Reynoso and Lieutenant Olson just took it by the reins and got people scheduled to go help them work overtime and do all the things they need to do. And they need to be commended for what they did. It was a horrible tragedy, one that I hope that we never have to visit. But in that tragedy, I also saw a lot of folks that did a great job out there as well. And the Gilroy Police Department did a fantastic job. That's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
And thank you for all that your officers did. And as you were, I was out of town and my phone exploded too. And all I can say is I know we're helping any way we can. So thank them for all of us, I think.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
City Clerk? Yeah, that would be you.
I was just thinking, I believe we addressed everything we were.
Yeah, I think you did it before. Okay. Mr. Mayor, if I can digress a little bit to Brett, he had some news for you. Sorry.
Just want to give you a status on the refunding of the RDA bonds that you helped approve. They will be closing on Wednesday, and we'll be refunding $6.25 million down to $5.2 million, changing the interest rate from an average of 6.77% down to 2.56%. Annual savings will be about $200,000 a year, and then total savings over the 13 years will be about $2.7 million. So I just want to thank council for the work you've done.
And we can use it for downtown.
So we get a piece of it, but it's for the whole community. We'll save about $200,000. So.
Yeah, we don't get much.
We get enough of that.
Yeah, we'll get about $20,000.
The school districts are welcome.
Yes, they get it all, most of it.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to item G3.
Inclusionary housing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council had asked for sort of maybe a report or an update on the inclusionary housing ordinances. I asked Jamila to come tonight to present sort of the inclusionary housing ordinance that was presented to the Board of Supervisors about, it was probably about a month ago, I think, maybe 6 weeks ago, just to kind of give you sort of a flavor, a dipping your toe in the water, so to speak, about what an inclusionary housing ordinance looks like and some of the things that the council is actually considering. I know that you folks have a desire to move forward with one as well. And so Jamila will probably be the person that's going to be helping you the most with that as yeah.
So I seen it on the website a few months back. Is this an amendment to that? I mean, it was actually on the county website. I forwarded it to Marty. So is it the same one or an amendment?
It's similar. Part of
Okay,
the
'cause
reason
it was on there.
Yes, so you will see that this looks very
Okay.
similar to what was presented previously to the San Benito County Board of Supervisors. I took out portions of the slide partly because, and it was one thing that I was going to address, the Board of Supervisors did not approve the ordinance at that time, and so I have deleted a lot, and I have a portion that I've added to kind of give you guys the council an update. So yes, a good evening. Sorry, I'm a little tired. So hopefully I don't miss anything. But just like Bill had referenced, as the housing coordinator for both the city and the county, as we do updates at the county level, I definitely will keep everyone in the loop as well. I think it's a goal, and correct me if I'm wrong, to kind of have something both similar in this sense so that there's not confusion when we're working with the two different jurisdictions. Okay, so the first slide just indicates a little bit about the overarching goals that the county has in their affordable housing ordinance. So in our ordinances, it is chapter 21.03. So if anyone would like to reference it or anything at this point, that is where you would find the information. As a reference, it was adopted in 2016. So San Benito County has had an inclusionary housing ordinance, the most current one for now, about 3 years. They previously did have a previous inclusionary housing ordinance prior to 2010 is when they kind of ended it and changed it a little bit, partly due to the recession. But since 2016 is what we have adopted. And the reason for going to the current county is to make some additions because, and I will go along that, but there's just some items missing. So basically, with the affordable housing ordinance, the goal is to increase and incentivize affordable housing and just ensure that there's fairness for all of those that live in the county. The next addition that may not be known with the affordable housing ordinance, and this isn't an addition, we've just made an adjustment, is within the ordinance, San Benito County has what they call a housing advisory committee. So it would be a standing committee, just like all of you partake in other committee organizations. With this, we did have to establish bylaws. So I can always be able to provide that. I believe it was in the previous county presentation, but I can always provide that as well. What we did change is have it be an odd number of members, just it's easier for voting and things like that. So we increased the number of public members to 3. So as written previously, it was 2 planning commissioners, 2 board of supervisors, and now we have updated it to meet 3 public members. We were seeking individuals that have an affordable housing development background, a building background, and a financial kind of accounting background so that we can get different types of viewpoints, especially, you know, as an employee, sometimes you get kind of stuck in what I'm constantly reading or constantly seeing. So it's really important to be able to see a large perspective from the public. That was always established in the ordinance, but we increased the number of members and established the bylaws as well. So I think that's something that as the city, seek to do something is keep that in mind as well as having the committee as part of the ordinance. The committee is partly there, and I will go on in a moment. If there were to be fees collected, this committee would help decide where that money is spent. So the fees would go into a separate account, and part of this committee would be the recommendation to the city council. Now this is kind of a little bit of the nuts and bolts. At the county level for on-site inclusionary construction, they have a request for 15% minimum. So on a 100-unit development, 5% would be for very low, 5% would be for low, and 5% would be for moderate income units. So that's how it's broken down at that level with an even number of 100 units. If someone were to come with 50, it would be a little bit different, but the minimum amount requested would be 15%. The next example is if there is off-site construction. So if the developer is not seeking to provide the affordable housing units on the approved section, but wants to maybe build off-site, maybe they have a different piece of land or they want to work with a different nonprofit, something that's not on the actual site, it increases to a 20% minimum. So if there was 100 units developed, they'll now have to provide 20% off-site. This one is broken down a little bit different. At the very low, 6% of those units have to be for very low, 6% of the units have to be for low, and then 8% would be for moderate income units, broken down.
Excuse me, I have
Yes.
a question. I'm sorry, I know it's very late. I'm a little confused by the first sentence. Development of 100 units include 20 affordable, even though they're off-site? If they're off-site, wouldn't it be development of 100 units on-site and 20 units off-site?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
it's not included.
Yeah, I guess it is
in the
to not
100
include,
units.
yes.
Oh, it's included in the program, not
Yes.
included in 100 units.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And this is where I kind of lead into the current status. So we had made changes and we included an in lieu fee because that is partly what's missing from the current ordinance. It was reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission in June. It then went to the Board of Supervisors where it was not approved at its first reading. At that point, the Board of Supervisors requested that an ad hoc committee be formed together so that we can be able to get different viewpoints, have more time to be able to receive information, not just from the public, but from other industries like the BIA and other building industries as well. And one of their goals is to not just determine what an in lieu fee would be, but to expand our ordinance to increase the language related to rentals. So, you know, if you were to go to our ordinance and you were to type in the word rental, there really isn't a lot of discussion. And so they wanted to expand that just more so that developers could also understand that there is that option. You know, it's not just a single family unit that can be produced and given to an individual at a lower price. They also wanted to review accessory dwelling units. That's something that's not currently discussed in the ordinance. It's something that we don't really currently have a strong policy for at the county. So they want to see if that can be included in addition to, you know, one of the numbers that's counted within those 20 or 15 to 20%. So right now we've met once as an ad hoc committee, and our next meeting is going to be August 22nd at 6:30 in the administrative office at the county. So right now it's, for lack of better terms, has stopped, and we're just reviewing different options. So I unfortunately don't have as much progress to report, but I think at this point we would be able to create a more cohesive and flexible ordinance for both ourselves as the county and future developers as well. And lastly, if there's any questions or comments, I know I am seeking direction, so I can be able to review something that maybe you guys are more intrigued about or more interested as well.
Okay, questions? Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Jamila. Very quickly, you said the county does have an inclusionary housing policy. Have they been following it?
So that's the difficult part, is that you will see a lot of the development that is happening now was approved in 2010, and it was approved at a time when there was not an inclusionary housing policy. So there has not been many developers that have come since the passing of the ordinance in 2016. And if they have, they're like small numbers, like a 5 plot, you know, like they did an adjustment to their parcel. So there really hasn't been a large developer that has come since 2016.
Okay. Have you looked at other policies or ordinances, and are they typically around 15%?
Yes, we have seen a lot of other counties and other jurisdictions that have done 15%. Previously, the county had, prior to 2010, mandated 30%. And they just felt like it was just too high of a number, and developers were having difficulty with that. So as part of a compromise, and some other jurisdictions do the same, it just kind of followed suit with 15%.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Richmond?
Thank you. I've been a big supporter, and I'm very disappointed that the city of Hollister has gone so many years with talk, and we never seem to get it. But I know this is a difficult subject. I just want to make my recommendation for whatever it's worth, even though you're not working on ours. You just gotta, it's essential that you take a look at the economics of the deal, because everybody's got one, only about half of them work at all, because they economically don't work. So the price of the house matters, what class the house is. In other words, somebody's building McMansions, how many, they may need more affordable housing to help. Somebody's building very small places that there's not much profit in, they may be less affordable housing. So the economics pushes it, because if you get on the wrong side of the economics, people just won't build it, because basically it eats up all their profit. On the other hand, if you get on the other side of the economics, you're just giving money away because they're just pocketing the difference. Okay, The ADUs is a good idea. It's very popular right now, and of course, we have them here in the city, as you're probably well aware of. I think we got them behind Target, right, if I'm not mistaken, right? We've got a lot of ADUs. And ADUs have another function that should not be ignored by people who need affordable housing, and that is they allow families, in many cases, to stay together because they can't live under one roof. But in the accessory dwelling units, sometimes they're elderly parents or mid-range children live in the accessory dwelling unit, and basically what you get is two families living in one location, and that serves like an affordable home. So that's just look at that.
Councilor Lenore?
I think the county's been doing additional dwelling units for family members for quite some time, so I know they've been doing that. What I'm not interested is in anything for the city, from just my opinion, is in lieu. I don't want in lieu. I want the unit built. I also hope that the county will understand that they're gonna need a little higher density to provide for their affordable housing, because the giant lots that they build aren't gonna pencil. So they need to build theirs, we need to build ours, as county and city, because they tried before to swap us, put them in the city, but they didn't want us to get credit for the units for the arena. And, we're taking the impact. I feel like we should get the credit, even if it's the affordable, even if it's from the county affordable, but I think me and the mayor are on the same page. I'm not interested in lieu fees. That's what I remember you saying, yeah.
And thank you for
Yeah.
bringing that up. I
Yeah.
fully agree with that, and I know the conversation, the county had I think a 200 unit subdivision, and they accepted $900,000 as in lieu fees. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are correct. So it turns out to be, and I try not to say the number because it is a little shocking, turns out to be $4,500 per unit
It's
towards the
beyond
affordable fee.
shocking, and
Yeah.
it's why it doesn't work. So I
Yeah.
fully agree with you. Have you looked at Morgan Hill's policy?
Yeah, so that's one thing that we are searching. So with the county, prior to me starting this position, just a few months prior, the county was in a contract to complete an affordable housing gap analysis. So they contracted with a separate research agency to basically better understand the difference between, for basic like math, the difference between the price of market rates, the average market rate price, and how much it really is for an affordable unit. And at that point, that's a report that we've partly been using to use towards an in lieu fee amount. With state laws, you don't have to complete a nexus study any longer, which typically is a little bit more time consuming. It's a little bit more expensive. But yes, so we are right now reviewing potentially for an in lieu fee, looking at charging like a square footage base. City of Salinas and both City of Morgan Hill base their fee not necessarily on just one specific fee per unit, but reviewing it like based on square footage of the type of construction that is going to happen.
Yeah. I think, for years I've known the work that Morgan Hill is doing, and
Yeah, they've had their inclusionary policy since the 70s.
yes, and they've done a good job with it. I'm not, no disrespect to the county, but I'm not really, I don't get very excited about whatever's happening there. I think we need to take
Okay.
a model that's proven. And Councilmember Lenore is absolutely correct. The in lieu fee concept doesn't work for me. We keep developing neighborhoods over there. No, let's include neighborhoods within, so it's a community of all different incomes, rather than just keep pushing people. Well, we can move them to this side of town. It doesn't work. It creates problems in the future. I do like the ADU, different types
Yeah.
of programs we can be doing, but I would like to reach out again to Morgan Hills and see
Okay.
what they're doing. They're a very good example. So,
Perfect.
If I may interrupt, just so for information, San Luis Obispo's also
Yes, the
is square footage based. Okay.
I think that's important for apartments too. I'm gonna talk about that in the future.
absolutely. Do we have any speaker cards? Okay, well, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I do have a question in terms of the direction. So our next technically our next ad hoc committee meeting at the county is August 22nd, like I stated. Is it something in terms of your goal with the inclusionary housing policy? Would you like me to come monthly with a report or some type of update so that I can kind of keep track with the city, and then also, you know, so we can kind of keep each other accountable for the goals that we have? I don't know if that's something that the council would be interested in.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think,
Okay.
again, it's pointed out Morgan Hill, San Luis Obispo.
Definitely.
And there's a few other good examples out there.
Okay.
If we could start to see those and then figure out what we want to model after, change it a bit and go from there. So this is very important.
Okay.
We need to move on this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we're going to move to the G4.
Recommended table.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Sorry, I need to be back at work in a few hours and I'm already falling asleep.
By the way, before we go on, I'm sorry. I need to get consensus for us to continue our meeting. I should have done that.
Yes.
Should have done that at 10:30, but
Yeah, we're almost there.
I skipped. I'm an hour behind. I'm still on.
That would have been hysterical, though.
I'm
I
just
gotta tell you.
saying, Mrs. Chambliss, I would have given her your number, so.
Thank you very much.
So, request made from Veolia to provide the document that you requested at the previous meeting. It has not been completed yet. They did have a medical situation, so somebody was out for 2 months. So I expect this to be completed in the next few meetings, so I'm requesting you to table it out in September somewhere.
Not to a date certain.
Okay.
If you just withdraw the whole thing, then it's so much cleaner on my end. And they don't even have to vote. You're just withdrawing it. Like it was out
I
there.
could withdraw it
taking
before the meeting, and gone home. at 9 o'clock
You
at
could have
night.
done that.
Yeah.
I tried. I got told I had
Just
to come
saying it's
here.
an option.
It's communication here. Come on, communication.
Do we need to open it to public comment?
Yeah, we do. Okay. Anybody from the public?
Don't care about.
So it's like you never existed tonight, Mike.
I have no speakers on G4.
Okay.
All right, you got G5. Thank you, Mike.
See you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. There was a request by the council to agendize an item on campaign finance policy. So we did so under this category. The city clerk had provided some information in your packet on some of the things that would occur if you decide to come up with an ordinance, your own ordinance, or the city of Hollister's ordinance on campaign financing. I think I'll just leave it up to you folks as to what direction you want us to go. If there's an ad hoc committee created, or if that's something that you want to go down the path of. Our experience, and Christine, please correct me if I'm wrong. Essentially, a lot of the information that we found is that if in fact that this council wants to make or adopt their own ordinance in relations to how money is raised for a particular campaign. The FPPC, which is the Fair Political Practice Commission, no longer kind of monitors the city of Hollister. It's not going to sort of regulate the intent of 482 cities in the state of California. They have a process they're comfortable with regulating. They don't necessarily want to get into the intent of something special that the city of Hollister wants to adopt. So again, and I don't know if it was completely all about just campaign financing. I'll let the council kind of describe what it was, what their thoughts were. I would just encourage you to keep that in mind when moving forward on who's actually going to regulate this. And as I mentioned in a department head meeting, the city attorney or the city manager probably doesn't want to be the one that's regulating how city council members are elected. That's never good for job security. So,
And if I may add also that government code states that we may also be audited.
Yes.
anyway, so.
And we do currently have a campaign finance reform ad hoc, and it's Ignacio in honor.
Yes, it is.
And we've never met.
No, we haven't.
I also have an announcement, and it's related to this. So my announcement is I'm not running for mayor, number one. And my second announcement is, and I know it's very early, but I want to make it before I comment on campaign financing. So you'll know I have no dog in this fight. I will not be running for reelection. I have no dog in this fight, okay? It sounded good when it started. I was going to support it. Then I started reading the current situation regarding campaign finance law, specifically from the League of California Cities. And it was about a year and a couple of months ago, they had a big thing on it. And essentially, once you read this, you understand why I'm not going to support it. Everything we want to get rid of, we can't touch. The only thing we can basically do is poor John Q. Public, we can tell him, oh, you can only give $1 to this guy. The Supreme Court, according to this document from the League of California Cities, has basically radically upended the campaign finance laws throughout the United States. And you guys will certainly remember the case, although the name always escapes me. It's the one about whether unions, and started out about whether unions and corporations could make independent expenditures without limit, which the Supreme Court said they could. And then from there, it went to the California Supreme Court, and then and was also in the Ninth Circuit, which is the federal court. And so the things that I would want to get rid of, I certainly would want to get rid of, I can't touch. So one of the things I would want to get rid of is independent expenditures, okay? In other words, you sit over there and you say, I never talked to the candidate, but I hate this guy, and so I'm going to form a committee, and I'm going to put out stuff against this guy. And according to this from the legal advisors, League of California City, is you can't touch independent expenditures. No limits. And they can do whatever they want, as long as they stay independent, as long as they don't come back and talk to you. The second thing I would get rid of if I was king for a day, I can't touch, is the fact, and this is the worst one, that wealthy people who run for office can spend as much money as they want. They can contribute as much as they want to their campaign, according to the Supreme Court of the United States, and they can spend as much as they want, and there ain't a damn thing you can do about it. So that means if you're John Q. Public and you got to go see 500 people to get $200 a piece to raise a couple of $1,000 or whatever it is, the rich guy can just reach in his pocket, pull out the same amount of money and just plop it down and just wipe you off the board. And I've been wiped off the board a couple of times, so I know what I'm talking about. When I ran for mayor in 2012, I got wiped off the board by people spending 2.5 to 3 times more than I did of their own money. And there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing of that's changed. So limits on independent expenditures are never okay. That's according to their legal advisor at the League of California Cities. Limits on a candidate expenditure of his own funds are never okay unless they accept a voluntary limit. And then when you read on, if they accept a voluntary limit, you can't hold them to it, okay? Voluntary limit expenditures cannot be coercive. Means you can't say, if you volunteered to limit your expenditures, I'll give you this. If you say that, that's illegal, okay? So you can't provide extra public funds to match personal funds because spent by an opposition candidate, the rich person. Be wary of restrictions, any restrictions, including transfer limits. So I can have a whole bunch of money in my committee, and I can transfer it to another committee, and I can spend it for another, maybe I got it because I ran for mayor, and then maybe I'm running for city council. Maybe I'm going to run for something else. I just keep transferring the money around. You have to be able to distinguish between express advocacy and issue advocacy. I don't even know the difference, and I work here, okay? And then they have all about contribution limits cannot be too low. If they are too low to mount an effective campaign, they are illegal. Contribution limits should have a cost of living adjustment. They should be supported by a factual record demonstrating the need to prevent corruption. Differing contribution limits are highly suspect. Aggregate contribution limits are highly suspect. They must have a justification for and narrowly tailor special limits for corporations, contractors, and lobbyists. Cannot limit contributions to independent expenditure committees or ballot measure committees. So what can you do? What you can do is you can get John Q. Public, the poor guy who wants to give Johnny B. Good $500 and say to him, you can't do that. Meanwhile, Adolf Hitler, if he's around, is running for the same office and happens to be wealthy. He can dip into his pocket and pull out all the money in the world and put it in his campaign. This is not campaign reform. What this is this is how people who are in office stay in office, and how people who have wealth can buy their way into office, and there's a damn thing you can do about it. So I'm not going to support it, because this is a waste of time, and this is a waste of money, and this is a waste, period. And anybody who wants the references from the League of California Cities checklist on to make sure you're not violating the Constitution under the new rules from the Supreme Court of the United States, can email me and I'll be glad to send it the reference. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Resendez.
I'm going to try to keep this brief. It's late. A couple of things. Number one, there's obviously a problem with special interest and lobbyists, and I've made that pretty vocal as far as I can tell from being up here, and how they can influence the outcome of elections. The Vice Mayor just said that they do. Money does influence the outcome of elections. The reason for bringing this up, number one, I was inspired by a candidate who's running for office who is enacting this on himself, and I just think it's nice to even the playing field, to keep things fair, transparent, and to encourage everyday working citizens that we can have accurate representation. Because there is a problem, not just here on a local level, but state, federal, and whatnot. I don't think right now is the appropriate time to talk about, especially it's so late. And I've got to be honest with you, I completely forgot that there was an ad hoc committee formed. So obviously, we all agreed that this was an issue worth sitting down and discussing further. So I would just ask at this time that if the ad hoc committee has not met, if we could appoint, I would be more than happy to sit down on that and get those meetings going, just so we can explore it more and then come back with to further that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Spencer.
I would like to talk about this. I'm not going to go into it in a big thing, but first, I'm all for transparency. Okay, I know there has been rumors spread about us having tens of thousands of dollars to put into our campaigns. You, the public, have every right to come into this building, ask the city clerk to see our financial records, our Form 460 or 470. But here's something that a lot of people don't know. You can also ask for the bank statements, which will tell exactly who deposited the money. When I ran for city council, my committee raised $1,500, and $1,000 of that was for my signs. I didn't have tens of thousands of dollars that was put out by certain people that I got dumped into my account by developers. Here's another thing. This proposal, what's it gonna cost the city? My records, and I might be wrong, I really suck at math, sorry guys, but my numbers are around $200,000 to $300,000 a year, because you're gonna have people to investigate us when there's a complaint. The FPPC has an enforcement process. The Enforcement Division analysis and processes over 1,500 complaints and referrals per year about potential violations of the Act. Complaints and referrals are received from citizens, other government agencies, and the media. The Enforcement Division also investigates on its own initiative. The division also operates a campaign audit program of both mandatory and discretionary audits. They audit at least 25% of all candidates every year. And if they get past that, then they do another 25, so at least 50%. I do not support this because the thing is, if we go with this, that gentleman or whoever replaces him is gonna have to investigate us. And that's gonna put that person in a very awkward position because we're their boss. Right now, the FPPC, the Fair Political Practice Commission, is our boss. We answer to them. We need them because what this proposes, just like Councilman Richmond said, it'll give people with money to spend out of their own pocket.
If I may also add to that, that I believe that the cities that currently do have campaign reform policies are charter cities.
Yes.
Where they have a strong mayor. So I think there's a difference there.
Okay, Councilmember Sanders, you had another comment?
Yeah, I just want to point out, as Vice Mayor pointed out also, there are things such as political action committees. I myself was, and I call myself a victim of a PAC, and I traced it back. They're very hard to trace, so it's not true that you can just go look up at our forms and go into the bank and find out. They're very hard to trace. Right. And I traced it back to an old city councilman who's now turned a lobbyist who was raising who knows how much money, because I couldn't find out how much money, but they were supporting the opponent at that time. So I'm speaking from personal experience, and I think that we should at least look into the issue to see if there's a way to regulate it better so that there's not one person that given an advantage just because they have access to more wealth than the other person. Thank you.
I would like to say something on that. Proof. Where's the proof? If you were bringing this here tonight, you should have brought the proof. Documented facts that somebody, a PAC, did that to you. Because you talking does not mean that it actually happened.
Well,
Because I can prove that I did not get $10,000 dumped into my campaign.
So let's not go
yeah,
back and forth
this
on
is not personal.
Everybody had their.
This is not personal. The law is, and if somebody knows better, and I'll be chastised. I'll let the lawyers chastise me. I do my research. Whether you like my ideas, you don't like my ideas. I don't just read one source. I read lots of sources. I read what the lawyers say. I read what the League of California Cities say. People who really know their business. This is the law. Independent committees can spend what they want and do what they want, as long as they don't coordinate with whoever they support or whoever they oppose. And I saw the ads against council member Resendez, and oftentimes he's not my favorite person, we all know that. But look, I didn't like him, but it was done by an independent committee. And we cannot control an independent committee. And I dare anybody who knows anything about the law to come up here and tell me how we can control an independent committee. It says right in there, that's why they're called an independent committee, because you don't have no control over them, and the candidate has no control over them. I'll take another example here locally. The mayor received a contribution from a PAC. It wasn't a whole $1 million or anything. It was just short of $1 million. No, actually, it was less than $1,000. I think it was $950. That PAC, if you read the name of that PAC, you would never know what that PAC was about. And if you try to trace money that went in and out of that PAC, I dare you to find out where that money went. So it isn't just one side because they happen to oppose Mr. Resendez, or another side because the PAC happened to support the mayor. The truth of the matter is, that's the campaign law, and that's why this is a waste of time, because we're not going anywhere. I've gone through enough stuff on the FPP website to make me cross-eyed trying to find where $500 came from. And one committee gives it to the second committee, gives it to the third committee, gives it to the fourth committee, goes down to Los Angeles, goes back up to San Francisco, and you can run that money down all day long, and you're never gonna figure out where it comes from. I don't want to disappoint Mr. Resendez, and I have no political axe to grind here. I'm telling him we're wasting our time, and we're wasting our money. It isn't worth even looking at. And finally, I'll go back to my biggest problem, and I think it's an important problem, is that anybody who has money in their pocket can spend all their personal funds on themselves. And that is a principle of the Supreme Court of the United States, and it is in the FPPC or FFPC manual. And you can spend anything you want. And if your opponent doesn't have that money, too bad for the opponent. So what we need to do is educate the public to how to read the 460 so they know where the money came from. And I'll bet you there isn't 6 people out of 10, maybe 2 people out of 10, that even bother to read them. They don't even know where to find them. They're on the website, and they're so complex you can't even read them. So I feel very strongly about it after going through this thing. So I sympathize with you, because no one wants to be hacked up anonymously. I don't mind being hacked up, but I hate to be hacked up anonymously. But there's nothing we can do about it.
Okay. Carol, did you have a comment?
I have experience with FPPC after running 2 tax measures, helping to run. I was the financial officer for Measure E and Measure W, and I thought it was good. You have to disclose everything. I feel confident that the FPPC has covered basically what it should cover, who's given who what. And you're right, you don't always have control of who's given who what, but I think the reporting tool for the FPPC is adequate, and so I would feel comfortable with just the current FPPC.
Well, I have to say, I absolutely agree with Councilmember Resendez. I think it's gotten to the point where it is out of control. Simple as that, it's out of control.
What's out of control, though?
The attacks, the hiding. I think the public deserves to know that the person they're electing is not being completely financed through dollars that are appearing from this place or that place. They need to know where the dollars come from. It should be a fair process. It shouldn't be a process where, again, it's true that you can't find some of these committees, but how sad is it that locals here are creating these committees to spend tens of thousands of dollars? No, it is sad. It is sad for our community. And I have to say, I fully agree that something has to change. And it has to change not only in Hollister, but it has to change across the country. This cannot continue. It's just wrong.
If you look at the form, though, Ignacio,
I
it
do.
says
I've been looking at these forms for years.
$100 or more has to be totally disclosed.
And
You even
$99.
keep a copy of the check.
And
I did that, and then the
According-
99 or under, you don't have to
Yeah.
report it. And if it's a cumulative donation, then goes over 100, you have to report it.
Right.
I mean, what are you afraid of, $99
No,
donations?
I think I think it's an important conversation. And there's communities that are doing it all over the place. So I don't think we should shy away from it. We should look into it, see what other communities have done, see if there's a way to do it.
I'm not
Well,
gonna,
we have looked
you
into
cannot,
Other communities, our charter. we
You
have
guys
Excuse
need
me.
to stay off of Facebook bashing each other.
Councilmember Richmond.
thank you. You cannot, you don't believe the lawyers, you don't believe the Constitution of the United States, what do you want? I'm sitting here, I'm gonna ask, where did your money come from, your PAC? I couldn't find out where your PAC money came from. I know the name of the PAC, I know the purpose of the PAC, but I don't know who donated to that PAC. It was okay to get you elected. I'm not making this personal, I'm just saying. You spent more than twice as much than I spent when we ran against each other in 2012. You didn't complain, you didn't come to me and say, hey, I'll tell you what, I'll only spend what you raise. You said you raised $11,000 or whatever it was, and most of it was your own money. God bless you. I got $4,800, most of it was my own money. God bless me. That's all I gotta say. I don't see you had any sympathy for the people who couldn't raise as much money as you did, okay? So I don't get it.
Well,
This is people who are in office saying, I got in with a PAC, but I don't want you to have one.
And that's why I'm so glad I announced that I'm not running for office, because tomorrow the headline in the Freelance will say, Marty Richmond opposes finance reform. And you guys, at least the 12 of you here, will know that's a bunch of crap, okay? Just in case, oh, by the way, that, I believe that's a word that's used all the time in politics. I'm just sick and tired of this, rules for me and rules for everybody else. Look, you can tell we don't get along. The mayor goes on Facebook and calls people's names all day long. He does. And then he complains that people spread rumors about him. Okay? Look, he does. He does. He puts their faces on there. He says they're greedy. I remember the last city council when they voted on the 400 block. He put their faces on there. He said they're greedy. They just grabbing money. But, you know, then he complains that people talk bad about him. Okay?
Richmond, we're talking about the campaign finance.
Well, that's a perfect example.
Yeah, well.
Hey, let's make the rules apply to everybody, okay?
That's exactly right.
That's right.
why I agree it needs to be looked into.
No,
and
I
agree with
disagree.
it. So
I disagree.
there-
If you make the motion and make an ad hoc committee, I'm gonna make the motion to kill it.
There's no motion because there is an ad hoc committee that you all had agreed to already.
Well, guess what? Everything can be overturned.
Yeah,
How
well,
many more days
And whose
do we?
fault is that?
Can I see what this motion says here? For, I
There's-
wanna see what you put on, I wanna see what you put on the agenda.
Can I just say one more thing?
Yeah, I wanna see.
And I want people to understand this. There is total transparency. All you have to do is you come in and you, like I said, you talk to the city clerk, ask for a 460, a 490. And you'll get it. And if there's nothing on there, that's because every donation was $99. Per the FPPC, you cannot, no candidate or elected official can take cash. It's a no-no now. You go to prison for that. It's all got to be documented. Credit card, check, PayPal, I don't even know about that. It's all has to be documented. If you want to see the bank statements to that committee, sorry, Roland, but they can request them from the person, me. I have to give you all my bank statements that pertain to my committee bank account. And every one of them will have itemized checks that were deposited and who deposited them. It's all transparent. It's not that I'm against reform. I do not want to put this type of pressure in this community to our city workers. We are not equipped to do what the FPPC can do, which is investigate all of us or anybody that is sitting up here. They have the means, they have the resources, and the one thing that they do have, that if we put it in their hands, they don't have to worry about retaliation. Everybody in here does. Like I said before, and I'm not, I'm just doing my part of it. And you and I would be the same way. You would not want your boss, you would not want to have to investigate your boss, because the first thing that you would think of is, oh my God, I'm going to get fired or life is going to be miserable. Because the city workers have nobody to go to except for us.
okay.
And that's why
you.
I'm against
There's
this.
a request for it. There is a committee already formed. So you obviously do not want to be part of that committee.
No, I want to
You're
be,
abs-
no,
you're
no, no,
absolutely
no,
against
no,
it,
no,
so-
no. I want to be part of that committee. I also want to point out that this committee was established in January, and it is now the 8th month.
And now it's time to get going on it, right?
Oh,
So-
now that all this is up.
I'll make it easy for everybody. I'm gonna make a motion. Since this recommendation here is to establish a committee.
There's already a committee. So
Well, wait a minute. This says establish a committee, so that opens up committee. According to the municipal code of the city of California, committee appointments can be overruled by the majority vote of the city council. There I go quoting the rules again. Isn't that terrible? So I'm going to make a motion that we abandon the ad hoc committee for a ordinance concerning whatever we're gonna call this thing here. Oh, campaign finance reform. since, for two reasons. Number one, or many reasons. Number one, the motion, because the committee has not met or done anything. Number two, because under the current laws, there's nothing essentially it can do except limit the amount of direct deposit from people. And that would be unfair, since some of the members of this committee have extraordinary personal wealth. That's my motion. Can I get a second?
Wow.
Mr. City Attorney,
I
would this be an
second.
appropriate time to make a motion?
Before we make a motion,
Whenever I want.
Hang on.
I have a speaker.
We have to
Oh.
have speakers first.
Oh.
And then we'd ask the city.
Then I'll make a motion, and I'll make it longer.
I have a question.
We have a speaker card.
Yeah.
Thank you, Elia.
Good morning, City Council and Mayor. I am totally against this. Number one, it's the burden that you're going to put on staff. Where's the money going to come from? Are you going to take, what resources are you going to use, you're going to lose? Are the funds going to be coming from public safety? Are they going to be coming, we have no idea where the money's going to be coming from. There is an ad hoc committee, and the mayor appointed himself, and he appointed Councilman Spencer. And there have been no meetings, and she has mentioned it more than once that this has happened. And again, the mayor, if there's a motion that there's going to be another ad hoc committee, then I believe that the mayor should recuse himself, because he was already part of this, and I was on his part that this meeting, this council or this ad hoc committee has not met. The finances are public information. It's been reiterated many, many times. You cannot take cash. All the checks that are deposited, you can get the bank accounts. You don't even have to know what number to ask for. You just go to city staff and say, I want to see so-and-so's records, and they will help you, and they will explain it to you what the process is. And for someone to say that a PAC committee attacked me and accuse that PAC committee of personal attacks, you have to find proof. But if we want to, the candidates themselves were also attacking people individually, and they're not accountable for this. So who's calling who what? We have gone through, all of you have gone through counseling, how to get along and how to be politically correct with each other and how to be polite. And it was just a waste of money, because we're still at the same place. It hasn't helped. And this is a waste of time. We should be up here probably talking about term limits. This is already taken care of by the FPPC. They are equipped, they are staffed, they have money. If you put this on the staff doesn't have the legal right to go after you because you violated. Now they've got to go somewhere else, and that is more money. The FPP takes care of that. If you are in violation, they will pursue it, and they will go after you. That's their job. We do not need to be redundant. We are not a chartered city. We don't have that luxury. This is a waste of time, and I think this is better spent having talked about another subject instead of doing this. And I do not believe that you need to establish another ad hoc committee. I think you just need to get your job done. Again, Mayor, it's your job, it's your responsibility. Meet up to it.
Thank you.
I have no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
You had a question for the attorney?
Would this be an appropriate time to make that such motion that the Vice Mayor made?
It's not on the agenda. I mean, how does that work?
I mean, it's not on the agenda.
Yeah, I have to.
Motion.
The way it's phrased on the agenda is very vague, and it's not clear that it's agendized for action. Of course, someone could make a request to place it onto a future agenda. That can always be done, but it's not clear to me that we're properly agendized to actually take action and make a motion.
Thank you. In which case, I'll request that we put it
If
on
I
the
can.
future agenda.
I didn't want to get into a long, drawn-out discussion about it. I simply wanted to say, number one, I said it's late. And I gave my position, and I realized there was an ad hoc committee. Anyhow, I think we've gone way off the rails. And I'd like to request that we just,
Well, they put it on the agenda and you can vote on it.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah,
you'd
put
have
it
to
on the
request it
agenda.
at the appropriate time as well.
I want to
and that
make
wouldn't be
those
now.
headlines in the freelance. I wanted to say
Absolutely.
Marty Richmond opposes making Mr. Ignacio Velasquez the mayor for life because he can outspend everybody who runs.
So that's
Okay.
what this is all about then.
Of course.
It's all about me, okay.
It's
well,
all
thank
about you.
I'm glad you all still care about me.
Yeah, well,
So,
Oh,
can we move on
Ignacio.
from that then?
yes,
Or
we
got-
can.
You made
I'm
your
set.
request.
I'm satisfied.
Okay, you made your
We're gonna put it
request.
on the agenda.
Okay. Got that, Bill? We good? You're confused, I know, it's 12:10. Let's move on to item G6.
We're lost. Who knows where we are?
The second to the last item. I'm
Designation for the
keeping
voting
track.
member.
Who's going to the meeting?
I'm going.
Well, then you should be the voting member.
I'm requesting that city council, and I think I know who it's going to be, but give me names of 2 council members that will be attending the League of California Cities annual conference, which will be held in Long Beach from Wednesday, October 16th through Friday, October 18th. And I think we need 1 delegate, a voting delegate, and then 2 alternates, but there's only 2 of you going that I've booked for.
So,
Who's going?
you and me. Oh, no.
Who's going? The mayor?
The mayor and me.
You're not sharing my room.
God help me, never.
We have, who is going? Who's confirmed?
It is you in honor.
I think that there's a third person.
No, you don't
We
have a
can
third
have,
alternate.
no, we can
Material
have
interested
2
enough to
alternates.
go.
We have 1 voting delegate and 2 alternates, but there's only 2 of you going,
Oh,
so,
okay. I
So
thought
we'll
I
make it a
heard
voting
Roland.
delegate and 1 alternate.
yeah.
I thought I heard Roland say he was going one day. No, he's not going? So there you have it. Myself and we have 1 alternate.
Do you need a motion for that?
Yes,
If you want to be
please.
the voting member.
I'll make a motion that we declare Mayor Ignacio Velasquez the voting delegate and council member Honor Spencer the alternate for the League of California Cities. Were you going to the League of California Cities meeting?
Yeah, I told you yes. Did you get me down for it?
You told me no. I could try.
I'd like to modify my motion to make council member Roland Resendez the second alternate, in addition to the mayor, the voting delegate, and Honor Spencer, an alternate, and Mr. Resendez also an alternate. They need a voting
2.
member and 2 alternates.
Yeah, sure. Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we'll move to.
Thank you.
Nah.
Okay.
We're only sending 3 people. What can we
It
do?
was a consent item, but yeah, you're more than welcome to make a comment. You're right.
I'm just wondering if we need 2 alternates, do we need to spend that money? That's my only thing.
It's, no, but they prefer to have 2 alternates.
We can
No.
all go.
That's,
Now, we could all go.
All of them may attend,
It's the
but
voting issue.
They'll be out of town.
But what the league wants is to make sure that when council does attend, that there is at least 1 voting delegate and 2 alternates, because there will be things that they need to vote on while they're there, and the league wants to know who those
they
people
want
are
to make
gonna
sure
be.
somebody's gonna vote. Under the campaign finance rules.
Absolutely.
Enough voting rights.
You can, by the way, you can discuss that with them while you're
All
there.
right. All right, we'll go to G7.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I know it's late, but I really want us
You want
to
this?
take a close look at this and really be serious and have these conversations, because it's hugely important to a number of different folks, the development, the city, and et cetera. So, as you know, we have a cannabis ordinance. As you probably are well aware, we have some fairly large projects that are in the process of getting improved. In fact, I think there's about a 900,000 square foot facility going to the Planning Commission in the next couple of next week. And so And then on top of that is another project, and again, this is sort of just on a conservative figure of about 50% coverage, about a 4 million square foot, or maybe a slightly over 4 million square foot cultivation project out by the airport. As you also are aware, the city of Hollister's fee associated with cultivation for cannabis is $7 a square foot. So again, just simple math with the two projects that I just described that are getting close to coming to approval. You're looking at a roughly about 5 million square feet of cultivation area, and which would generate approximately $35 million a year in revenue. Those two projects alone. Obviously, you are all familiar with our city's budget. It's about 1.5 times our annual general fund budget for the city, for the entire city of Hollister. One of the and I'm not necessarily going to pick on one development or the other development. I'm just going to speak in generalities. Is that there was a request to have one of the projects enter into a development agreement with the city of Hollister for basically a $2 a square foot development agreement fee. With that said, I believe that fundamentally or philosophically with the city of Hollister, I have a hard time supporting that straight across the board. But what I do support, or I think I can get behind, is that we again go look at this sliding scale sort of methodology. I don't have any numbers for you specifically, but what I do think is that just from an equity perspective, we have some cultivation that is occurring right now in our city. We have, I think some of you have been to Moshe's business. You know, we don't want to necessarily penalize the small guy. So I think that if our $7 a square foot is going to be the cost for doing cultivation, at least for the first 100, 200, 300,000 square feet of a cultivation area, I think it needs to be $7 a square foot. Now, for additional hundreds of square feet after that, dropping that down to something along the way seems like a reasonable approach at doing this, and at least it keeps the smaller folks honest. It keeps the bigger folks honest from the perspective of what the original intent was to the city. I had a quick conversation with somebody recently about what other cities and communities are doing. I got to tell you, the most interesting thing about what other communities are doing is that they are, whether it was a voter-approved tax that was being issued, for instance, let's say Monterey County, for example, I think they had a $15 or $25 per square foot cultivation tax. That's just simply not happening over there. They are entering into development agreements that are far less than what the initial rate was. And in fact, I think King City, if somebody can confirm, I think actually King City is getting very close to being free right now. So those are going to be some of our neighbors that are in the region that are basically in direct competition. And again, one of the things I want everybody to consider is that generally speaking in Hollister, what we were shooting for is a high quality product that was grown indoors, obviously. And when you get to that level, there might be some slight variations of it. The folks in the industry obviously know it way better than I do. But at some point, an indoor product that's grown in Adelanto, California, or Cathedral City isn't a whole lot different than an indoor product that's grown in Hollister. And a lot of the new investment from in cannabis into the industry itself is coming from foreign areas. And quite frankly, I don't know if people in Toronto or Canada care whether or not something is growing in Hollister or Visalia or Oakdale or any of the other places that are building these pretty large facilities as well. The reason why I'm bringing it to you again for some sort of consideration is that I know that going through the process of negotiating a development agreement that benefits the city of Hollister as well as makes it economically viable to build a project takes some time. And I don't necessarily want to waste my time or staff's time putting these things together if the council has absolutely no desire on trying to either be competitive or if they want to stay at $7 a square foot. My recommendation is this, and I would say it like this, is that the city council has a ton of leeway when it comes to expenditures within the city of Hollister. you have total control over expenditures in the budgetary process. The thing that the state of California and the way we operate in California is that you don't have a lot of flexibility when it comes to your revenues. A development agreement in this matter for cannabis is one of your avenues that you have discretion over. You don't have to go through a 218 process. You don't have, I mean, it's not just sales tax, it's not just property tax, those things that are kind of, tie your hands on what revenues you are able to receive. So, like I said, I want you to really consider that as you start to move forward and look at some of these things. I think other things that I want everybody to sort of remember is 3 years ago or 3.5 years ago when we started this process. The reason we are at $7 a square foot is because I think at that time this city made a commitment to the industry and said we are going to be cheaper than our neighbors. We did want to incentivize those folks to be coming to Hollister to set up shop. Half of what, at that time Salinas and Monterey counties were essentially. And I don't necessarily want to call it a race to the bottom because that's not necessarily what our intent is here. But I do believe that, again, if we want to stay competitive in this industry, we're going to have to kind of change with the market and do sort of what the market is dictating. Again, these two developments are probably adding at least a few $100 million worth of investment in our community. One is probably around $75 million. The other one's probably well over $200 million of investment in it. And there's a lot of other components to it. And if you'd like, I can get into the types of projects they are. But essentially, so all I'm really sort of asking for is we have a number of people here, I guess, in the industry who'd like to share some of their comments. But for us, all I'm really wanting to get from the end of the evening is just sort of an okay or a nod that whether we would ever consider reducing our fee to end up having an average that's less than $7 a square foot, or if we really just are going to hold fast and leave it at that number. So. I'll take any questions up to this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since I had the pleasure of being involved with the cannabis all the way through this, we talked about this earlier. We don't want to be in a race to the bottom, as you pointed out. But given that there are companies that are interested in building large facilities, I think scaling it makes sense, and it is a fair way to do it. I just want to make sure we're not trying to get to the point of, okay, everybody's going to have a lower price. We need to make sure anybody that's going to spend $70 million or $100 million to build a facility is not playing around. And that's the early conversations. We don't want to be playing around with, I'm going to do this and do that, and then nothing ever happens. And we had that happen to us. Mm-hmm. So, if it's a real project in, real numbers, of course we should talk about it. I mean, that's the way all businesses work. Mm-hmm. The more you have, the more it's the way it works. Mm-hmm. So what are your ideas? I think it is a fair conversation to have. Again, we're not trying to be the cheapest in the world, but if you're talking about a facility that's really top-notch and really putting those dollars into it, that's a different conversation.
Yeah, and I think one of the other things to just add along with this, obviously there's an economy of the scale for us as the city to do the regulations on this, and so some of those larger facilities would absolutely be a lot easier for us to manage, which is huge. And again, I can't agree more with the mayor in the sense that if this is who we're attracting to sort of have a single tenant in a 900,000 square foot or a 1 million square foot facility, we just got to be able to say, yeah, that's a serious project. And of course, we wouldn't enter into anything, and we don't collect anything until that actually exists. So.
The only thing I would say is the conversation is quickly going to become, well, 70% of it's a nursery. So we have to make sure we address that issue.
The other factors of our program, I think, and most of the folks that are in the industry understand that. I think we just adopted our new kind of fee structure that set that limit at 25% of the facility can only be a nursery, which it gets charged at that rate. And I don't think anybody has a real issue with that at this point. So I think they're accepting and happy that we've made some concessions as far as that's concerned.
Okay, Vice Mayor Richard.
Thank you. I see it the same way. First of all, just before everybody calls me up tonight at 3 o'clock in the morning, there's no proposal here to reduce any taxes on any recreational sales, commercial sales, direct sales, or anything like that. And it has nothing to do with this. We're talking about basically production and processing. I see it exactly the same way. Somebody has a serious investment to make, and they're willing to sign a development agreement, so we know we're not just putting out a number so they can run over to Monterey County and say, look who gave us a number, and get another number. So it has to be serious. It has to be not a stalking horse, because I'm not going to play that game. Logically, it's a big business, and the bigger they come, the more you have to make adjustments for the fact that they will employ more people, they will pay more taxes, they will pay more property taxes, they will pay more development fees, or whatever we can wring out of you. Okay, that's the way it works. You'll knock it down as far as you can, and we'll get as much as we can. But I'm willing to look at it, because only a fool would say I won't look at it.
Yeah.
So that's my opinion.
Okay. Any other comments?
I agree with you. I think we need to begin the developing of a sliding scale. When you're gonna bring information back to us, because we're not actually doing it.
No, you're not.
You're gonna give us more information on the sliding scale.
Yeah.
I think I want the cannabis industry to be successful here, so we need to be reasonable in what we're charging. Yeah.
And that's a huge help. I mean, that at least allows us to start having those discussions about what we're ultimately trying to get at. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, any other comments? Any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Well, who else would be here all night, right?
Right. Why else would you wait?
I thought you guys just liked
Item
us.
number G7, cannabis cultivation fees and development agreements. I have many speakers. The first one being Robert Flannery.
Now we're gonna find out if you can take yes for an answer.
Thank you very much, first of all, for patience and still being awake.
Well, we're thanking you.
I appreciate it. I'm Dr. Robbie Flannery. I have a PhD in plant biology with an emphasis in environmental horticulture and a specific expertise in hydroponic crop optimization for cut flower production and controlled environment agriculture from UC Davis. So basically, I'm trained by the #1 plant science school on the planet to grow cannabis, and very successfully have done on a very large scale for many years. Former production director at Spark in San Francisco. At the time I was there, the largest vertically integrated dispensary in the state of California. And when I started my own venture and doing my own thing, we were looking at several locations throughout the state of California to plant, roughly about $50 million worth of investment. And Oakland was one of them. Sacramento and Los Angeles were the others. We decided on none of them, and the primary reason was because of taxes. I'm also the vice chair for the Agriculture Committee for the California Cannabis Industry Association. One of the biggest things that we are trying to deal with right now is snuffing out the black market. The black market is viable. There's more black market sales in California than are legal sales, and the reason why that is because of taxing. A lot of it has to do with taxes at the state level, but more so than people realize, it is happening at the local municipality too. One of the things we also need to consider when it comes to these types of taxes is that wholesale pricing for cannabis is relatively high. However, it's not going to stay that way forever. If you're looking at this, you want to have cannabis companies come in here and invest locally. You have to keep in mind that a lot of these people are putting hundreds of millions of dollars towards these facilities and these build-outs of these businesses. They're looking at long-term plays. They're not, and they understand that there's going to be wholesale pricing compression occurring. And so they have to build out their pro formas and their budgets, understanding what that's going to look like. And if you're not competitive when it comes to your local taxes, they're not going to come here. And one of the things I also wanted to point out, and I don't know if this is something that's already been considered, Bill. I apologize if I'm saying something that's already known, but canopy versus facility square footage is something you need to take into consideration. The reason why I say that is because because of my position at CCIA, I actually helped write the regulations at the state level around the statutes for the state of California, and they didn't even realize that canopy square footage was an issue as compared to facility square footage. So are you charging?
What's canopy?
So the canopy, the square footage of the canopy of the plant. So that plant is actually occupying, as opposed to the entire facility. So what you have happening is people who have facilities at canopy of, however amount, and they have to have the facility that supports that. And so if that's being taxed on that as well, the support for that canopy is going to go down and down and down, and therefore the quality of your cannabis is also going to go down.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
If I may let the council know how we actually do it. So flower rooms are what we usually charge the fee for. Now, what we don't charge the fee for as far as a semi-canopy is so sometimes you'll go into a facility that has several shelves of plants prior to maturity. So we don't go in and measure carts, right? So if a room is 20 by 40, it's 800 square feet. If they have shelves and whatnot, it's just to try to keep it simple. So in some cases, I would say it's usually just square footage, but we don't count hallways, we don't count offices, that's not part of the canopy area.
Okay.
Okay?
Got it.
So it might be a combination of what they're calling.
Okay.
Okay.
Nicholas Umberes.
Don't yawn yet, Nicholas. Come
Get
on.
to the
You
podium
still got an
yet.
hour to go.
Well, I'm from Salinas, and actually I had my own facility before. The tax was $25. Then it dropped down to 15, and it dropped to 8, and now it's to 5. I lost 2 facilities, myself and my partners, and lost a lot of money. So we decided to move into 2 other counties. The biggest thing that I saw the most was black market, like he had just stated a little while ago, and the excessive abuse of workers and all the other nefarious activities that are associated with these businesses trying to make their bottom line. We had a lot of problems with a lot of illegal workers coming into our county, into our city. We had whole containers of homongs living in the containers. There's, sex trafficking. There's a lot of other issues that the police chief is gonna have to deal with. Now, if you have a structure that a sliding scale can help provide people that are putting in millions of dollars in, like we did, we wouldn't be standing here like I am now. But I am here as a consultant for a group that is in your county now, in your city, and they are operating, and they're one of the companies that they would like to see this number come down. And I think it's a good play for the city, for the revenue, to keep a lot of the crime that's associated with this type out of your city. I mean, Salinas is a joke. I mean, I love my city to death, but there's a lot of crime that we've picked up because of the cannabis game. And I kind of wish we would have done it in a different way. And it would be safer for a lot of the community. And the tax, you're still gonna get the tax. He is correct, no one's gonna discriminate on the type of cannabis. It's not like it's grown outside. If you go to another place and you had outdoor cannabis production and you stated this was organically sun-grown in the state of California, sure, it's gonna make 10 times more on the East Coast, which it does. But when it comes to indoor cultivation, there's no difference, there's no differentiation. As long as the flowering rooms are taxed properly and the vegetation rooms and the cloning rooms are off scale, and you can make sure you can properly assign the tax, then I see there's no reason why you guys can bring it down to be competitive with the other cities. There are some major structures going in Hanford. There's some in Woodland. There's some, it's absolutely crazy, the structures that they're putting in. And they're progressive, and they're looking at the taxes to move it so that you get your cut. The police chief gets his money to help patrol these areas, because that's the other aspect about it. With hemp, we don't deal with cash. We deal with like straight Commerce Act. We can pay from wire transfers. These businesses have cash. It draws a lot of people, and also, you don't want to run off the people for the good companies and the people that have the money for their investments into your community. Okay, 10 seconds.
Thank you.
David Kaplan.
He went home. He left.
Greg Yamamoto?
Nope, he's gone too.
Wake him up.
Maybe he's using the men's room.
Joseph Nguyen?
He ran out the door. Your
Oh,
turn.
here he comes. Well, he could be next. Oh, that's the other gentleman. That's the same one.
I'm Joseph Nguyen. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, good evening or good night.
Good morning.
Good morning. We own the property on San Felipe Road, adjacent to the airport. And it's a total land area of 208 acres. And we plan to develop 3,948,000 square feet of facilities. Our mixed use, if you want to call it that, we're going to bring in an industrial use of a smart glass factory. That'll be 155,000 square feet. That'll bring in jobs. We plan to bring in a university and a research center with a pain treatment facility as well. We plan to bring in over 3 million square feet of cultivation, 236,000 square feet of manufacturing processing facilities, distribution facilities, 118,000 square feet, and then additional industrial buildings for testing labs, ancillary businesses, miscellaneous things like that. And all in, once complete, we project that we'll probably create 1,300 jobs for this city. So we're, and all along the way, we've worked with the city. We've got our EIR certified. We got a vested tentative map approved, conditions of approval approved. So we're really, we're committed to working with the city, and we would love to come up with a solution that can work for everyone. I can speak from the perspective of a landlord, a developer, and the things that we hear when we talk to prospective tenants. Because for our plan to work, we want to recruit the best users, the best operators, the best licensees, some of whom have come here today in support of our project. And they all love the city of Hollister. They love the fact that there's a qualified workforce here that can be easily integrated into the cannabis industry. They love the location, but it always comes down to the bottom line, which is the tax. And you know, the idea that there's huge margins and there's so much money to be made, I think is not accurate. And it's something that I've learned myself, because I'm learning as, you know, we're just land developers, but we're learning the more we meet with these tenants, that it's not these crazy margins. They're really having to sharpen their pencils. And the sophisticated users are venue shopping. So if Hollister's charging $7 a square foot, but let's say Monterey County is charging under $5 a square foot, they're gonna go there. I have, not to say that we have to be exactly like other jurisdictions, but I think it's important to see the market and to see what these other jurisdictions are charging. These are where the qualified users are going. So
Okay, we forgot to put the timer on you, but I've been checking my clock here, and you're at 3 minutes. So if you want to wrap it up, I appreciate
Okay.
it.
Well, I think in general, we'd love to work with the city council and the city to come up with a solution where we can create more resources, more revenue, more jobs, and
Thank
so
you.
everyone wins. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wynn.
And
Chris
thank you, Chris.
Orozco, I'm sorry. I promise I'll push it.
Mayor Velasquez and members of the council, thank you all. I'll just echo many of the other comments from my preceding speakers here. As the developer of another...
Your name was, I'm sorry?
Chris Orozco, excuse me. As the developer of a major project, again, up to 900,000 square feet on a property at also on San Felipe Road. Again, want to echo the fact that we're really, this phrase, a race to the bottom, it sounds so negative, but if you reframe that in the context of what my main profession is as a shopping center developer, it's absolutely not uncommon for Costco or Target to do the vicinity shopping, as it was described, where they may go to one city and say, hey, we're interested in this area, and see what the city council pitches to them in terms of incentives. Go to the next city and see what that town pitches in terms of incentives. Because again, it's not so much, ultimately at the end of the day, it's not the tax revenue exclusively that the cities are paying attention to. It's about job creation. It's about assessed valuation and property taxes. And the sustainability of those two elements, the job creation and the workforce and the positive long-term benefits that spill over from that, that really is the long game. So we are a landlord, we're a developer, we're the owner of property, but really the biggest landlord in this equation is the city. And when it comes to being a landlord, number one name of the game is retaining your tenant. So we all really have to not race to the bottom, but we really do have to be paying attention to the trajectory of where these tax rates are going. And if you want to attract these major tenants, you have to get ahead of that. Because these folks, and I'm speaking to the capital equation, the big expenditure of hundreds of millions of dollars in one facility. If we can't attract the tenant's interest, we can't spend that money. It's a high-risk proposition without a long-term lease. So it's a one-shot deal, and yes, we are competing with the San Joaquin Valley, we are competing with Monterey County and other adjacent cities and counties. You've always been very pro-business, long-term thinking. That's why we're here in the first place. So we encourage you to keep thinking on that level, and of course this is just a step in that direction to try to flush that out and see exactly how competitive you can be to attract those long-term job creators. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick? It's Orozco, is that right?
Yes. Mayor Velasquez and members of the council, I wasn't going to speak, respecting your time, but knowing the Brown Act quite well, there's very few times we get a chance to talk to you all together, so I'm going to take my 3 minutes and enjoy it here. The gist of the comments that you'll hear tonight really relate to one thing, and it's not your race to the bottom, it's ours. Literally, my challenge is to sell the most competitive deal structure available in the state of California. And that involves spending the most money myself to build the most efficient building on land that we acquired at a very favorable rate. But my rent, the lower I can charge rent, the better chance I'll find a tenant that's willing to sign up for a long term. And the terms we're talking about are 10, 15, 20 years, which are in this industry, which is still a startup industry, anomalies. The only tenants that we're able to secure those leases with are tenants that know they will succeed. And those tenants, knowing they've succeeded already, they've got the credibility, as you'll hear over and over again, those tenants have a lot of choice. They are the Alphabets and the Googles and the Apples and the Coca-Colas and the, large-scale Taylor Farms producers that can go anywhere in the state, and if they don't like what's available in California, they'll go out of state. So, we're all in the same boat here. Really, we are ground-up developers. Our business relies on building something that involves a front-end expenditure and collecting passive income over a long period of time. We only get that opportunity if we're able to hire a lot of people, build a lot of homes for those people to live in, fill a lot of seats in restaurants, sell a lot of cars off the car lot, and all the residual effects that are attached to economic development. But I want to thank you for your consideration of this issue. You're in great hands here. You've always had very assertive staff, and the forward-looking nature of your environment here is, as my brother said, the very reason why we found you 3 or 4 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
One more time, Greg Yamamoto or David Kaplan? Is that Greg Yamamoto? Okay.
Mayor, City Council people, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to this. 3 years ago, we came over here into your area and we were looking at a pretty sizable venture. And over the course of time, these other little cities popped up and they were willing to play ball. And unfortunately, well, fortunately, but we missed out in Hollister, so we had to go to Salinas. And it's about 400,000 square foot, so, you know, it wasn't a small project. And we really wanted to be here. Our second project is coming up, and they're negotiating with these rural communities in the Fresno area, Central Valley, and they're going down really to percentages that are, you know, 2-3%, and that's tough to pass up. So I'm hopeful that we can someday be here because we really like the area, the climate, and you know what it has to offer, versus over in the Central Valley. I just think that the potential for this area is huge, and I'd like to see the taxes, you know, be reasonable and be able to work with the city of Hollister. Thank you. It's late.
Thank you.
And if David Kaplan's not here, then one more time, David Kaplan? There's no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Oh, thanks,
Hey,
Elia.
Can we implement the rule of making sure it's filled out first?
That would be nice.
Actually, I believe that cards do not legally have to be presented, but I will give it to you, and I always do. Anyway, good morning. Having been in this cannabis with the city since day zero, I've always thought early on that since it was already we were already starting to go under development agreements, that the bigger the canopy, that you could negotiate with the city a lower price than the city had come up with the $7 cap, especially since Monterey had then gone down to $5, and then we went up to, and we have now the regulations with the tax. I've actually always thought that it would be best to tax on the weight than tax on the canopy, because I can have 1 million square foot, or let's 100,000 square foot canopy, but I lost 20% of my crop, and I understand that, you know, that's some people say, well, that's tough, but that's 20% that you have to pay a tax on when you lost your crop. So I think maybe eventually I think we should consider going by weight instead of going by canopy space. It works both in favor of the city and works in favor of the applicants or it's late. Anyway, it works in favor of the operators. So I would like to see the city actually eventually consider something like that and going by weight instead of going by canopy. And from listening to everyone up here, I think everyone is in agreement that the more, you know, you have, the less you should be able to do it. It's just a matter of negotiating. Now, can we say that somebody just came in and they're only going to have 900,000 and somebody just going to make 1 million? So I just missed it by one number. So I don't know how the staff is going to come up with a number so that it's actually fair for everybody, and saying, you know, I had 1 square foot and now I've got 1.2 square foot, and because I have 1.2, I get a lower rate. Based on weight, that 1.2 may do less than the weight by the 1 square foot, and they may end up having to pay more or maybe pay less. So it kind of makes up the numbers. So that's why I kind of am with the weight instead of going by canopy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll fill out a form too later.
Go ahead.
Come on. Hi. Just real quick on the subject of taxation. Of course, we do tax on weight, but the state taxes on weight. So just remember there is $2.75 per dry fluid, dry ounce of flour. And then there was additional tax depending upon whether you're doing the trim or whether you're doing the wet weight or something like that. And as previously referred to by one of the other speakers, other jurisdictions are doing a gross receipts tax, not just merely for the supply chain, production and distribution, but also for cultivation as well, which, you know, you have data now. Remember when this was all being drafted, this is before perhaps anybody else other than the mayor's time, you remember everything was very much in flux in 2016. We're in between the passage of the medical framework that was done at the state level in 2015 that had a very different supply chain, and then there was the Prop 64, and we didn't know how it was going to work at all. And so what you've obviously seen in many other jurisdictions that are newly open for business is extremely low starting points. And I think some of the other jurisdictions that haven't been mentioned that were in some of the early high taxing cities was the city of Grover Beach, started out at $25 per square foot. Well, guess what? Nobody's ever opened cultivation there, ever. And that's one of these things that you've seen is that, you know, it's a process where it's sausage making in real time, where you're really trying to figure out what the tolerance level is for the market and what price the market could bear. The other thing that I'm going to say is we're 2 years, hopefully, to the ability to ship out of state, and the merits obviously of California cannabis that we are implementing a comparable to organic pattern program, as well as a comparable to appellations of origin, equivalent to the EVA system within the California, within the wine industry that's also available. So at the end of the day, the California crop that gets produced in a consistent, reliable, and quality manner is going to be a world-class crop. And what better place to do it than just adjacent to the Bay Area, which is obviously one of the prime consuming areas of the state. And as price compression that Dr. Flannery already discussed is going to occur, you're going to see looking for cost-saving mechanisms that these larger campus-sized projects, particularly if they're located so closely to the Bay Area, are going to be able to afford. And those are going to be the right investment vehicles. While you may see some of these other projects that look like great structures that are being built out 5 or 6 hours away from a consumption market, those may not be the right projects, but I'm convinced that you can have the right projects here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it?
Is that it?
All right, well, thank you guys for staying around. Bill, you have the direction you need?
I believe I do, yes.
So from what I heard, they all want us to make sure we raise the price.
$7 to $17 a square foot? Yeah.
At 1 million square foot, go to $10 a square foot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
There's a surcharge when you go above 1 million square feet.
Yeah, it takes more time to count it all. All right, HIJK, there's no business. Want to adjourn in the memory of Councilmember Robbie Scattini.
Yep.
Is there a motion?
I move that we adjourn in the name of Robert Scattini, our very dedicated servant.
Thank you. Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, everyone.
I'm gonna be the last one out because I got no shoes. I gotta take them home to show my husband. Another one in the books, Billy? The janitor just tell him that